Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1361 through 1380 of the previous episode. After a long journey, Qinmu reunites with his mentors in eternal peace and masters the art of entering the path through dreams. He returns to the Dragon Han era, where he witnesses the tragic history of human dynasties and the oppressive rule of the ancient gods. He maneuvers through dangerous political schemes, outwitting the celestial venerables and the Grand Emperor. Qinmu successfully rescues the spirit of South deity Zhuke, though her original body is lost. He refines his cultivation using the Grand Primordium Origin Stone and the Great Tao runes of the ancient gods. After a series of fierce battles, culminating in a clash with the Grand Emperor and the celestial venerables, Qinmu secures the ancestral court. He discovers that even after the ancient gods fall, their legacy remains an obstacle to human progress. Through resilience, he pushes eternal peace's reform further, ultimately positioning the ancestral court and eternal peace as the key to a future free from the celestial venerables' tyranny. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1381, Getting a Share of the Spoils. Qinmu's clothes fluttered, and his magic power also rose rapidly. In his 19 heavenly palaces, primordial spirits walked toward the Jade Platform, and their auras became stronger and stronger. The realm of Jade Platform was no longer a hindrance to him. Not only that, he even felt that his primordial spirits could cross the Jade Platform, enter the Jade Sea, cross the sea, and reach God Execution Platform on the other side of the Jade Sea. If he could experience God Execution Platform and not die, he could even easily cross the 9 prison platforms of the various heavenly palaces. At that time, he would only be one step away from Jade Capital Realm. In a short moment, Qinmu's primordial spirits had already arrived on the Jade Platform. His cultivation and abilities had increased at a terrifying speed. This was the increase in his strength after entering Jade Lake Realm. In the heavenly palaces, his primordial spirits stepped on the sea to cross over. The Jade Lake churned and the wind and waves surged. His cultivation also increased in a straight line. Even though the heavenly palace system had all sorts of shortcomings, the improvement in strength was obvious. However, Qinmu soon stopped in the middle of the sea and didn't continue forward. The heavenly palaces of the gods all imitate the heavenly courts, and the Jade Platform of the heavenly courts imitates the Jade Lake of the ancestral court. Since I'm in the ancestral court, I have to go there no matter what to strive for the perfection of this realm. He resisted the urge to directly break through the Jade Pool realm. The heavenly palaces created by imitating the heavenly courts only focused on strength and the improvement of the Whaleless realm. They were not complete. But in the ancestral court, the Tao realm hidden in these realms could be developed. This was absolutely an unparalleled improvement, so that each realm would have no flaws. Not only the Jade Pools but also the other 3 heavenly gates, as well as the God-slaying platform and Jade Capital. He needed to go there. If his abilities were too strong, so strong that he couldn't sense the Tao realm hidden in the 3 heaven gates and Jade Lake Jade Platform, he would lose more than he gained. He swept his gaze around but he didn't find Long Shao and the dragon Qilin. He instantly understood the reason. The few heavenly venerates of the heaven court have probably reached the ancestral court. Even though Long Shao seems to be headstrong, when he knows that the 10th heavenly venerate has descended, he will definitely look for him and get rid of him at the first moment. Qinmu muttered to himself for a moment and restrained his abnormal vision before landing in front of Long Zhao's throne. He quietly built his ancestral court's 9 hell stage, which was also built on the back of the ancestral court. Apart from this 9 hell stage, there was also South Heaven Gate.
Heavenly Venerate Mu.
Suddenly, the heavenly venerates descended and came to the 9 hell stage. They were none other than Hao Hua, Su Gong, Hong Zhu, Lang, Chong Yen and the other 9 heavenly venerates. They looked around and frowned slightly. There's something strange about this place. Heavenly venerate Su rose into the sky and looked at 9 hell stage in detail. Her expression became even more solemn. She descended and went straight to the 2nd stage. Soon she came to the 4th stage of the 3rd stage. What is Heavenly Venerate Mu doing here? Heavenly Venerate Hong asked with a frown.
Qinmu smiled.
Naturally, he's here to break through. I want everyone to know that I'm already on Jade Lake Realm. Ancestral God King said coldly. I'm already about to cultivate to the true heaven court. To cultivate to Jade Lake Realm. Is there something to be proud of? Celestial Emperor Lang Xian said with a pleasant expression. Heavenly Venerate Mu cultivating to Jade Lake Realm is also something to be proud of. Heavenly Venerate Mu should be 50 years old this year, right? To be able to cultivate to Jade Lake Realm at 50 years old and become a heavenly god. This is already a rare speed. Qin Mu reminded him kindly. I just turned 17. The ancestor god king chuckled. 50 years old is already a long life for ordinary people. Apart from eternal peace in South Heaven, very few humans can live to 50 years old. Even for the people of eternal peace, ordinary people can only live to 80 years old. Heavenly Venerate Mu is already an old man and still has 30 years to run. Qing Tianfei smiled. Did Heavenly Venerate Mu meet Long Xiao? Qin Mu shook his head. I've never seen him before. I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him after Empress and Heavenly Venerate heavily injured him. However, when I found this place, I suddenly felt the qi circulation and broke through realm to cultivate Jade Lake. I cultivated Jade Lake when I was 17. When Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Qing Tianfei heard the word take advantage, they were rather unhappy. They were the people that Qin Mu had picked up the scraps. One of them had been chased by Qin Mu for 600,000 miles, and had no choice but to use Empress Tai Su to save his life, while the other had his head captured by Qin Mu and refined into a treasure seal. Clearly, Qin Mu also wanted to pick up Long Zhao's scraps. But because he wanted to break through to the next realm, he didn't succeed. The ancestor god king coughed and reminded, Heavenly Venerate Mu is already 50 years old and has reached his old age. Qin Mu's face turned black. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Su flew up from Nine Prison's platform with a strange expression. There's something strange inside. My Tao heart was suppressed inside, but fortunately my cultivation is dense, so there's no danger. The other Heavenly Venerates looked at each other and walked into Nine Prison's platform together. Heavenly Venerate Su looked at Qin Mu and asked softly, why did Heavenly Venerate Mu choose to break through here? The feng shui here is excellent, and it's a natural treasure land. When I came here I realized that there was fate between us. Heavenly Venerate Su had long known that Qin Mu liked to spout nonsense, so he didn't care about the truth. Not long later, the other 8 Heavenly Venerates rose from Nine Prison's platform and said, it's indeed strange. It's a pity that we can't suppress Heavenly Venerate, otherwise, even Heavenly Venerate could be imprisoned in this place. Heavenly Venerate Vast suddenly asked, regarding the back of the ancestral court, how does Heavenly Venerate Mu think we should divide it?
Qin Mu smiled.
I naturally want to share as well. The other Heavenly Venerates raised their eyebrows, and at that moment, the sky suddenly trembled violently. A divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, descended from the sky and landed on the back of the ancestral court. The 9 Heavenly Venerates were flabbergasted and looked at each other in bewilderment. Who sent the divine weapon here? Heavenly Venerate Vast asked in a deep voice. Heavenly Venerate Hong shook his head. This divine weapon didn't come from us, nor did it come from Heavenly Venerate Xiao. Could it be the divine weapon in Earth Count's hands? Qin Mu looked at the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal and was also bewildered. He suddenly said, it could also be the 11th Heavenly Venerate among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. When the 9 Heavenly Venerates heard that, their hearts trembled and they hurriedly left. They soon disappeared, and Heavenly Venerate Gong's voice came from afar. Heavenly Venerate Mu, the meeting of the Heaven Alliance is to discuss the fate of the back of the ancestral court. There are still other important matters to decide, so don't miss it. Meeting of the Heaven Alliance? Apart from the back of the ancestral court, there are other important matters.
Quin mues geis flitzkeret.
Could it be that the seal of the ancestral court has been completely removed? Something strange. Is Earth Count controlling the descent of the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal? Or is Madame Yuan Mu controlling it? After some time the 2 huge beasts, one big and one small, arrived. Qin Mu opened his eyes to examine them, but he didn't see anything special. However, he felt that one of them was a dragon Xiao and the other was a dragon Qilin. He was bewildered and opened the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to take a look. His eye could see through all changes, but he couldn't see through the two huge beasts. Long Xiao indeed has some ability. No wonder he could live through the Battle of Bloodrust.
Qin Mu smiled.
Back then, you relied on this method to avoid the detection of ancient gods like Heavenly Emperor, Supreme Beginning, and so on? You also relied on this method to hide from Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed a Heavenly Venerate and has extraordinary abilities. One of the older huge beasts said, "Even Heavenly Emperor, Supreme Beginning, couldn't see through me, and the 9 great Heavenly Venerates couldn't find my roots, but you could recognize me. It shows that you still have some ability to be respected as Heavenly Venerate Mu."
Qin Mu smiled.
"I haven't seen through your changes either, but my Tao heart thinks it's you. Long Xiao, you should know that what I said isn't false, right?" Long Xiao said solemnly, "10th Heavenly Venerate wants to kill me, so I do need an ally. Heavenly Venerate Mu, I'm here as an ally to ask for advice, so how can I protect my life and the safety of my clansmen?" "It's very simple, go to Great Void," Qin Mu said resolutely. When he was writing, he would sleep and wake up at times. His body couldn't take it anymore, so he had to rest early. Long Xiao was astonished. Go to Great Void? The world created by the creators who escaped from the ancestral court. That's right, Qin Mu said. That's the place. The creator created the space on the other shore, so you can bring the huge beasts there to reproduce. Of course, the heavenly court is attacking that place, so you need to contribute. His divine consciousness fluctuated, and he sent the current situation of the space of the other shore into Long Xiao's mind. Long Xiao was a little hesitant. The heaven court was attacking the space of the other shore, so if they went there, he would probably have no choice but to join the battle with the huge primordial beast. From the situation Qin Mu had transmitted to him, if the heaven court wanted to destroy the space of the other shore, Great Void, the Void Bridge, and even the space of the other shore would definitely not be able to defend it. Even if he and the primordial behemoth on the back of the ancestral court could run there, they would only be able to delay the time of death. Qin Mu looked at his expression and said unhurriedly, "If you choose not to go to Great Void, there's still another chance, and that's to join hands with the 11th Heavenly Venerate." Long Xiao was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. The 11th Heavenly Venerate of the Heaven Court isn't among the 10 Heavenly Venerates, Qin Mu said. She has one ability, and that is to forge the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal. Furthermore, all the divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal, came from her, so she knows the weaknesses of all the divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal. However, because she's not among the 10 Heavenly Venerates, there will be great dangers if we join hands with her. Both you and her might be destroyed by the 10 Heavenly Venerates. Long Xiao's expression flickered. The second path that Qin Mu had pointed out to him also had great risks. The 10 Heavenly Venerates of the Heaven Court wouldn't allow him to fall into the hands of any Heavenly Venerate. If they joined hands with the 11th Heavenly Venerate, they would also be killed by the 10 Heavenly Venerates. Furthermore, the path that Qin Mu had pointed out to him also harbored evil intentions. As long as he followed Qin Mu's instructions, the 10th Heavenly Venerate would start a war with him and the 11th Heavenly Venerate. If they fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the back of the ancestral court would become the second battlefield. Is there a third path? Long Xiao asked. Qin Mu smiled slightly. The third path is the most dangerous one. When the 10th Heavenly Venerate left just now, he invited me to participate in the meeting of the Heaven Alliance. They discussed how to divide the back of the ancestral court and other important matters. I will divide a piece of territory at the back of the ancestral court. You can join me openly and become a general under my name. Long Xiao's expression changed drastically and he shook his head. You can't protect yourself, so how can you protect me? It's precisely because I can't protect myself that I have a chance of survival.
Qin Mu smiled.
The 10 Heavenly Venerates aren't one entity, and each of them has their own competition. However, they also have the same goal, which is to maintain peace between them before eliminating the other enemies. They won't fall out with the 11th Heavenly Venerate, so they will give her a portion of the benefits from the back of the ancestral court. They can give it to the 11th Heavenly Venerate, but they can also give it to me because I have someone among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. Long Xiao frowned. You can protect yourself, but I don't have anyone among the Heavenly Venerates. If I submit to you, will they be able to tolerate me? If you submit to any one of the 11 heavenly venerates, you will break the balance, but if you submit to me, you won't be able to break the balance. The two of us are the weakest 12th heavenly venerate, so we have a chance to protect ourselves. Qinmu said unhurriedly, even though the chance isn't big, we can fight for it. Long Xiao paced back and forth, hesitating. He suddenly raised his head and asked, then is there a fourth way? Qinmu was silent. Long Xiao saw the situation and immediately smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu, regardless of whether there's a fourth way or not, I'm very grateful to you and still treat you as my ally. Don't worry, I will never betray you. Qinmu made up his mind. He raised his head abruptly and said, there's a fourth path. Even though this path was difficult, it was also the best path and the easiest path to achieve. It could even preserve your ruling position and let you break away from the control of 10 heavenly venerates, transcending the struggles of the world. However, this path would weaken my interests. Therefore, I want you to agree to do 3 things for me. If you agree, I'll fight for this path for you. Long Xiao hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, all right, I'll agree to your 3 requests. The fourth path is for the 12 heavenly venerables to divide the back of the ancestral court, and let the huge beasts move to the back of the origin world and the other worlds to build a huge beast world.
Quin mues geis flitzkeret.
The beast world is independent of the other worlds. Long Xiao is the ruler of the beast world and the only ancient god. The huge beasts of the beast world can establish a summoning contract with gods or divine arts practitioners and listen to the summoning. They can descend from the beast world to fight with divine arts practitioners or gods. When the battle ends, the huge beasts will return to the beast world. In this way, all the heavenly venerates can share the power of the huge beasts and control the beast world through you, so they will all nod in agreement. Long Xiao's eyes lit up. This path was indeed the best path. He had no conflict of interest with the 12 heavenly venerates, and he wouldn't be subdued by the 12 heavenly venerates and become their mounts. His life wouldn't be in danger either. However, would this path be easy to realize? The 12 heavenly venerates each have their own interests, so this path won't harm any of them. You can also use the strength of the huge beasts to fight. As long as you are impartial, it will be the easiest to realize.
Qinmu sighed.
However, this path will harm my interests. Without your help, I will become the weakest side of the ancestral court. However, it's precisely because of this that the other 11 heavenly venerates would agree to this suggestion. Long Xiao smiled. This path is the best. Qinmu glanced at him and said, I can help you realize this path. Long Xiao immediately said, I'll agree to your 3 requests and definitely won't go back on my words. Qinmu's expression softened. It's not that I don't trust you, but there has to be a basic contract. You and I will sign a contract with Little Earth Count. If you violate the contract in the future, Little Earth Count will take away your soul. Long Xiao smiled. That's how it should be. The two of them set the contract with Little Earth Count, but Long Xiao couldn't sense where the Little Earth Count was, let alone the contract with Little Earth Count. Even the contract with Earth Count can't restrict me. Even though Earth Count can take away my soul, he also has places he can't reach. As long as I stay in my beast world and Earth Count can't enter, he can't do anything to me. Can Little Earth Count be more powerful than Earth Count? Qinmu said earnestly, Long Xiao, I don't want to scheme against you, but I have to warn you in advance. Little Earth Count is different from Earth Count. He doesn't have the restrictions of the Great Tao of Yudu, so he can go anywhere in the world. If you break the contract, he will be your death when he reaches the beast world. Long Xiao's expression changed greatly and he said carefully, then this Little Earth Count is. Qinmu didn't hide it and said, he's my brother-in-law. He's savage by nature and is extremely powerful. Even I fear him a little. Long Xiao immediately felt at ease and thought to himself, Heavenly Venerate Mu is a fake Heavenly Venerate, so his brother-in-law isn't that powerful either. He can't do anything to me. You should hide for the next few days and try your best to protect your life. I'll be waiting for your good news. Qinmu said, let the dragon Qilin follow you. He's your foster son, so you have to take care of him. Long Xiao agreed and said, don't worry. If the beast world succeeds in the future, Long Pai will also have half of the world. Once he said that, he laughed loudly. Qinmu got up and left. Long Xiao asked. Pyre, is Little Earth Count really Celestial Venerable Mu's elder brother? How is his ability compared to the other Celestial Venerables? The Dragon Qilin said. He is a little more powerful than Celestial Master Mu. But he is far inferior to Celestial Master Mu. However, he has a savage nature. Long Xiao smiled and said. This agreement between Little Earth Count is also very exaggerated. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. Even though Long Xiao is very shrewd, he's not very clever. He's just a little clever, so I have to guard against him. Qin Mu walked towards South Heaven Gate of the Ancestral Court. He's good at divine consciousness and corporeal body strength, but he's the same as the Creator in the immemorial era. He can't refine a soul, and his soul is very weak when compared to his corporeal body and divine consciousness. If he goes against his promise, then it'll be the time of his death. However, I didn't expect that Madame Yuan Mu would suddenly send a divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal, to the Ancestral Court because of the benefits from the back of the Ancestral Court. The divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal, had arrived at the back of the Ancestral Court and attracted the 9 heavenly venerates, but so far, there had been no war. It was not difficult for Hao, Hong, Hua, and Lang to destroy the divine weapon Celestial Master Royal. If the 9 of them worked together, even an existence like Duke of Heaven and Earth Bo would not be able to withstand it. They would definitely die. Although Madame Yuan Mu's divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, was powerful, it could not withstand it. The reason why they did not make a move was that they did not know who Madame Yuan Mu was. Moreover, Madame Yuan Mu had only allowed the divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, to descend. Her true body had not appeared. They were also worried that after destroying the divine weapon, Madame Yuan Mu would seek refuge with Founding Emperor, the Duke of Heaven, and the others to increase the enemy's strength. More importantly, Madame Yuan Mu didn't have any fundamental conflict with them, and they weren't mortal enemies that wouldn't rest until one of them died. Since that was the case, why not share some benefits with Madame Yuan Mu in exchange for an ally? After going through 9 prison stage, Qin Mu's Dao heart became more and more transparent, and his judgment of the world became clearer. In a short time he had sorted out the cause and effect, and even calculated the changes in the future. The Realm of 9 Prisons platform indeed had a miraculous effect. It allowed him to see clearly, and have a more precise control over himself and the world. 9 Prisons platform realm will definitely shine brilliantly among the gods in the future, and become an extremely important realm. However, it will also be the realm with the highest death rate. It might not be inferior to the death rate of God Execution platform, or even higher. But then again, Qin Mu had a strange expression. 9 Prisons platform was ranked behind God Execution platform realm. Before Jade Capital realm, he had already cultivated 9 Prisons platform realm, but his cultivation realm had just reached Jade platform realm. In that case, what realm was he at now? This can only mean that even the Heavenly Palace Dao realm system isn't perfect. It hasn't been able to explain my realm perfectly. Even the perfect Heavenly Palace Dao realm system is only a part of my realm. If I reach the end of the Heavenly Palace Dao realm system, is there still a road ahead? What should I do? He stopped and thought quietly. After a moment, he continued to walk forward. He thought to himself, the Heavenly Palace Dao realm system is currently built on the foundation of the Ancestral Court and the Great Dao of the Innate Realm. Other than these, there is also the creation and development of the postnatal Dao. There is still much to be done on the acquired Great Dao. Saint Woodcutter's acquired Great Dao, the road of the acquired surpassing the innate, is also an extremely important path. However, the Ancestral Court is the key to the perfect combination of the Dao realm system and the Heavenly Palace system. No matter what, I must have a firm foothold in the Ancestral Court. He came to the Ancestral Court's South Heaven Gate. Su Shanghua, Lan Yuqian, Wei Suifeng, Granny Si, Prince Yuming, and the first ancestor were all drawing and studying, planning to draw the South Heaven Gate and the Dao fire in the gate in detail. Su Shanghua and the rest came to the Dao flames of South Heaven Gate to draw the Dao markings of the Dao flames. The Dao flames targeted the primordial spirit, vital qi, divine consciousness, and great Dao runes. As long as they didn't release their primordial spirits, there was no danger. However, Qin Mu still saw the primordial spirits of Shu Jun, Wei Suifeng, Granny Si, Crown Prince Yuming, first ancestor, and the rest leaving their bodies to temper themselves in the Dao flames. When their primordial spirits couldn't withstand it, they would immediately return to their corporeal bodies to avoid the burning of the path fire. Qin Mu clicked his tongue in wonder. He had never expected them to use such a simple method to avoid the power of the path fire. However, this was still extremely dangerous because the pressure of South Heaven Gate didn't only come from the path fire. The pressure of South Heaven Gate itself was also extremely strong. If their corporeal bodies hadn't cultivated to the level of true gods, they would definitely be crushed. Of course, the corporeal bodies of these people were all extremely strong, especially that of Shu Jun. His corporeal body had even reached the level of Emperor's throne. Qin Mu walked forward. When Wei Suifeng saw him, his primordial spirit immediately left his body and walked in the Dao fire. He was very proud of himself. Qin Mu smiled and didn't mind. If Wei Suifeng and the rest could also pass through South Heaven Gate safely, he would also be happy for them. But it's very difficult, Qin Mu thought with a smile on his face. Shu Jun told him the location of the other 3 great heaven gates. Qin Mu asked Wei Suifeng for Heavenly Venerate used lantern and left with it. Of the other 3 heaven gates, North Heaven Gate was located at the back of the ancestral court, facing South Heaven Gate from afar. As for East Heaven Gate and West Heaven Gate, they were located at the front of the ancestral court. After 2 days, he came to North Heaven Gate and saw the world of ice and snow all around him. The cold wind was biting cold and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Lightning was like rain as it continuously hacked down on North Heaven Gate. There were traces of blood all over Northern Heaven Gate and lightning was rolling around in it. There should have been a large-scale battle in ancient times and many people had died. Qin Mu came to Heaven Gate and placed his corporeal body in the middle of it. Only then did his primordial spirit leave his body to comprehend the logic contained in it. After more than 10 days, he comprehended the logic contained in Northern Heaven Gate once. The great Tao contained in North Heaven Gate was something he had rarely come into contact with in the past, and was very mysterious. Qin Mu used a few more days to completely comprehend the principles contained in North Heaven Gate before leaving, and returning to the front of the ancestral court. He found East Heaven Gate, which had purple qi and blazing sun. This heaven gate was extremely strange. A purple sun revolved around the top of this heaven gate, and a stream of purple qi shot out from the sun and poured into the gate. At the center of the 2 mountains of Heaven Gate, the purple qi formed a purple eye. When Qin Mu walked into the gate, the purple eye shot out purple qi path chains and pierced through his primordial spirit. Qin Mu had also stayed in this heaven gate for more than 20 days. He felt that his comprehension of Tao realm had become deeper, but he still couldn't let his Tao realm advance any further. He carried the lantern and went back to West Heaven Gate. The surroundings of West Heaven Gate were all golden mountains of divine gold. The golden qi pervaded the air, and the arrangement of the mountains looked like a huge formation. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light shot into West Heaven Gate from the top of the mountains. It formed a strange phenomenon of tens of thousands of rays of golden light crisscrossing inside West Heaven Gate. Qin Mu had also comprehended for over 20 days in this Heaven Gate, and only after he had comprehended it thoroughly did he walk out. Among his 19 heavenly palaces, the 4 great heavenly gates had been recast. 4 great heavenly gates had also been erected in the ancestral court, and his cultivation was even more vigorous. Not only that, he also felt that his understanding of Tao realm had taken another step forward. He only felt that his understanding of the 26th heaven of Tao realm had taken another step forward. However, he still lacked something when he wanted to enter Tao again. Are the 4 great heavenly gates formed naturally, or are they relics from the previous era? Qin Mu pondered over it for a moment and shook his head before returning to the 100,000 Black Mountains of the ancestral court. He had just arrived at the 100,000 Black Mountains when an envoy came forward to present the invitation. He bowed and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, the 10 heavenly venerates have joined hands to invite the chief of the Heavenly Alliance, Heavenly Venerate Mu, to head to the Hall of the Heavenly Alliance and host the meeting of the Heavenly Alliance." Qin Mu opened the invitation and indeed saw the signatures of the 10 heavenly venerates. However, Heavenly Venerate Shao should be his disciple waiting to sign it. How many people are there in Heavenly Alliance today? Qin Mu closed the invitation and asked. There are 13,000 people. The messenger said. Apart from heavenly venerables, there are also emperors and the leaders of all worlds. Qin Mu's body trembled slightly. The heavenly alliance he had founded had now become a colossus that ruled all worlds. Now he wanted to overthrow this colossus. There were 13,000 people present. They should be the leaders of all the worlds, and they were all members of the Heaven Alliance. It could be said that the Heaven Alliance was the largest power in the world. Even the Heaven Court was only the ruler in name. The one who truly ruled all the worlds was still the Heaven Alliance. A million years ago, when Qin Mu had returned to the early years of Dragon Han and proposed the creation of the Heaven Alliance to heavenly venerate Ling, he had wanted to overthrow the Heaven Court so that the postnatal beings, especially humans, would have the right to survive. There would no longer be tragedies like heavenly venerate Yu's, so people would no longer continue the miserable lives of Long Han era. Heavenly venerate Ling, heavenly venerate Yun, and heavenly venerate Yu had the same goal in establishing the Heaven Alliance. The Heaven Court had always been there and hadn't been overthrown, but the Heaven Alliance had already become the ruler of the Heaven Court. It was just that this era wasn't much better compared to Long Han era. On the other hand, the Heaven Alliance had evolved into a ruler that was harder to deal with and harder to overthrow than the Long Han Heavenly Court back then. He put away the invitation. Heavenly Master Yun, the 5 founding elders of the Heaven Alliance, was dead. Heavenly Master Yu had just recovered from his injuries, but he had already become a traitor. Heavenly Master Ling was reincarnated between life and death, and Founding Emperor had become a traitor. Only he, Heavenly Master Mu, could still appear in the Heaven Alliance. Therefore, I have to go no matter what. On the Heavenly River, numerous ships sailed from all over the heavens toward the Heavenly Court. Ever since Heavenly Master Mu had designed the Psionic Bridge, the Heavenly River had not been so lively for a long time. The Psionic Bridge connected all the heavens, and even the furthest 4 extreme heavens. They were all connected by the Psionic Bridge, and they could travel to and from the Heavenly Court in the shortest amount of time, saving God knows how much time. Celestial Master Mu had designed the Psionic Bridge, allowing the Heavenly Court to rule over all the heavens to an unprecedented height. In the past, every time the Heavenly Court's divine might descended upon the other heavens, it would be a destruction there. The powerful divine might would crush the world barrier, causing the spiritual energy of the heavens to drain away. But now they only needed the Psionic Bridge to descend, and it was even faster, making it almost impossible for the various heavens to betray them. As for the various heavens, they were also more in contact with each other. In just a short 10 years or so, business had reached an unimaginable level of prosperity. It could be said that in the 17 years since Celestial Master Mu had entered the Heavenly Court, the volume of business and trade of the various heavens had reached the volume of business and trade of more than 100,000 years ago. This time, the rulers of the myriad worlds had rushed to the Heavenly Court by boat from the Heavenly River instead of directly using the Spiritual Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. The main purpose was to show off their status. After all, those who were qualified to participate in the Heaven Alliance meeting were all rulers of the universe, so it was natural for it to be lively. However, it was also because of the frequent business transactions that led to the phenomenon of currency concentration. Especially in recent years, resources and wealth began to gather in the hands of the god families that controlled the trade of the various gods. And the total wealth of the universe began to gather in the origin world. In the Heavenly Court and the Jade Lake, there were sacred places everywhere. There were ships coming and going and all kinds of sacred and joyous conversations. All kinds of delicacies were served like flowing water. There were toasts and exchanges, and beautiful women were as common as clouds. Every time the Heaven Alliance held a grand meeting, it was held on the Jade Lake, and the Heaven Alliance Hall was also on an island in the Jade Sea. It was rumored that that was the place where the Heaven Alliance was founded. It was said that after Heavenly Venerate Ling bade farewell to Heavenly Venerate Mu and Heavenly Venerate Qin, he met Heavenly Venerate Yu and Heavenly Venerate Yun on the Jade Lake. The few of them founded the first Heaven Alliance there. They drafted the most ancient rules of the Heaven Alliance. At this moment, in the side hall of the Heaven Alliance Hall, the second Heavenly Master, Meng Yungue, was flipping through the files sent by the various heavens. Below him were tens of thousands of Heavenly Court Taoist priests. The files around each of them were piled up like a mountain. There were 2 to 3 Taoist priests proficient in algebra in each of the heavens who were counting the business information sent by the heavens for nearly 10 years. After sorting out the statistics, they sent the data to Meng Yungue for him to read. The files around Meng Yungue had already piled up to the point of drowning him. The celestial master suddenly split into 8, divided into 8 bodies. Then, with a shake of his body, each of the avatars grew 3 heads and 6 arms, 4 heads and 8 arms. His palms flew up and down, his eyes read quickly. Tens of thousands of Taoists from the heavenly court and Meng Yungue locked themselves in the side hall. It took them more than 10 days to read the business information sent by the heavens. Meng Yungue clapped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, my colleagues. You have worked hard. Go and rest." The Taoists bowed to him and walked out one by one. Only the old Taoist master and Meng Yungue were left in the hall. The old Taoist master looked kind and smiled. What did Celestial Master Meng find? Meng Yungue rubbed his scarlet eyes and stretched his back. He said with a serious expression, "A great disaster." The old Taoist master was astonished. He smiled and said, "Now that the great void has calmed down, Carefree Village and the Creator are suppressed in the void at the other end of the void bridge. There's no chance of them making a comeback. The situation is great. Why did Celestial Master Meng say such a sad thing?" Meng Yungue glanced at him and said seriously, "Teacher, you are my first teacher. Your skills are so good that I can see it. How can you not see it?" He flicked his sleeve and countless scrolls flew into the air and opened. The old Taoist master of the heavenly court looked at the scrolls and saw that Meng Yungue had drawn the traces on the scrolls with a red brush. He looked carefully and saw that the places marked by Meng Yungue were the trends of the heavenly coins in the various heavens. The heavenly coins were the currency of the heavenly court. They were issued by the heavenly court's heaven-reproducing palace. Every heavenly coin had a unique imprint of the heavenly court. No one could imitate it. The amount of heaven coins was not fixed, especially in recent years. The heaven court issued more heaven coins to trade with the various heavens, and they bought all kinds of divine materials, elixirs, and weapons from the various heavens. They even bought slaves. And the trade between the various heavens also used heaven coins. "Teacher, do you see anything?" Meng Yungue asked. The old Taoist master of the heavenly court shook his head with a smile. Most of the heavenly coins in the universe have the same phenomenon, and that is the outflow of heavenly coins. Meng Yungue said in a deep voice. In the past, there was also the outflow of heavenly coins from the various heavens. That was because the heavenly court had created too many heavenly coins. The various heavens earned too many heavenly coins from the heavenly court, which devalued the value of the heavenly coins in the various heavens. The old Taoist master of the heaven court smiled and said, "Therefore, we pushed up the land price and house price of the heaven court. We kept pushing up the price and attracted the heaven coins from the heaven court. We let the gods and demons in the heaven court buy them with heaven coins. This way, the heaven coins in the heaven court would be less, and the wealth would be gathered in the hands of the heaven court. If the heaven coins in the heaven court were less, the heaven coins would be worth more." Meng Yungue nodded. He said, "The heaven coins are gathered in the hands of the heaven court, and the heaven court will destroy a portion of the heaven coins. The heaven coins in circulation are becoming less and less, and the land prices of the heaven court have a price but no market, so they will naturally fall. As a result, the value of these houses and land will rapidly decline, and the wealth accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years in the various heavens will be reduced to nothing." The old Taoist master of the heaven court smiled and said, "The various heavens become poor again, and the heaven court will once again create more heaven coins. They will buy divine materials, divine gold, divine herbs, divine weapons, ships, and even buy the mines, land, and population of the various heavens. Thus, the various heavens have once again become busy with the heavenly court's heavenly coins. We only need to use this method to plunder the accumulated wealth of the various heavens once every 1,000 years. Then we can make the various heavens work for the heavenly court continuously. And the heavenly court doesn't need to pay anything. At most, they need to create heavenly coins and destroy them." Meng Yungue sighed and said, "But now this method doesn't work anymore." He waved his hand. The rows of words on the scrolls of the various heavens lit up. "Teacher, please take a look." These scrolls are the numbers of the wealth of the various heavens flowing into Eternal Peace Empire in Origin World every year. And these numbers are the heaven coins flowing out of Eternal Peace Empire in Origin World. The old Tao Master of Heavenly Court focused his eyes and looked over. After a moment, he smiled and said, Eternal Peace Empire in Origin World is earning money from the various heavens. They buy raw materials from the various heavens and then sell the refined daily spirit weapons to these heavens, earning quite a bit. Meng Yungue took out another batch of files and said, This is the Heavenly Coins Eternal Peace Empire earned from Heavenly Court. Old Tao Master looked at them carefully and muttered, Eternal Peace also earns quite a lot of heavenly coins from Heavenly Court every year. However, it's not difficult to solve it. Heavenly Master Meng only needs to follow the same method and absorb Eternal Peace's heavenly coins to plunder Eternal Peace's wealth. This is the hardest part. Meng Yungue sighed. The country bumpkins of Eternal Peace don't buy the land and houses of our Heavenly Court at all. He was so excited that his face turned red. They only bought a house once in the past 10 years. And that was to buy real estate for the country bumpkin Heavenly Master Mu. This is war. A war against Heavenly Court against Heavenly Court. These country bumpkins want to use heavenly coins to destroy Heavenly Court and Heavenly Court. Heavenly Master Meng is too serious. Old Tao Master smiled. Most of Eternal Peace Empire is simple and isn't used to spending money lavishly. This small country has just risen and is used to saving money. Isn't it easy to turn their wealth into flowing water? Let the goods-producing Heavenly Palace continue to create money and create more heaven coins, and their wealth will naturally depreciate. How much heaven coins we create, isn't it up to the Heaven Court? Meng Yungue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Teacher, the Heaven Court can indeed create more money, but this money will only depreciate the value of the heaven coins in the various heavens, making their value lower and lower. Furthermore, these heaven coins will eventually flow to the origin world and into eternal peace. In the end, the poor people in all the heavens and 10,000 worlds won't be able to live on, so there's only one path. He said coldly, that is to rebel. First, it is the rebellion of the gods of the universe and the rulers of the universe. The gods of the universe are rich now, and the rulers are even richer. However, if they don't rebel with the gods of the universe in the future, they will be killed by the rebels. There is no other way. And the rebellion of the gods of the universe and the rulers is the rebellion of the heavenly court. Meng Yungue sneered. When that happens, the universe and the universe will revolt together. This wave is enough to make the heaven extremely anxious. No matter how strong the heaven is, can it kill all the rebels in the universe? When that happens, the people will be angry, and the emperors will have no choice but to rebel. If the heavenly venerate wants to maintain his ruling position, he must withdraw one person and kill him to apologize to the world. The old Taoist master of the heavenly court said calmly, Heavenly Master Meng, who do you think will be pushed out to kill him to apologize to the people of the world? This person must have an extremely high position. At the very least, he must be a heavenly venerate. Even Meng Yungue could not help but shiver. He said in a hoarse voice, it might even be His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The old Taoist master said calmly, do you think the 10th heavenly venerate will be happy or sad to push His Majesty out to kill him? Meng Yungue was stunned and a deep fear suddenly rose in his heart. Old Tao Master looked at him with a smile. He said earnestly, Heavenly Master Meng, I know that you are in his position and are scheming, but you still can't see the current situation clearly. Eternal Peace Empire was Heavenly Venerate Mu's territory. Heavenly Venerate Mu intended to build a country and gather the wealth of the heavens, but 10th Heavenly Venerate was also indulging him. No matter how much wealth Eternal Peace obtained, their strength still couldn't catch up to Heavenly Court. When do you think Eternal Peace will be able to force all the worlds in the heavens to rebel? Meng Yungue said solemnly. In less than 100 years. 100 years? That's too much. In my opinion, they will definitely rebel within 50 years. Old Tao Master said indifferently, you are proficient in algebra, strategy and calculation, but you haven't reached the limit yet. 10 heavenly venerates can't wait 100 years. They hope that in 50 years they can get rid of Heavenly Emperor, all the ancient gods and all the obstacles. As for eternal peace, Can it grow into a colossus that can contend with heavenly court in 50 years? Meng Yungue opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He then shook his head and said, "No." Old Tao Master continued. Then after 10 heavenly venerates depose heavenly emperor, they can level eternal peace without wasting any strength. Meng Yungue couldn't help but shiver. The old Tao Master smiled. Heavenly Master Meng, you have to figure out what's on your mind. You can turn a blind eye to this matter. In the future, when the world changes, you can also protect yourself. You have to know that when 10 heavenly venerates kill the heavenly emperor, they also need a portion of experts to apologize and offer sacrifices to the heavens. Do you want to become that sacrifice? The path of heavenly masters is very dangerous. In history, there have been more than 10 heavenly masters who sat on your position. Some of them died inexplicably. Cold sweat rolled down Meng Yungue's forehead, and he did not dare to speak. The old Taoist master patted his shoulder and turned to walk out of the side hall, leaving Meng Yungue sitting in his seat dejectedly. After a moment, the old Taoist master came to the side hall of the Jade Lake small building. He bowed to an old Taoist and said, "Taoist ancestor." The old Taoist was the Taoist ancestor of Tao sect. He was playing chess when he raised his head and said leisurely, "Is it done?" Meng Yungue has a deep understanding of Haotian Taoism's 3 samadas, and is very knowledgeable. He can see the general trend of the world in the next 50 years. The old Tao master of the heavenly court praised. However, I have already let him know how powerful he is. He will hide it and not report it. The Tao ancestor played chess and said with a smile, "If he insists on reporting it, then he will have to ask the great monk to clean his memory." On the other side, he was playing against the Brahma heavenly king and Buddha. He chuckled and said, "Meng Yungue is a genius of the Tao sect, and has the potential to become the #1 celestial master in the future. It's not surprising that he can see through the means of celestial master Mu. If you are still worried, I can let him enter a dream and let him forget this experience. There's no need for that." The Tao ancestor stared at the chessboard and waited for him to put down the chess piece. He smiled and said, "He knows how powerful he is. He won't report it to the 10th heavenly venerate. Moreover, the 10th heavenly venerate does have the intention to rebel. They are about to cultivate to the heavenly court, and have also cultivated to the divine weapon heavenly venerate royal. They definitely won't push the heavenly monarch out. If they want to become the real heavenly monarch, they also need a reason to get rid of the heavenly monarch, even if this heavenly monarch is just an imitation." The Brahma heavenly king stared at the chessboard. After a moment he flicked his sleeve and said, I lost. Your algebra is too strong. I can't beat you." He looked at the hall of the Jade Lake small building. He said with a sigh, "Back then, this was the place where Heavenly Venerate Mu waited for Heavenly Venerate Royal to pass down his skills. Heavenly Venerate Mu passed down his godly skills to the whole world and made supreme merits. Today there are not many gods and demons who come here to remember his achievements. It's so quiet that only the 2 of us old bones are left here to play chess." The Tao ancestor stood up and said in a low voice, "I still remember Heavenly Venerate Mu fiddling with my compass. Even now, I still remember that god's finger." The Brahma heavenly king said with a smile, "I still remember how he filled my alms bowl with panaceas. I asked for panaceas but I only cultivated. He gave me so many but he didn't know that I only needed 2 or 3. Thus, I directly gave him the immeasurable calamity scripture, and only gave it to him to use. I didn't teach him any techniques. However, I don't know if he has comprehended Buddha path heavenly palace." The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, Qin Mu came to Father Creation heavenly palace through spirit energy mutual shift bridge. Shurchila welcomed him and said with a smile, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, please wait for a moment. Can you come to my palace to have a small meeting?" Qin Mu's expression changed drastically. He really didn't want to be alone with him, so he was about to decline when Shurchila clenched his fist that was as big as a small mountain, and his knuckles crackled. Qin Mu could only walk into the heavenly palace with him. The 2 of them sat down and Shurchila sighed. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, Ai Jia has been exposed. I'm afraid all 10 heavenly venerates know my identity." Qin Mu couldn't help laughing. "Empress, why do you call yourself Ai Jia?" Shi Chilua rolled his eyes at him with hidden bitterness. I've lost my husband and my reincarnated husband has also been exiled by you, so of course I call myself Ai Jia, he said sorrowfully. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you have to think of an idea for him, or else 10th Heavenly Venerate will have to use Ai Jia as a sacrificial knife in this Heavenly Alliance meeting. Qin Mu said solemnly, even though I'm Alliance Master, I can't protect myself. This time, I'm afraid even I will have to. Shi Chilua grabbed his hand and shook it back and forth, almost breaking him apart. Help me, I'll give myself to you. Stay. Qin Mu's expression changed drastically and he immediately said, let me think. I've thought of it, let go of me first. Shi Chilua let go of his palm and Qin Mu rubbed his bones. Shi Chilua's grip was really strong, almost breaking his bones. Empress isn't a boorish person. When Qin Mu said this, he glanced at Shi Chilua and muttered in his heart. The current Shi Chilua was just like a boorish person, so he composed himself. He continued. When the ancestral court broke the seal, Empress didn't appear and didn't let her divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal descend. Then when the back of the ancestral court appeared, why did Empress let her divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal descend to fight for territory and act like a boorish man? Shi Chilua sighed. I can't fight for the front of the ancestral court. If I fight for it, I'll be immediately dragged out. Moreover, there's not much wealth left in the front of the ancestral court. However, the back of the ancestral court is no small matter. Not only are there more wealth, but there are also countless giant beasts. With Long Shao as an expert, I have no choice but to fight for it. He said seriously, if I can subdue Long Shao and control him to fight, I'll have the combat strength of 2 celestial venerables. If I include divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal, I would have the battle prowess of 3 great Heavenly Venerates. It would be easy for me to kill my sister. As long as I devour my sister and merge the 2 lotuses of Sinkhole into one, combining them with our heavenly palace, the heavenly court would be able to cultivate it in one go. At that time,
Qin Mu smiled.
At that time, the 10 heavenly venerates would have no choice but to bow down to me, and the heavenly emperor would have no choice but to abdicate his position and give up his position to someone better. A great empress would reign over the world. Shi Chilua's whiskers bloomed and his face was full of smiles as he nodded his head repeatedly. Qin Mu changed the topic. Then, which heavenly venerate told you about the reverse summoning divine art, and let you enter the back of the ancestral court to fish in troubled waters? Shi Chilua's eyes went wide and he was flabbergasted. He stuttered. Why did Heavenly Venerate Mu say that?
Qin Mu sneered.
You have a spy among the 10 heavenly venerables. This person formed an alliance with you and told you about the reverse summoning divine art. Only then could you descend to the back of the ancestral court. This divine art was created by me 1,000,000 years ago, and had only been spread out recently. It had been learned by 10 heavenly venerates. Since you were able to learn it, it was naturally passed down to you by someone among 10 heavenly venerates. Who was this person? Shi Chilua's eyeballs rolled around and he stammered. It's Heavenly Venerate Hong. Qin Mu came to a sudden realization. So it's Qing Tian consort. You don't have to frame the good old man, Heavenly Venerate Hong. But it's no wonder, you're the same as Qing Tian consort. You're not tolerated by the other heavenly venerates of the 10 heavenly venerates. Supreme Emperor has always had the desire to destroy, so he also needs an ally. You're the ancient god of destruction, so Qing Tian consort will naturally find you to be her ally. Shi Chilua chuckled. Don't slander me. Why would I be with someone with such a notorious reputation like Supreme Emperor? It's Heavenly Venerate Hong. Qin Mu said indifferently. Birds of a feather flock together. You two share the same interests, and Supreme Emperor has suffered losses time and time again. It's understandable that you and Qing Tianfei hit it off. Shi Chilua snorted and didn't deny it. Qin Mu said indifferently. Since you have Qing Tian consort as an ally, then 10th Heavenly Venerate shouldn't be against you. Why did you say 10th Heavenly Venerate wanted to sacrifice you to the knife? Shi Chilua sighed and frowned. Because Supreme Emperor's name is too disreputable. If Qing Tian consort is exposed, I will also die without a burial place. I have no choice but to consider after Qing Tian consort dies. You have the heart to betray concubine Qing Tian. Qin Mu's words revealed Shichilua's thoughts and he sneered. You are prepared to betray her at any time. The two of you are indeed like-minded. Shichilua smiled charmingly. I'm also planning to betray you at any time. Qin Mu's eyes widened and after a moment, he let out a turbid breath. Madame Yuan Mu was shameless and frank, making people hate her. He stood up and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, back of the ancestral court I also want to share. In the meeting of the Heavenly Alliance we will support each other. This way you should be satisfied, right? Shichilua stood up and said with a smile, in that case, does Heavenly Venerate Mu have any thoughts about the huge beast on the back of the ancestral court? Qin Mu had originally planned to leave, but when he heard that, he stopped and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, so that's the reason why you left me behind. You want to monopolize the huge force of the immemorial huge beast. Shichilua shook his head. I don't want to monopolize them. I'm afraid that after the back of the ancestral court opens, someone will monopolize them. I also have my own force, so I can't help being a little worried. It was rare for him to be serious, so he said seriously, Heavenly Venerate Mu, aren't you worried about the situation of countless behemoths descending on eternal peace? How many behemoths can eternal peace withstand the trampling of? Qin Mu also said seriously, I also have this worry. Compared to us Heavenly Venerates, creators, especially existences like Supreme Emperor, it's easier to control the behemoths. His divine consciousness is too powerful. If the huge beasts fall into his control, destroying all the worlds in the universe would be a piece of cake. However, there's still a way to make creators suffer. I have an idea, and that is to split the benefits on the back of the ancestral court equally and create a beast world. He revealed his thoughts and said, Your Highness, take your time to consider my suggestion. After saying that, he walked out of Father Creation Heavenly Palace. Beast Realm? Summon a huge beast. Shichilua walked around excitedly. This is an interesting suggestion. If that's the case, the creators within 10 Heavenly Venerates would have no place to play. Not only would Heaven Consort Chang be restricted, the other two creators would also be restricted. Heavenly Venerate Mu is still full of wicked ideas. Qin Mu didn't go straight to Jade Lake and returned to his palace instead. It wasn't convenient for him to come out and tell Madame Yuanmu about the matter of opening up the beast world. This little girl had a big mouth and a character that couldn't sit still, so she would definitely leak this matter to the other Heavenly Venerates. He only needed to stay in Heavenly Venerate Mu's manor and quietly wait for the other Heavenly Venerates to pay him a visit. Furthermore, opening up the beast world would harm the interests of Divine Emperor Lang Xian, Heavenly Venerate Gong, and Heavenly Consort Chang. He would definitely offend these three Heavenly Venerates, and with Madame Yuanmu coming out, he wouldn't have to bear much pressure. He rarely came to this Heavenly Venerate manor. Usually, there were palace maids sent by the 10 celestial venerables to take care of it, and they were used to monitor Qin Mu's movements. However, even though Qin Mu rarely came, Hu Linger and Si Yunxiang often came. They used Qin Mu's name to invite guests and entertain the divine priests who created Father Heavenly Palace. Si Yunxiang and Hu Linger were the masters of the inner and outer world, and their coordination was perfect. The two money grubbers complemented each other, making eternal peace's wealth more and more. It wasn't that Qin Mu didn't want to build his Heavenly Venerate Heavenly Palace in the Heavenly Court, but he felt that it wasn't necessary. Secondly, if he had too much wealth in the Heavenly Court, he would have some misgivings, so he might as well just keep this Heavenly Venerate manor. He didn't buy any other property. He didn't have much property in the Heavenly Court, so the gods of eternal peace naturally didn't dare to have their own property in the Heavenly Court. There were still a few days before the meeting of the Heavenly Alliance would be held. Qin Mu stayed in Heavenly Venerate Manor for 2 to 3 days without any movement, so no one came to visit him. The rulers of the various heavens were all intelligent people, so they knew that Heavenly Venerate Mu's identity was awkward. If they came to visit him, they would most likely offend 10 Heavenly Venerates, so they all called Qin Mu God of Plague behind his back. How would they dare to come to visit him? It was rare for Qin Mu to have peace and quiet, so he just happened to organize his comprehension of the 4 great heaven gates. Heavenly Venerate Great Master, Heavenly Venerate Gong is here to pay a visit. A palace maid came over in a hurry and said in a fluster. Qin Mu was astonished and stood up. I thought other heavenly venerates would come to visit me, but I didn't expect the main master to come first. I'll go and welcome him. Wait a moment, I won't go and welcome him. Go and invite Heavenly Venerate Gong to meet me in the main hall. The palace maid's eyes went wide. She wasn't going to welcome Heavenly Venerate Gong, but to invite Heavenly Venerate Gong to meet him in the main hall? The guts of this Heavenly Venerate Mu grew bigger and bigger. The palace maid left in a hurry while Qin Mu came to the main hall and sat upright. After a moment, Heavenly Venerate Gong came to the main hall and saw Qin Mu sitting there motionless. He couldn't help snorting coldly and waving his hand to dismiss the palace maid. Qin Mu stretched out his hand to signal for Heavenly Venerate Gong to take a seat on another futon. My cultivation went off and my 2 legs are paralyzed. I can't move, so I hope fellow Taoists can forgive me. Heavenly Venerate Gong sat in front of him and sneered. I'm quite proficient in medical skills, so let me diagnose Alliance Master. If he's not paralyzed, I can guarantee that my wonderful hands will come back to life and make Alliance Master Qin truly paralyzed. The kind that can't be cured. Qin Mu laughed loudly and said seriously, God King, why are you looking for me? Don't you know? Heavenly Venerate Gong said coldly. Right now there's a huge commotion in Heaven Court. It's said that Heaven Alliance wants to completely open up the back of the Ancestral Court and split it into 12 parts. They also want to open up the Beast Realm and let the primordial behemoths inhabit the Beast Realm. They can only summon the behemoths to descend. There are also rumors saying that this is Celestial Master Mu's bad idea. Qin Mu's face instantly turned black. It was obvious that when Madame Yuan Mu had spread the news, she had also put the blame on him. Of course it was indeed Qin Mu's idea, but it wasn't wrong to put it on his head. Qin Mu had originally wanted Madame Yuan Mu to put on the blame, but his goal was to try his best not to offend Heavenly Venerate Gong, Heaven Consort Chang, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian. He hadn't expected Madame Yuan Mu to be very clever and directly put it on his head, causing Heavenly Venerate Gong to come forth to question him. Qin Mu laughed loudly and his eyeballs spun around. However, Heavenly Venerate Gong stared at his eyes and sneered endlessly. I came up with this idea. Qin Mu stopped laughing. Fellow Taoist, if we don't set up a beast world, do you think you can compete with Heaven Concubine Chang? She is the Supreme Emperor, so how powerful is her spiritual sense? In the end, the immemorial behemoth is controlled by the Supreme Emperor, and the Supreme Emperor is like a tiger with wings. We might as well establish a beast world. Everyone can use the immemorial behemoth with their own abilities. What do you think? Celestial Master Gong said indifferently. If the Supreme Emperor can control all the immemorial behemoths, then he won't be overthrown by the ancient god. He didn't have such a strong divine consciousness. He could only control the void beasts by controlling the void mother. If it was an primordial behemoth, he could only control a batch of behemoths. Setting up the beast realm is still a loss to my interests. Qin Mu was at a loss for words and mumbled. Since things have come to this, I'm afraid the other heavenly venerates will agree to set up the beast realm, so there's nothing I can do. Heavenly Venerate Gong's anger suddenly turned into a smile. I heard that Heavenly Venerate Hong has an IOU from Heavenly Venerate Mu and owes him a favor, so I dare to ask Heavenly Venerate Mu to give me an IOU as well. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll write it. So he wrote an IOU. Heavenly Venerate Gong kept the IOU and got up. Your legs aren't convenient, so there's no need to send me off. Qin Mu could only sit there and watch her leave. Just as Heavenly Venerate Gong left, another palace maid came over and said in a panic, Heavenly Venerate, Great Master, something bad has happened. Concubine Chang Tian has come to pay a visit. Qin Mu's expression changed drastically and he said angrily, the other heavenly venerates didn't come to pay a visit, but the victim came looking for me. I don't want to see her. I'm already here. The furious voice of Qing Tianfei came from outside, and she barged in. Qin Mu was helpless. He waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids and invited Qing Tianfei to take a seat. My cultivation went off, and my 2 legs are crippled. Qing Tianfei was crippled by Heavenly Venerate Gong? Qing Tianfei was overjoyed and praised. As expected of my woman. She was quick when she attacked and actually crippled you before me. Heavenly Venerate Mu, I heard you proposed to set up a beast world? How dare you? Qin Mu said with a straight face. No. It was Madame Yuanmu who proposed to set up a beast world. It has nothing to do with me. Qing Tianfei sneered. You and I are so close. I only need to move my divine consciousness to know the color of your underpants. Do you still think you can hide it from me? Heavenly consort, you don't know, I've never worn that. Qin Mu was helpless. Dao brother, you're too sharp now. Once Supreme Emperor came back to life, you crippled Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven, severely injured Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Su, Heavenly Venerate, and crippled Heavenly Venerate Qin and Godly King Lang. In the Battle of the Ancestral Court, you heavily injured the 4 Heavenly Venerates Xiao, Yan, Zhu, and Lang. Your limelight is too strong. How can the 10 Heavenly Venerates still tolerate you? If you obtain the primordial behemoth again, your time of death will really come. Opening the beast world this time might not be a bad thing for you. Qing Tianfei stared at him. Qin Mu's expression didn't change. I'm thinking for Dao brother. Think about it, if there was no beast world, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Godly Emperor Lang Xian, the mother and son would have obtained the greatest benefit. If they got rid of you, it would definitely be them who occupied all the behemoths. Why do you have to make a wedding dress for others? Qi Tianfei burst into laughter, her charm moving. I also know the logic behind it, but I'm very unwilling to be tricked by you. My corporeal body was almost completely crippled because of you, but you want to stay out of it. I'm not happy about that. Qin Mu probed. Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body is still under Dao Brother's control. When I save Heavenly Venerate Ling another day, Dao Brother will have this corporeal body, and his abilities will be even better than before. Don't even think about getting Heavenly Emperor Ling out. I'd rather leave Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning's corporeal body, and my primordial spirit in the Heavenly River forever. Heavenly Emperor Mu, you've ruined my plans, so you have to take out real gold and silver. Don't use these empty heads to fool me. Qin Mu thought for a moment and said sincerely, I've extracted Heavenly Emperor's blood essence from Heavenly Emperor Clear's heart, and each drop of blood essence contains the brand of a heavenly palace. Concubine Chang Tian's anger turned into joy and she smiled. I was the one who gave you Heavenly Emperor Clear's heart, but I didn't expect you to be able to refine such a good thing. Give me a portion and this matter will be easily forgotten. Qin Mu's face was filled with heartache. I used Heavenly Emperor Clear's heavenly palace to exchange for 50% of Supreme Incipient Godstones from Concubine Yan. That wastrel Empress, she promised you so many Supreme Incipient Godstones? Qing Tianfei was astonished, but she immediately sneered. But I won't give you anything. Give it to me. Qin Mu could only hand over 35 drops of Heavenly Venerate Vast's blood essence. Qing Tianfei examined it carefully and kept the blood essence before leaving. Qin Mu's face turned black as he thought to himself, thankfully, I've refined an enormous amount of blood essence from Heavenly Venerate Vast's heart, so I can sell it a few more times. Heavenly Venerate Great Master. Divine Emperor Langxian requests an audience. The palace maid rushed over to report in a panic. Qin Mu was furious and stood up. Young lady, are you a jinx? You're always here to report bad things. Heavenly Venerate Mu, is my visit a bad thing for you? Divine Emperor Longshuan's voice came from outside and got closer and closer. Qin Mu immediately sat down and looked at Divine Emperor Langxian who had walked into the main hall. He smiled and said, My cultivation went off. I've already heard about it. There's no need for Celestial Emperor Mu to say anything more. Celestial Emperor Langxian sat down. He said leisurely, My cultivation went off and my legs are paralyzed. Celestial Emperor Gong and Heaven Consort Chang came to visit, and if you weren't paralyzed, they would have beaten you up as well. Why don't you pretend to be paralyzed first and show your weakness to the enemy? Celestial Emperor Mu, your heart is very dirty. Qin Mu coughed repeatedly to cover up the awkwardness. Why did you come here, Celestial Emperor? Could it be for the beast world as well? Celestial Emperor Lang Xian said indifferently, It's not all about that. Celestial Emperor Mu, you are a smart person. You have destroyed my Langxian Divine Palace twice and threatened me again and again, but I won't hold it against you. He waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids. I planted this palace maid in your Celestial Emperor's manor, so I won't hide it from you. What benefits did you give to Supreme Emperor? I want to share as well. However, I won't take you for free. I'll tell you about a few other important matters apart from the back of the ancestral court. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly. What I gave Supreme Emperor was the brand of 35 heavenly palaces, hidden in heavenly venerate vast's blood essence. God Emperor Lang Xian's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands with a smile. Looks like I didn't come for free. Qin Mu gave him a portion of the blood essence extracted from heavenly venerate vast heaven's heart, and his gaze flickered. What do we need to discuss in this Heaven Alliance meeting? It's not a discussion, but our 10th heavenly venerate has already made a decision and wants you to nod your head. Divine Emperor Lang Xian smiled slightly. Someone has to take the blame, he said unhurriedly. As the chief of the Heaven Alliance, he's naturally the best person to take the blame. This Heaven Alliance meeting is to discuss the crusade against the Heavenly Duke. Heavenly Venerate Mu. It's time for you to board this pirate ship. 10th Heavenly Venerate. Crusade against Heavenly Duke? Qin Mu was astonished. Heavenly Duke was going to die? According to Heavenly Duke's own estimation, if he wanted to completely analyze his heavenly Tao, he would need at least 100 years, but only 20-something years had passed. Why did 10 Heavenly Venerates want to get rid of Heavenly Duke so quickly? There must be Heavenly Duke adding fuel to the fire.
Quin mues geis flitzkeret.
Heavenly Duke and Earth Count had gone to the 100,000 Black Mountain to pay a visit to Tai not long ago, and now 10th Heavenly Venerate had moved the matter of the crusade against Heavenly Duke to the meeting of the Heaven Alliance. There must definitely be Heavenly Venerate Hong pushing it silently, because Heavenly Venerate Hong was the Heavenly Duke. If Heavenly Duke asked Tai, would he be able to get rid of the fetters of Heavenly Tao? Tai told Heavenly Duke that he would succeed. It seemed that this sentence had given the Heavenly Duke confidence, so he took the initiative to bring forward the date of his death. As for the other Heavenly Venerates, because they had forced the forces of Carefree Village and the Creator into the other shore void, the two sides confronted each other on the Void Bridge. The Void Bridge was a dangerous place that was easy to defend but hard to attack, so the Heavenly Court could not attack the other shore void for a moment, but similarly, the other shore void could not take back the Void Bridge, so the two sides were in a stalemate. Carefree Village and the Creator's influence could no longer threaten the Heaven Court, so 10 Heavenly Venerates could free up their hands to deal with the Heavenly Duke wholeheartedly. As for making me take the blame, it's to give me a chance to board 10 Heavenly Venerates' pirate ship. A smile hung on Qin Mu's face. 10 Heavenly Venerates need to get rid of the Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, Ancient God, 3 Emperors, all Ancient Gods, and even the nominal Ancient God Heavenly Emperor. They all need someone to take the blame. This scapegoat must have enough weight, and they won't be the ones to shoulder it. As the founder of Heaven Alliance, my abilities aren't high and my influence isn't strong, so I'm the perfect scapegoat. Only when Qin Mu announced his crusade against Heavenly Duke at the meeting of Heaven Alliance would he be able to board their pirate ship and become the person to share the benefits of the Ancestral Court and the backside of the Ancestral Court. Furthermore, these orders were given by Qin Mu, so he had something to use against 10th Heavenly Venerate. If Qin Mu was disobedient in the future, any title of killing Heavenly Duke and Earth Count would be enough to make Qin Mu and his forces die without a burial ground. With that, Qin Mu could be considered to have joined 10th Heavenly Venerate's camp and become one of them. 10th Heavenly Venerate couldn't subdue founding Emperor Qin and force him to join them, but he could use threats and rewards to force him to join them. If they wanted to share the benefits they could, but the prerequisite was that they had to become people like them. Then,
Qin Mu smiled.
Divine Emperor, what about the other important matters in the meeting of the Heaven Alliance? When Divine Emperor Lang Xian saw that Qin Mu was still calm and composed, he couldn't help admiring his shrewdness. The third matter is Crown Prince Mingya betraying the Heaven Court and defecting to Xiaowuqi to cause trouble in Yudu, so he has to depose the Crown Prince and re-establish the Crown Prince. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Re-establish the Crown Prince? Then this new Crown Prince is Heavenly Venerate Vast." God Emperor Lang Xian sighed with emotion. Even though Heavenly Venerate Vast has never had any status, he has been working diligently for the Heavenly Court all these years and is also the son of the Heavenly Emperor. It's only natural for him to be the Crown Prince this time.
Qin Mu smiled.
However, as an illegitimate son, I feel that it's not worth it for the God Emperor.
Divine Emperor Lang Xuan smilet.
Heavenly Venerate Mu, you know many secrets, but you also know that there are many people in history who died for no reason because they knew many secrets that they shouldn't know. Qin Mu laughed loudly and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Divine Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Vast and I are mortal enemies. Perhaps you and I can join hands and do something together." Divine Emperor Lang Xian smiled indifferently and got up. "I won't disturb Alliance Master's rest anymore. I'll take my leave. Alliance Master's leg isn't convenient, so there's no need to send him off." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Qin Mu pondered for a moment and stood up with a solemn expression. Even though Tai Yi said he would succeed, Heavenly Duke is too impatient. I hope he can delay for another 100 years so eternal peace has enough time to grow, but he wants to jump out of the shackles of Heavenly Tao and break away from the body of an ancient god. He couldn't help frowning. Heavenly Duke was a little unreasonable, and he didn't even discuss such an important matter with him. As an ally, he didn't take the initiative to exchange information with Qin Mu, but in the end it was actually Divine Emperor Lang Xian who told him about this matter. Heavenly Duke is too anxious, too urgent. He didn't consider me, and neither did he consider eternal peace. Divine Emperor Lang Xian once teased me that I'm already old and have 30 years left to live. Hehe. Looks like he wasn't shooting off a blank arrow. If 10 Heavenly Venerates got rid of the Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, Ancient God, crippled the Heavenly Emperor, and flattened Carefree Village, then Qin Mu would be next. And to do all these things well, it would take 30 years. Divine Emperor Lang Xian's words that he only had 30 years left to live were indeed pointing to something. Heavenly Duke is unreliable. No, it's Celestial Master Hong who is unreliable. Over the years, the Heavenly Duke has walked the world as Celestial Master Hong. He has been assimilated by the 10 Celestial Masters, and has become a ruler like the 10 Celestial Masters. Even if he gets rid of the shackles of the ancient gods, he will become one of the 10 Celestial Masters and be greedy for power. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The Heavenly Duke's goal was to get rid of the shackles of the ancient gods, but at the same time, he had to firmly grasp the power and make himself a ruler like the other Celestial Masters. Even if the dynasty changed, he would not be replaced as a ruler. Now that the Heavenly Duke is still alive, he will not be reduced to such an existence. Right now, he is still the ancient god Dao Shang, standing at the height of the Heavenly Tao to see the disputes in the human world. His avatar entering the human world is entering the disputes in the human world. For such a long time, Heavenly Venerate Hong has been polluted by the disturbance of the mortal world. Heavenly Venerate Hong can no longer see the disputes in the human world from the Heavenly Duke's perspective. An incomparably strong vigilance rose in his heart. If Heavenly Duke's true body died and broke free from the shackles of Heavenly Tao, he would become Heavenly Venerate Hong. Then Heavenly Venerate Hong would become one of the 10 Heavenly Venerates and become a person of authority. He wouldn't become his ally. At that time, Heavenly Duke had completely entered the human world and was obsessed with power. He might not be Qin Mu's friend, but he might even be an incomparably terrifying enemy. No, I must go see the Heavenly Duke and state the pros and cons. The Heavenly Duke now still has the heart of Heavenly Tao, so he should be persuaded by me and know the pros and cons. Heavenly Duke Hong has his own selfish motives, but Heavenly Duke doesn't. He made a prompt decision and immediately walked out of Heavenly Duke's manor. They aren't the same person anymore, just like Southern Emperor and Bai Yuqiong, just like Heavenly Duke Yu and Lan Yutian. There was still one day before the meeting of the Heaven Alliance. He could totally go to Xuandu through the Spiritual Energy Mutual Transfer Bridge and meet the Heavenly Duke so that he could change his mind. Just as he walked out of the Heavenly Venerate Mansion, he saw an old man with white eyebrows and beard walking toward him with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. This old man was full of glory and smiled at everyone. It was Heavenly Venerate Hong.
Heavenly Venerate Mu.
Heavenly Venerate Hong greeted him. Congratulations, Heavenly Venerate Mu. Back when Heavenly Venerate had founded the Heaven Alliance, Yun, Qin, Yu, and Ling had left for their own reasons and never returned. Heavenly Venerate Mu had also left for 1,000,000 years, and he had finally returned today, returning the Heaven Alliance back to its orthodoxy. Congratulations. Qin Mu returned the greeting and sighed with emotion. Dao brother, you must be joking. I was only pushed out to keep up appearances in this Heaven Alliance meeting, and I might even die from it in the future. Celestial Master Hong said solemnly. That's not true. Celestial Master Mu, this way please. All the Celestial Masters are already waiting in the Hall of the Heaven Alliance. Qin Mu was puzzled. Isn't the meeting of the Heaven Alliance tomorrow? Tomorrow is to gather all the members of the Heaven Alliance and announce our decision today. The one who truly decides the fate of the world isn't everyone in the Heaven Alliance. In fact, it's just a small circle like ours.
Heavenly Veneraton smiled.
We make the decision, and they just follow it. Qin Mu was helpless and could only follow him to the Jade Lake. Heavenly Venerate Hong's sleeves fluttered, and he was free and easy to speak of. He wasn't tainted by a single speck of dust. Qin Mu was on par with him. After a moment of silence he said, Heaven's way is constant, not for Mu to survive, not for Shao to die. Heavenly Venerate Hong turned his head to look at him and smiled. This is a sentence that I've reminded Heavenly Venerate Mu of. Why did Heavenly Venerate Mu mention it again today? I understand the previous sentence. Qin Mu and him moved extremely fast and soon came to the jade platform. Looking over, they saw the jade lake that was like an ocean. It was boundless, and huge lotus flowers floated on the surface of the sea like a flower-shaped island. The rulers of thousands of worlds roamed the sea, looking for friends to visit. They formed groups of 3 to 5, laughing and laughing. There was an indescribable freedom. What this sentence says is that the heavenly Tao has its own rules. It won't change because of Celestial Venerable Mu's wisdom, nor will it change because of Celestial Venerable Zhao's cruelty. Qin Mu changed the topic. However, when Tao Brother reminded me, there was still the last sentence. If it should be treated as good, if it should be chaotic, it should be fierce. I didn't really understand the rest of the sentence. It's rare for me to travel together with Tao Brother today, so I would like to ask for the meaning of this sentence. The two of them walked on the surface of the sea, and wherever they passed, the Jade Sea was instantly in an uproar. Heavenly Venerate Hong could be said to be the one with the most connections among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. All the rulers of the heavens came forward to greet him as a disciple. Yet Heavenly Venerate Hong actually recognized everyone, knew their names, knew their families, and even recognized their disciples. This made everyone flattered like a spring breeze. Even Qin Mu couldn't help admiring such methods. Among the 10 Heavenly Venerates, probably only Heavenly Venerate Hong knew everyone like the back of his hand. He could even make the other feel flattered, like he was someone who was highly valued by Heavenly Venerate Hong. Heavenly Venerate Hong took a glance at Qin Mu and said with a smile, Why wouldn't Heavenly Venerate Mu understand this sentence? There's no need to belittle yourself, Heavenly Venerate Mu. Why don't you tell me your opinion? I think it's right. Another ruler of the heavens brought his juniors to pay their respects. Heavenly Venerate Hong was still as nimble as ever, making them feel grateful and overjoyed. If it's right, then it's good. If it's wrong, then it's bad. I think this sentence means to follow the Heavenly Duke to rule the world. Then it's good. And the Heavenly Duke will protect you. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, If it's not right, then it's bad. If it's wrong, then it's bad. The Heavenly Duke will kill people. Celestial Master Hong looked at him again. I've misunderstood what you said, he said with a smile. Obeying the Heavenly Tao to rule the world and going against the Heavenly Tao is a great calamity. Even though our explanations seem to be similar, it's a mistake for you to understand the Heavenly Tao as Heavenly Duke. Heavenly Duke is only a god born from the Heavenly Tao. Qin Mu stopped and stood on the surface of the sea. He smiled. Maybe Heavenly Duke understands it this way. According to Tao Brother's understanding, this sentence is to walk with the heavens, to defy the heavens is to die. According to my understanding, it's a threat and not that indifferent. Celestial Master Hong took 2 steps forward and also stopped. With his back facing him, he smiled. Celestial Master Mu, why did you suddenly say such words? Haven't we always gotten along well? He turned around and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. However, Qin Mu suddenly shivered. On the Jade Lake, the sea breeze whistled and it was gloomy and cold. It blew at the sleeves of their clothes. Crusade against Heavenly Duke? Qin Mu was astonished. Heavenly Duke was going to die? According to Heavenly Duke's own estimation, if he wanted to completely analyze his Heavenly Tao, He would need at least 100 years, but only 20-something years had passed. Why did 10 heavenly venerates want to get rid of Heavenly Duke so quickly? There must be Heavenly Duke adding fuel to the fire.
Quin mues geis flitzkeret.
Heavenly Duke and Earth Count had gone to the 100,000 Black Mountain to pay a visit to Tai not long ago. And now 10th Heavenly Venerate had moved the matter of the crusade against Heavenly Duke to the meeting of the Heaven Alliance. There must definitely be Heavenly Venerate Hong pushing it silently. Because Heavenly Venerate Hong was the Heavenly Duke, if Heavenly Duke asked Tai, would he be able to get rid of the fetters of Heavenly Tao? Tai told Heavenly Duke that he would succeed. It seemed that this sentence had given the Heavenly Duke confidence, so he took the initiative to bring forward the date of his death. As for the other Heavenly Venerates, because they had forced the forces of Carefree Village and the Creator into the other shore void, the two sides confronted each other on the Void Bridge. The Void Bridge was a dangerous place that was easy to defend but hard to attack, so the Heavenly Court could not attack the other shore void for a moment, but similarly, the other shore void could not take back the Void Bridge, so the two sides were in a stalemate. Carefree Village and the Creator's influence could no longer threaten the Heaven Court, so 10 Heavenly Venerates could free up their hands to deal with the Heavenly Duke wholeheartedly. As for making me take the blame, it's to give me a chance to board 10 Heavenly Venerates' pirate ship. A smile hung on Qinmu's face. 10 Heavenly Venerates need to get rid of the Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, Ancient God 3 Emperors, all Ancient Gods, and even the nominal Ancient God Heavenly Emperor. They all need someone to take the blame. This scapegoat must have enough weight, and they won't be the ones to shoulder it. As the founder of Heaven Alliance, my abilities aren't high and my influence isn't strong. So I'm the perfect scapegoat. Only when Qinmu announced his crusade against Heavenly Duke at the meeting of Heaven Alliance would he be able to board their pirate ship and become the person to share the benefits of the Ancestral Court and the backside of the Ancestral Court. Furthermore, these orders were given by Qinmu, so he had something to use against 10th Heavenly Venerate. If Qinmu was disobedient in the future, any title of killing Heavenly Duke and Earth Count would be enough to make Qinmu and his forces die without a burial ground. With that, Qinmu could be considered to have joined 10th Heavenly Venerate's camp and become one of them. 10th Heavenly Venerate couldn't subdue founding Emperor Qin and force him to join them, but he could use threats and rewards to force him to join them. If they wanted to share the benefits they could, but the prerequisite was that they had to become people like them. Then,
Qinmu smiled.
Divine Emperor, what about the other important matters in the meeting of the Heaven Alliance? When Divine Emperor Lang Xian saw that Qinmu was still calm and composed, he couldn't help admiring his shrewdness. The third matter is Crown Prince Mingya betraying the Heaven Court and defecting to Xiaowuqi to cause trouble in Yudu. So he has to depose the Crown Prince and re-establish the Crown Prince. Qinmu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Re-establish the Crown Prince? Then this new Crown Prince is Heavenly Venerate Vast." God Emperor Lang Xian sighed with emotion. Even though Heavenly Venerate Vast has never had any status, he has been working diligently for the Heavenly Court all these years and is also the son of the Heavenly Emperor. It's only natural for him to be the Crown Prince this time.
Qinmu smiled.
However, as an illegitimate son, I feel that it's not worth it for the God Emperor.
Divine Emperor Lang Xuan smilet.
Heavenly Venerate Mu, you know many secrets, but you also know that there are many people in history who died for no reason because they knew many secrets that they shouldn't know. Qinmu laughed loudly and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Divine Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Vast and I are mortal enemies. Perhaps you and I can join hands and do something together." Divine Emperor Lang Xian smiled indifferently and got up. "I won't disturb Alliance Master's rest anymore. I'll take my leave. Alliance Master's leg isn't convenient, so there's no need to send him off." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Qinmu pondered for a moment and stood up with a solemn expression. Even though Tai said he would succeed, Heavenly Duke is too impatient. I hope he can delay for another 100 years so eternal peace has enough time to grow. But he wants to jump out of the shackles of Heavenly Tao and break away from the body of an ancient god. He couldn't help frowning. Heavenly Duke was a little unreasonable, and he didn't even discuss such an important matter with him. As an ally, he didn't take the initiative to exchange information with Qinmu, but in the end it was actually Divine Emperor Lang Xian who told him about this matter. Heavenly Duke is too anxious, too urgent. He didn't consider me. And neither did he consider eternal peace. Divine Emperor Lang Xian once teased me that I'm already old and have 30 years left to live. Hehe. Looks like he wasn't shooting off a blank arrow. If 10 heavenly venerates got rid of the heavenly duke, Earth Count, ancient god, crippled the heavenly emperor, and flattened carefree village, then Qin Mu would be next. And to do all these things well, it would take 30 years. Divine Emperor Lang Xian's words that he only had 30 years left to live were indeed pointing to something. Heavenly Duke is unreliable. No, it's Celestial Master Hong who is unreliable. Over the years, the Heavenly Duke has walked the world as Celestial Master Hong. He has been assimilated by the 10 Celestial Masters, and has become a ruler like the 10 Celestial Masters. Even if he gets rid of the shackles of the ancient gods, he will become one of the 10 Celestial Masters and be greedy for power. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The Heavenly Duke's goal was to get rid of the shackles of the ancient gods. But at the same time, he had to firmly grasp the power and make himself a ruler like the other Celestial Masters. Even if the dynasty changed, he would not be replaced as a ruler. Now that the Heavenly Duke is still alive, he will not be reduced to such an existence. Right now, he is still the ancient god Dao Shang, standing at the height of the heavenly Dao to see the disputes in the human world. His avatar entering the human world is entering the disputes in the human world. For such a long time, Heavenly Venerate Hong has been polluted by the disturbance of the mortal world. Heavenly Venerate Hong can no longer see the disputes in the human world from the Heavenly Duke's perspective. An incomparably strong vigilance rose in his heart. If Heavenly Duke's true body died and broke free from the shackles of Heavenly Dao, he would become Heavenly Venerate Hong. Then Heavenly Venerate Hong would become one of the 10 Heavenly Venerates and become a person of authority. He wouldn't become his ally. At that time, Heavenly Duke had completely entered the human world and was obsessed with power. He might not be Qin Mu's friend, but he might even be an incomparably terrifying enemy. No, I must go see the Heavenly Duke and state the pros and cons. The Heavenly Duke now still has the heart of Heavenly Dao, so he should be persuaded by me and know the pros and cons. Heavenly Duke Hong has his own selfish motives, but Heavenly Duke doesn't. He made a prompt decision and immediately walked out of Heavenly Duke's manor. They aren't the same person anymore, just like Southern Emperor and Bai Yuqiong, just like Heavenly Duke Yu and Lan Yutian. There was still one day before the meeting of the Heaven Alliance. He could totally go to Xuandu through the Spiritual Energy Mutual Transfer Bridge and meet the Heavenly Duke so that he could change his mind. Just as he walked out of the Heavenly Venerate Mansion, he saw an old man with white eyebrows and beard walking toward him with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. This old man was full of glory and smiled at everyone. It was Heavenly Venerate Hong.
Heavenly Venerate Mu.
Heavenly Venerate Hong greeted him. Congratulations, Heavenly Venerate Mu. Back when Heavenly Venerate had founded the Heaven Alliance, Yun, Qin, Yu, and Ling had left for their own reasons and never returned. Heavenly Venerate Mu had also left for 1,000,000 years, and he had finally returned today, returning the Heaven Alliance back to its orthodoxy. Congratulations. Qin Mu returned the greeting and sighed with emotion. Dao brother, you must be joking. I was only pushed out to keep up appearances in this Heaven Alliance meeting, and I might even die from it in the future. Celestial Master Hong said solemnly. That's not true. Celestial Master Mu, this way please. All the Celestial Masters are already waiting in the Hall of the Heaven Alliance. Qin Mu was puzzled. Isn't the meeting of the Heaven Alliance tomorrow? Tomorrow is to gather all the members of the Heaven Alliance and announce our decision today. The one who truly decides the fate of the world isn't everyone in the Heaven Alliance. In fact, it's just a small circle like ours.
Heavenly Veneraton smiled.
We make the decision, and they just follow it. Qin Mu was helpless and could only follow him to the Jade Lake. Heavenly Venerate Hong's sleeves fluttered, and he was free and easy to speak of. He wasn't tainted by a single speck of dust. Qin Mu was on par with him. After a moment of silence he said, Heaven's way is constant, not for Mu to survive, not for Shao to die. Heavenly Venerate Hong turned his head to look at him and smiled. This is a sentence that I've reminded Heavenly Venerate Mu of. Why did Heavenly Venerate Mu mention it again today? I understand the previous sentence. Qin Mu and him moved extremely fast and soon came to the jade platform. Looking over, they saw the jade lake that was like an ocean. It was boundless, and huge lotus flowers floated on the surface of the sea like a flower-shaped island. The rulers of thousands of worlds roamed the sea, looking for friends to visit. They formed groups of 3 to 5, laughing and laughing. There was an indescribable freedom. What this sentence says is that the heavenly Tao has its own rules. It won't change because of Celestial Venerable Mu's wisdom, nor will it change because of Celestial Venerable Zhao's cruelty. Qin Mu changed the topic. However, when Tao Brother reminded me, there was still the last sentence. If it should be treated as good, if it should be chaotic, it should be fierce. I didn't really understand the rest of the sentence. It's rare for me to travel together with Tao Brother today, so I would like to ask for the meaning of this sentence. The two of them walked on the surface of the sea, and wherever they passed, the Jade Sea was instantly in an uproar. Heavenly Venerate Hong could be said to be the one with the most connections among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. All the rulers of the heavens came forward to greet him as a disciple. Yet Heavenly Venerate Hong actually recognized everyone, knew their names, knew their families, and even recognized their disciples. This made everyone flattered like a spring breeze. Even Qin Mu couldn't help admiring such methods. Among the 10 Heavenly Venerates, probably only Heavenly Venerate Hong knew everyone like the back of his hand. He could even make the other feel flattered, like he was someone who was highly valued by Heavenly Venerate Hong. Heavenly Venerate Hong took a glance at Qin Mu and said with a smile, "Why wouldn't Heavenly Venerate Mu understand this sentence? There's no need to belittle yourself, Heavenly Venerate Mu. Why don't you tell me your opinion? I think it's right." Another ruler of the heavens brought his juniors to pay their respects. Heavenly Venerate Hong was still as nimble as ever, making them feel grateful and overjoyed. If it's right, then it's good. If it's wrong, then it's bad. I think this sentence means to follow the Heavenly Duke to rule the world. Then it's good, and the Heavenly Duke will protect you. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "If it's not right, then it's bad. If it's wrong, then it's bad. The Heavenly Duke will kill people." Celestial Master Hong looked at him again. "I've misunderstood what you said," he said with a smile. "Obeying the Heavenly Tao to rule the world and going against the Heavenly Tao is a great calamity. Even though our explanations seem to be similar, it's a mistake for you to understand the Heavenly Tao as Heavenly Duke. Heavenly Duke is only a god born from the Heavenly Tao." Qin Mu stopped and stood on the surface of the sea. He smiled. Maybe Heavenly Duke understands it this way. According to Tao Brother's understanding, this sentence is to walk with the heavens. To defy the heavens is to die. According to my understanding, it's a threat and not that indifferent. Celestial Master Hong took 2 steps forward and also stopped. With his back facing him, he smiled. "Celestial Master Mu, why did you suddenly say such words? Haven't we always gotten along well?" He turned around and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. However, Qin Mu suddenly shivered. On the Jade Lake, the sea breeze whistled and it was gloomy and cold. It blew at the sleeves of their clothes. Heavenly Venerate Hong looked at him with a smile. The distance between the two of them was very close, just a few steps away. "I don't wish for Heavenly Duke to die. Heavenly Duke can be considered my Tao friend." Qin Mu lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Heavenly Duke had noticed me when I was still very weak. He favored me and protected me for many years. I've always treated him as an elder. I still remember how happy he was when he was with Earth Count and Red Emperor in my Qin continent." Heavenly Venerate Hong swept his horsetail whisk. He smiled. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you're too sentimental. This isn't the emotion a Heavenly Venerate should have. When Heavenly Duke dies, he'll be free from the shackles of Heavenly Tao and be free. You should feel happy for him and not reveal killing intent to me." Qin Mu was dejected. "I don't want him to completely become Heavenly Venerate Hong. If he became Heavenly Duke of Heavenly Venerate Hong, he wouldn't be Heavenly Duke anymore. Hong, you are no longer Heavenly Duke, and you no longer have the will of Heavenly Tao. You are only 10 Heavenly Venerates. You are in existence like Hao Zhu Lang and the others."
Heavenly Venerate Hong smiled.
"Don't you feel that becoming the current me is better for the Heavenly Duke? You are killing a Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you should know the consequences of doing so." Qin Mu raised his head, and the vertical eye in the heart of his brows slowly opened. He nodded lightly. Killing a heavenly venerate is naturally extremely dangerous. I've known about this since a long time ago. However, the distance between us is very close. Such a short distance is practically non-existent for existences that are proficient in martial path. In martial path, 10 steps for one kill. The distance between us is less than 10 steps. Heavenly Venerate Hong smiled and said, Martial arts Emperor's wuxia explodes and kills people. The closer he is, the stronger his offensive power is. Even existences whose cultivation is more vigorous and their paths, skills, and divine arts are more brilliant than his will be killed by him when he is close to such a distance. If you cultivate with martial arts Emperor for a period of time, you will also know his abilities. But have you ever thought about it? He stood on the surface of the sea and was very close to Qin Mu, yet he had the bearing of a martial emperor. Back then, I was the one who helped founding emperor rise to prominence. The martial aura on Heavenly Venerate Hong's body became denser and denser. His martial primordial spirit and martial will were even denser than Qin Mu's. The entire founding emperor era could only last for 20,000 years under my protection. A terrifying aura emanated from Celestial Master Hong's fat body. It was a terrifying and despairing aura. During the founding emperor era, the 10 heavenly venerates did not care about the founding emperor heavenly court at all. After all, the founding emperor nation had never been able to occupy the origin world and rule over all the worlds in the universe. It posed a threat to the heavenly court. The founding emperor nation was only a small country in the lower realm that was supported by the heavenly duke. The greatest achievement of the founding emperor era was the achievement in the postnatal Great Tao. They had created 360 postnatal Great Tao, and if given time, they were enough to elevate these postnatal Great Tao to the same level as or even beyond the postnatal Great Tao. The martial path was one of them. The founding emperor's sword path was also one of them. The heavenly duke, as the actual protector of the founding emperor, certainly did not hide the achievements of the founding emperor era from him. In such a short distance you can't do anything. Celestial Master Hong's face was full of glory, and his aura was getting more and more desperate. He gave people the feeling that he was another martial emperor, another tea boiling, and even more oppressive than the martial Tao of tea boiling. There was also a terrifying will of sword Tao on his body, and its intensity was not inferior to that of the founding emperor. Heavenly Venerate Mu, back off now.
Heavenly Venerate Hong smiled.
The strongest divine body in this world isn't the bloodline of the heavenly emperor, but my bloodline, the body of Turin. You've seen Di Yanue and the ancestor God King. Do their spirit bodies make you envious? And Heavenly Duke who has jumped out of the shackles of Heavenly Tao will be even stronger than them. His confidence was like the blazing sun in the sky, strong and unexcelled. Qin Mu took in a long breath, and the vital qi in his body surged like a heavenly river, giving off a loud sound of crashing waves. Heavenly Venerate Hong raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, You must smash your head until it's bleeding before you're willing to turn back? Wang. Qin Mu's divine treasure domain spread out and spun crazily. A heavenly court leaped out, and 19 heavenly palaces intersected with each other. In his divine treasure domain, sword path domain and divine consciousness domain spread out and overlapped with the divine treasure domain. Qin Mu took a step forward. Heavenly Venerate Hong couldn't help becoming furious. The two of them were within such a short distance, but Qin Mu was determined to make a move, which made him furious. The heavens were furious, and corpses laid on the ground for tens of thousands of miles, bleeding profusely. Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure domain spread out, and at that moment, Heavenly Venerate Hong instantly felt the invasion of his divine consciousness domain. It was Supreme Emperor's supreme divine consciousness domain, which Qin Mu had mostly imitated. This domain could suppress the opponent's divine consciousness to the point that it could freeze their thoughts and create the illusion of time freezing. Supreme Emperor's supreme divine consciousness domain could even make Heavenly Venerate fall into this illusion of time freezing. Even though Qin Mu couldn't cultivate it to Supreme Emperor's level, the strength of his divine consciousness had already reached the Emperor's throne level. His sword domain erupted at the same time. Sword path domain and sword 20 strikes complemented each other. When his sword path domain spread out, a broken sword appeared in his hand, and it instantly recovered to its original state. This was founding Emperor's 33rd heavens of sword path, and when combined with his sword domain, it was invincible. His spirit embryo divine treasure domain was his true domain. All of his Tao and skills were used to create his divine treasure domain, and whether it was sword domain or supreme divine consciousness domain, they were only a part of it. Not only that, he could find all the heavenly saints in his divine treasure domain. There was Heavenly Duke Qinmu, Earth Count Qinmu, and Earth Mother Qinmu. All the orifices of his corporeal body burst forth with terrifying power at that instant. All the heavenly saints sat in all the orifices of his corporeal body, and there were nearly 2,000 imprints of ancient gods, allowing his corporeal body to rise to its peak. In his domain he was an invincible existence, the ruler of the universe. Qinmu made a bold move and all the great Tao united in his domain. All the power of the 19 heavenly palaces gathered together in his strike. At that moment the rulers of the 10,000 worlds on the surface of Jade Lake sensed the majestic power in Qinmu's body. They all looked over with astonishment and bewilderment. Everyone looked down on Qinmu even though he was the founder of the Heaven Alliance, even though he had the title of Heavenly Venerate, even though Qinmu was walking among the 10 heavenly venerates in the Heaven Court and had stirred up a storm. However, everyone knew that Qinmu was just a lucky brat who had received the favor of Heavenly Venerate Ling, and had coincidentally returned from Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art to the early years of Dragon Han. He had relied on his foresight and knowledge that was a million years ahead of the early years of Dragon Han to obtain the title of Heavenly Venerate. He had used the knowledge that was a million years ahead to shock the Dragon Han, and imparted the divine art on behalf of Heavenly Venerate Yu to beat Heavenly Venerate Hao up. However, back in the present era, Qinmu didn't have any earth-shattering battle achievements. He was just a person who had relied on his title of Heavenly Venerate to get a good reputation. Yet now the aura that Qinmu burst forth made people fear and respect him. Qinmu didn't have Emperor's might, and he hadn't cultivated to Emperor Throne Realm. His primordial spirit was only standing on the jade platform of his heavenly palace, but he had Tao might. The power of the great Tao on his body had even surpassed Emperor's might. His divine arts displayed boundless Tao charm, perfectly displaying the great Tao that he had cultivated. This Heavenly Venerate Mu, who had always been looked down upon by others, was making a move against Heavenly Venerate Hong. This was an incomparably arrogant move, an action that would defy the great condemnation of the world. However, the battle prowess that Qinmu displayed at this moment made all the rulers of the heavens tremble and be moved. Unknowingly, Qinmu's power had already surpassed all the rulers of the heavens, becoming an existence that surpassed them. Heavenly Venerate Hong's white hair fluttered in the wind as he allowed Qinmu's domain to crush him. However, no matter how exquisite Qinmu's great Tao domain was, it couldn't pull him into it or restrict him. He raised his palm and didn't use his strongest absolute art. He only used his martial path divine arts. He wanted to use his martial path to completely crush Qinmu, crush his spirit, crush his perseverance, crush his Tao heart, crush his pride, crush everything he wanted to protect. He also wanted to crush Qinmu's corporeal body, break his bones and tendons, make him lose all his face, and let him see reality clearly. This world didn't rely on ideals or passion. It didn't rely on hot blood to survive. This world was the world of heavenly Tao, the world of heavenly dukes, and his world. Only by following him, only by following the heavens, and only by relying on him, would Qinmu have a way to live. He could give Qinmu everything, and he could also strip him of everything. He threw a punch, and it was vast and imposing like the fist of heavenly Tao. It used supreme power to crush Qinmu's sword, crush his sword path, crush Qinmu's sword heart, and crush Qinmu's sword domain. Qinmu's 33rd heavens of sword path couldn't be executed in front of him at all. Qinmu's imitated Supreme Emperor's Supreme Divine Consciousness domain was like tofu in front of his simple and plain fist of heavenly Tao, unable to withstand a single blow. Qinmu's Divine Treasure domain was also like paper, shattered by his punch. Qinmu's corporeal body was also like a porcelain doll. In front of his punch, the imprints of nearly 2,000 ancient gods were destroyed one after another, and the heavenly palaces collapsed one after another. Xiandu, Yudu Primordial City, for extreme heavens, and all the worlds in Qin Mu's divine treasure were all shattered into ashes. Qin Mu's bones were broken, and his corporeal body was in a bloody mess. The primordial spirits in his heavenly palace also exploded. The ancestral court in his divine treasure was also crumbling. Heavenly Venerate Hong's power was too powerful. Even a simple punch was enough to destroy a strong practitioner of Emperor Throne level and destroy everything in the other party. Heavenly Venerate Mu, have you realized the reality? Heavenly Venerate Hong's majestic punch came in front of Qin Mu. The might of heaven was vast and mighty, pressing down on Qin Mu's body until it continuously exploded. The broken bones pierced through his flesh and skin, revealing an incomparably miserable sight. The power of his punch had yet to be fully unleashed. If the power of this punch was released, Qin Mu would probably explode on the spot and turn into ashes. He revealed a smile. He didn't want to completely destroy Qin Mu. He still needed Qin Mu. Qin Mu being alive was even more useful to him. At that moment, Qin Mu raised a finger and tapped on his fist. Bah! Qin Mu's finger exploded and turned into blood mist. Heavenly Venerate Hong couldn't help becoming furious. Qin Mu's finger was a divine art, making him feel like he was falling rapidly. He saw strange mountains that were as sharp as thorns all around him. That was Ninetales stage. A piercing pain came from him, and he chased after the deepest part of Ninetales stage. In an instant he fell into the 9th hell of Ninetales stage. He raised his head to look and saw the sky that was like the mouth of a well. It was the 25th heaven of the divine art, and 9 hell heart-locking path had existed for a long time. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, yet you still dare to cast your divine art at me. The power in Heavenly Venerate Hong's fist completely erupted, and the phenomenon of 9 hell stage instantly exploded. He escaped from the 9 hell stage. Qin Mu's corporeal body exploded in the power of his punch and turned into ashes. In the next moment, Qin Mu's corporeal body recovered. His divine treasures, heavenly palace, primordial spirit, cultivation, divine sense, and everything else returned to normal. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you should be convinced now, right? Heavenly Venerate Hong restrained his anger and asked with a smile. Qin Mu was expressionless. He brushed past him and walked past him. His aura didn't even collide with him. Heavenly Venerate Hong was stunned, but when he turned back, he only saw Qin Mu's back. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Hong lowered his head to look at the reflection of 9 prison platforms on the surface of Jade Sea. He saw the lowest level of 9 prison platforms, and he was standing at a square inch while raising his head to look up. Even though he had destroyed Qin Mu and crushed everything about him, he hadn't broken Qin Mu's divine art. Prison Lock Dao Heart. Even though he had escaped from the eternal existence of 9 prison lock heart Dao, his Dao heart had fallen into prison and hadn't escaped. Heavenly Venerate Mu's divine art establishing Dao wasn't a lie. What divine art is this? Heavenly Venerate Hong was somewhat at a loss. He tried to use his Dao heart to break 9 prison heart lock, but as his Dao heart moved, he could feel countless spikes growing crazily in 9 prison stage, making it impossible for his Dao heart to escape. His Dao heart felt a piercing pain. Qin Mu's 9 prison heart lock Dao had existed for a long time and couldn't lock his cultivation, but it did lock his Dao heart. His cultivation was too strong, and even the real 9 prison platforms couldn't do anything to him, let alone Qin Mu's divine art that was born from the 9 prison platforms on the back of the ancestral court. However, the divine art of 9 prison heart-locking path didn't target his cultivation, but locked his Dao heart. Even though the effect of Dao heart on a person's body wasn't as strong as his cultivation, it was still extremely important. The system of divine treasures Heavenly Palace was to raise cultivation and magic power. It focused on strength, so Dao heart wasn't important to strength. However, founding emperor had taken a different path and created the system of Dao realm. Apart from comprehending the great Dao, the improvement of Dao realm also had a crucial effect on Dao heart. The person with the strongest Dao heart in the world was founding emperor, which was why he was able to stand on equal footing with 10 heavenly venerables at the 34th heavens of Dao realm. Qin Mu had locked down heavenly venerables Hong's Dao heart, which also meant that heavenly venerables Hong's advancement in Dao realm had been locked. There was no longer any possibility of him entering Dao realm. Only when his comprehension in heavenly Tao reached the 24th heavens of Tao realm would he be able to break through Qin Mu's lock on his Tao heart. However, even though Heavenly Venerate Hong was the protector of Founding Emperor era, and had absorbed the fruits of Founding Emperor era, he still didn't know much about the relationship between Tao heart and Tao realm. He didn't know what it meant for his Tao heart to be locked down by Qin Mu. After all, the Tao realm system was only at the initial stage, and no one had truly reached Tao realm great perfection yet. Qin Mu's 9-prison heart-locking path was also a great divine art that had just been created, and it was the first time it had been exposed to the world. Apart from his Tao heart being locked, he didn't feel anything wrong with himself, nor did he feel himself being weakened. This kind of weakening was built on the foundation of his Tao heart, so he couldn't feel it now. However, if Heavenly Venerate Hong was injured and his cultivation was damaged, he would feel that his vital qi, divine consciousness, primordial spirit, and corporeal body had been locked up because of his Tao heart. Even the great Tao he had cultivated would be locked up and he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak condition. If he wasn't injured, then everything would be fine. It would just be Qin Mu locking down his Tao heart. But as long as he was injured, he would never be able to recover. This was the power of Qin Mu's great divine art on the 25th heavenly heavens of Tao realm. Why did Heavenly Venerate Mu get angry with Heavenly Venerate Hong? Yun Chuxiu walked over, and the girl's 2 braids swayed back and forth again. She smiled and said, "That old thing has always been a good person, so how did you offend him?" Qin Mu suddenly bled out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Yun Chuxiu jumped in shock and cried out, "You didn't seem to have any serious injuries just now, and you were able to be reborn even after being shattered. Why do you suddenly look like you're about to die? You're the one who's about to die." Qin Mu snorted coldly. "I was injured by Heavenly Venerate Hong. Even though my corporeal body and primordial spirit had recovered, his divine arts were too strong, and he left some Tao injuries for me. From time to time, they would damage my corporeal body and primordial spirit," he said indifferently. "However, it's fine. I've cultivated the Heavenly Palace of Healing Path, so this little Tao injury won't be a problem for me." Yun Chuxiu saw 2 streams of blood flowing down his ears and 2 streams of blood tears flowing down his eyes. 2 streams of blood also flowed down his nostrils, and he secretly looked at his lower body. Qin Mu was furious. "Where are you looking?" Yun Chuxiu immediately smiled. "I'm looking to see if there's any blood flowing down there, but unfortunately, there's none." Qin Mu snorted and said, "Why are you here with this clone? For the summit of the Heaven Alliance you should at least use your Prime Minister's corporeal body, right? Otherwise it would be too undignified. You should have taken back your Prime Minister's corporeal body, right?" "Of course I took it back," Yun Chuxiu said indifferently. "You made Heavenly Venerate you scheme against me and used my corporeal body to threaten me, forcing me to have no choice but to repair the divine weapon in Earth Count's hands, Heavenly Venerate Royal. If I didn't take back my corporeal body, eternal peace would already be a dead man. Didn't you set me up as well? Heavenly Venerate Gong, Divine Emperor Lang Xian, and Heavenly Consort Gao all went to look for me and nearly skinned me." Qin Mu executed Medicine Path Heavenly Palace to suppress his Tao injuries and slowly heal them. Even though his Tao injuries were serious, Celestial Master Hong hadn't used his full strength to spare his life, so Medicine Path Heavenly Palace could still heal him. Ever since Apothecary had displayed the strength of Medicine Path Heavenly Palace and executed Medicine Path to heal Celestial Master Yu, Qin Mu's attainments in Medicine Path had also improved day by day. Apothecary's Path of Medicine and Heavenly Palace of Medicine Path were truly exquisite and mystical. Even the Path of Creation couldn't compare to them. Yun Chuxiu sighed. "I can't use my Prime Minister's corporeal body to attend this meeting," she said resentfully. "I can't directly use Shirchilua either. Otherwise, if 10 Heavenly Venerate harbors ill intentions, wouldn't I lose my corporeal body and lose my life? Therefore, I'll use this body to attend the meeting first. When everything is confirmed, it won't be too late for me to appear." The 2 of them walked into the Jade Lake small building. Qin Mu no longer bled from his 7 orifices and his injuries had slightly recovered. However, his face was still slightly sallow. He sighed ruefully. "Back then, I was here to beat your son Heavenly Venerate Hao. It started from the other palace hall in front." Yun Chuxiu recalled the past and sighed ruefully. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him. Your abilities are too weak, so if I killed him, there wouldn't be any future matters. Qinmu said angrily. Wasn't it you who stopped me at that time? Yun Chuxiu immediately pleaded for mercy. At that time, it was my first time giving birth and I was very protective of my son. Seeing you being so brave and actually injuring my son, I was naturally very nervous. You were especially fierce back then, causing the young lady's heart to turn into a young lady's heart. Qinmu was speechless. This little girl always didn't speak the truth. Of course, listening to this little girl speak sweet words was much more comfortable than listening to Shirchilua speak sweet words. The two of them walked past the hall of the other palace and came to the front of Hall of Heavenly Venerate. Yun Chuxiu was a little nervous and tugged at his sleeve. Qinmu hurriedly struggled free. Madame Yuanmu was an eccentric ancient god, so nothing she said or even her expression could be trusted. When this woman is ruthless, she even lies to herself. She's not nervous at all, she's just pretending to be like this. The two of them walked into the hall and saw 8 heavenly venerables. Hao Hua, Su Lang, Ancestor, Gong, Chang and Yin had already arrived. They took their seats and were divided into 2 rows. In the middle, there were 5 futons which should represent the 5 people who had created Heaven Alliance. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven sat in the first seat on the left while the first seat on the right was empty. It was probably Heavenly Venerate Xiao's seat. Even though Heavenly Venerate Xiao had been exiled, he was still one of the leaders of the 10 Heavenly Venerates. Pairs of gazes instantly landed on Qinmu and Yun Chuxiu. Qinmu smiled slightly and walked toward the 5 futons on the main seat. Stay here. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze moved away from Yun Chuxiu and landed on Qinmu. He said indifferently, Heavenly Venerate Mu, many fellow Taoists have proposed to let you enter our circle of power, so it's not convenient for me to object. As long as you sit on the main seat, you will be one of us. Our interests will also be split with you. You will also have a share in the back of the ancestral court and the ancestral court. However, since you don't have much contribution, you will be the scapegoat for all of Heaven Alliance in the future. You have to think it over carefully. Qinmu laughed loudly and continued to walk towards the futon on the main seat. What you said isn't wrong. My abilities are weak, so if I don't take the blame, I indeed don't have the qualifications to share the benefits with all of you. I'll take the blame for Heaven Alliance. He came to the futon in the middle of the 5 futons and shook his clothes before sitting down. The vertical eye between his brows opened, and he looked at each of the heavenly venerates sitting there. Celestial Master Hong walked over and sat on his futon. He smiled and said, Celestial Master Mu is fast. After all, he is a young man. He is agile. Celestial Master Hao said in a deep voice, Since fellow Taoist Hong is here, the meeting of the Heaven Alliance can begin. Celestial Master Xiao is not here, and we have a new member, Shirchilua of the Heavenly Palace. He has great talent and great ambition. His cultivation base is not weaker than ours, so he can join the meeting. What do you all think? Yun Chuxiu stood in the center of the hall, and there were 9 celestial masters on both sides. They all looked at Yun Chuxiu. Celestial Master Fire sneered. What kind of ability does Madame Yuanmu have to be qualified to enter the Celestial Master's seat? Celestial Master Hong coughed and said, We 10 Celestial Masters don't ask about our origins. If we ask about our origins, I'm afraid we can't gather a force that can change the world. Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his eyebrows and snorted. I'm the first one who disagrees when the ancient god enters the ranks of Heavenly Venerates. Heavenly Venerate Hao said, Yuanmu is my mother. Please forgive me. Heavenly Venerate Fire hesitated for a moment and bowed slightly, saying, I was rash. Since Madame Yuanmu is already dead, she is no longer the ancient god. Dao Brother Shirchilua, I have always been rude and have offended you. Please forgive me. The Ancestor God King glanced at Yun Chuxiu. Heavenly Venerate Fire calls Shirchilua Dao Brother. I don't dare to agree, he said indifferently. Madame Yuanmu died at the hands of Heavenly Venerate Ling, and turned into Shirchilua. Shirchilua's age is younger than us, so how much cultivation can he have? Heavenly Venerate 10 wasn't someone who could enter just because of a poor household. Letting Heavenly Venerate Mu enter was already an exception and couldn't be made again. Heavenly Venerate Mu, I have a straightforward personality, so I'm not going against you. Qinmu smiled and said leisurely, I know you have a straightforward personality, so I won't take it to heart. I'm also curious about what ability Shurchilua has. Yun Chushio looked around and suddenly giggled. My cultivation naturally can't compare to all of you, but I have 3 divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal, so can I be ranked as a Heavenly Venerate? The moment she said that, everyone's expressions changed. Madame Yuanmu had turned into Shurchilua and controlled Father Heavenly Palace. All these years, she had probably cut corners and saved countless divine materials to forge 3 divine weapons for herself. Father Heavenly Palace was responsible for building all the divine weapons, ships, and even the manufacture of heavenly palaces. Even if Heavenly Venerates wanted to refine them, they had to let Father Heavenly Palace manufacture them in the early stages. All these years, Heavenly Venerate Creator Heavenly Palace had even more astonishing wealth. They had given the task of forging the divine weapons, ships, and bridges of spirit energy to eternal peace and lowered the price to a very low level. However, the price they offered to Heavenly Palace had to be doubled. All the Heavenly Venerates knew that Shurchilua was greedy, but they didn't expect him to be so greedy. He had even used the treasures he had obtained to create 3 divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal. What was even more terrifying was that he had only said that he had 3 divine artifacts, Heavenly Venerate Defensive. No one knew how many he had created. The Ancestor God King suddenly laughed loudly. I have no objections to Shurchilua's position as a Heavenly Venerate. The other Heavenly Venerates also nodded and said, no objections. Heavenly Venerate Vast looked at Qinmu and asked solemnly, then what does Alliance Master think? Qinmu smiled slightly and nodded. Heavenly Venerate Sure, please take a seat. Yun Chushio bowed and took a seat. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said, Heavenly Venerate Sure can get a share of the benefits in the ancestral court. Heavenly Venerate Sure can also get a share of the benefits on the back of the ancestral court. What do all of you have to say about Long Shao and the primordial behemoth? In the hall, all the Heavenly Venerates revealed playful smiles. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven coughed and said solemnly, Alliance Master was the one who spread the news about the beast world. What does Alliance Master think?
Qinmu smiled.
This matter is extremely good. If we let the behemoth stay on the back of the ancestral court, the ones who will get the greatest benefits will only be those with strong divine senses. Therefore, it's better to establish the beast world and impart summoning divine arts. The beast world is feasible, Heavenly Venerate Gong said with a smile. Alliance Master is indeed wise. I also feel that the beast world is feasible. Everyone sighed in admiration. Feasible, feasible. Qinmu asked again. Is it feasible for Long Shao to be the master of the beast world? Celestial Emperor Hong said. The beast world needs to be taken care of by the sacred ones and is impartial. If Long Shao can do it, there's no harm in letting him become the master of the beast world. The other Heavenly Venerates all nodded, and Heavenly Venerate Fire said, Long Shao is unruly and difficult to tame. Even though he knows that Heavenly Venerate is powerful, he might not be willing to be used by us.
Qinmu smiled.
Long Shao, come out. The void behind him suddenly split open, and 9 huge dragon heads appeared. Long Zhao's 18 eyes opened, and they were incomparably bright, illuminating the Hall of Heavenly Venerate. Archaic Divine King Long Shao greets all the Celestial Masters, greets the leader of the Heaven Alliance. In Hall of Heavenly Venerables, all the Heavenly Venerables were astonished. Long Shao had actually been by Qinmu's side the whole time and had followed him into Hall of Heavenly Venerables. Yet none of them had noticed that this Long Shao indeed had some ability. Heavenly Venerate Hong's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered how Qinmu had attacked him on Jade Lake. It was obvious that Long Shao had been hiding beside Qinmu at that time. In other words, if Long Shao had attacked him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Even though the abilities Long Shao had cultivated had fallen behind by 1,000,000 years, his cultivation was still there. If he had succeeded in his sneak attack, he would definitely not have been able to have a good time. Qinmu held a high position and took in the expressions of all the Celestial Masters. He couldn't help feeling that there were still some benefits to sitting on the throne of the Alliance Master. His position was the highest, and he could see the expressions of all 10 Heavenly Venerates at a glance. He had a feeling that everything was under his control. Of course, he couldn't control the entire situation at the moment, but he could already be a chess player and play chess with all the heavenly venerates. Long Xiao was brought here by him, and he had to be brought here. The matter of the beast world was extremely huge, and if Long Xiao wasn't present, the heavenly venerates wouldn't be at ease, so Long Xiao had to express his stance personally. The other point was that he had brought Long Xiao here as a protective talisman. After all, Long Xiao had promised him 3 things. If he really encountered danger that Qin Mu couldn't solve, Long Xiao could still protect him. Furthermore, Long Xiao had come with him in order to strengthen his reputation. Dao brother Long Xiao, do you have any objections regarding the matter of the beast world? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven asked. Long Xiao lowered his 9 heads and greeted all the heavenly venerates. However, with the arrangements of all the heavenly venerates, I will definitely do my best to carry it out. I won't dare to go against any of them. His words were also a trick. He took this opportunity to make it clear to all the heavenly venerates that he wasn't Qin Mu's faction, but the faction of the 10 heavenly venerates. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven nodded his head lightly. The back of the ancestral court is of great importance, so it's not suitable for the huge primordial beasts to live there. The few of us heavenly venerates will work together to open up the back of the myriad worlds in the heavens, and let you and the huge primordial beasts live there. There's also a rule to be made, which is to summon the huge beasts and return them to the beast world. Everyone nodded. Long Xiao's 9 heads looked around and immediately sensed the power of everyone in Heavenly Venerate Hall. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven is the bull's ear among the celestial venerables, so he's basically the one who speaks. Everyone either agrees or disagrees, but there's hardly anyone who disagrees with him. He's the one who holds real power among the celestial venerables. After Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven spoke, he looked at Qin Mu and asked, "What does Alliance Master think?"
Qin Mu smiled.
"This matter is naturally excellent. I don't have any objections." Long Xiao thought to himself, as for Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, the Alliance Master of Heavenly Alliance, he's just a decoration. He's just a facade, but in reality he doesn't have the power to make decisions.
Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven nodded.
Since Alliance Master has nodded, we'll do it. Heavenly Venerate was suddenly said in a deep voice. And today, the Crown Prince of Mingya of the Heavenly Court rebelled and had the intention to rebel. He defected to Xiaowuqi and joined forces with Saint King Qiren of Hades Heaven to plot against the Heavenly Court. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor doesn't deal with government affairs, so the Heavenly Court cannot lose the Crown Prince for a day. In my opinion, we should establish the Crown Prince as soon as possible. As soon as he said this, the Divine Emperor Langxian and the Ancestor God King nodded in agreement and said, "If His Majesty doesn't do anything, the Crown Prince can only do things. We should establish the Crown Prince as soon as possible to appease the morale of the army and the people." Heavenly Venerate Fire said in a clear voice, "I guarantee that Heavenly Venerate Hao will be the Crown Prince." Heavenly Venerate Hao was an elder of the Heaven Alliance. He was a Heavenly Venerate in the early years of the Long Han dynasty, and had contributed to the country. Furthermore, he was the eldest son of His Majesty. It would be unfair for him to become the Crown Prince of the Heaven Court. Divine Emperor Langxian and the Ancestral God King nodded and said, "It is indeed unfair for Heavenly Venerate Hao to be the Crown Prince. However, he can only do such things in times of emergency. I can only make things difficult for Brother Hao." Heavenly Venerate Hao shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the other fellow Taoists won't agree. What does Heavenly Venerate Hong think?" Heavenly Venerate Hong's face was filled with glory as he chuckled and said, "I naturally agree with both my hands." Heavenly Venerate Hao then looked at Concubine Chong Tian, Concubine Yen Tian, and the others. Concubine Chong Tian said with a smile, "Previously, Mingya was the Crown Prince. Now, Heavenly Venerate Hao is the Crown Prince. I'm afraid that the seniority is a little inappropriate, right?" As soon as she said this, the hall immediately quieted down. Everyone in the hall, except Long Xiao, knew that the Crown Prince of Mingya was the son of Heavenly Venerate Haotian. Mingya was stripped of his Crown Prince position, and his father became the Crown Prince. It was indeed unethical. Heavenly Venerate Haotian gave Concubine Chong Tian a deep look and said indifferently, "Consort Tian, you seem to be implying something. Why don't you explain it clearly?" Concubine Chang Tian immediately smiled and said, I'm a dumb person. I just said it casually. Heavenly Venerate Haotian, don't take it to heart. I agree with Heavenly Venerate Haotian being the crown prince. Heavenly Lord Haotian snorted lightly and said, What does Lady Yan Tian think? Lady Yan Tian's beautiful eyes flickered and she smiled and said, It seems that those who sit on the crown prince's seat will not have a good ending. I'm a little worried about Heavenly Lord Haotian. She was implying something. In fact, she was talking about Heavenly Lord Haotian's design, which forced her son Xia Wuqi to do the opposite, although it was the Heavenly Emperor who sent Xia Wuqi to Hades back then. In reality, it was Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven who had played a very disgraceful role.
Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled.
Thank you for your advice, Your Highness. Heavenly Venerate Gong. Heavenly Venerate Void. Heavenly Venerate Sure. Do the three of you have any objections? Heavenly Venerate Void shook his head. Yun Chuxiu cheered and raised both hands in agreement. Heavenly Venerate Gong took a look at Divine Emperor Langxian and shook his head slowly. I have no objections. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven looked at Qin Mu again. What does Alliance Master think? Qin Mu was full of smiles. This matter is naturally extremely good. I have no objections. Long Xiao thought to himself, Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed a decoration. However, from the performance of the 10 Heavenly Venerates, there seemed to be a gap between them, but they were split into two camps. Hao Fire Lang Ancestor and Su were one faction while Hong Gong Yen and Chong were one faction. They should be on the same side as Heavenly Venerate Xiao, who hadn't appeared yet. Celestial Master Yun Chuxiu was a fence-sitter. Celestial Master Hao sighed. Since everyone is so kind, I will not decline. The fourth thing was to crusade against the Heavenly Duke. The Heavenly Duke, the divine born by the Heavenly Tao, allowed the Earth Mother Yuan Jun to wreak havoc. He massacred millions of gods and devils in Xuandu. It was a heinous crime. Celestial Master Hu said coldly, The Heavenly Duke is responsible for monitoring the operation of the heavens. However, there are many disasters in the heavens today. The Heavenly Duke turned a blind eye to them. He is not worthy of being the Heavenly Duke. He should be killed. The Ancestor God King gritted his teeth and said, Even though that old scoundrel is my father, I abhor evil as if it was an enmity. I should be righteous and destroy my family. The Heavenly Venerates recounted the sins of the Heavenly Venerate one after another. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven looked at Qin Mu and asked, What does Alliance Master think? This is naturally the best, I have no objections, Qin Mu said with a smile. Behind him, Long Xiao rolled his eyes and thought to himself, As expected, it's still the same sentence. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said, In that case, tomorrow at the Assembly of Heavenly Alliance, Alliance Master will announce to the world that we will raise the banner of rebellion and crusade against the Heavenly Duke. Qin Mu probed. In that case, this demand for punishment. We have already drafted it for Alliance Master. The Ancestor God King sent the demand for punishment to the Heavenly Duke and said, Alliance Master only needs to recite it at the Assembly of Heavenly Alliance. You have to take the blame firmly and firmly. You cannot drop it. Qin Mu took a look at the decree and saw the crimes of the Heavenly Duke on it. The words were intense and had the effect of inciting the hearts of the people. Qin Mu put away the decree and smiled. This is naturally extremely good. Below, the 10 Heavenly Venerates looked at each other. Heavenly Venerate Vast smiled and said, Since the matter has been settled, let's go our separate ways and prepare for the Assembly of Heavenly Alliance tomorrow. Everyone got up and bowed to Qin Mu before turning into flowing lights and leaving. Only Qin Mu, Long Xiao, Yun Chuxiu, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven were left in the hall. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven shot a glance at Yun Chuxiu and Long Xiao. Yun Chuxiu jumped and left while Long Xiao also hid and disappeared. Qin Mu stood up and walked down from his high position. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven turned around and walked out of the hall. When he came to the front of the hall, he stopped, and Qin Mu came to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two of them looked forward. Jade Ocean rippled, and the island was filled with rulers from all the heavens. There were many of them and people came and went. It was bustling with activity. All the heroes of the world are here. Heavenly Venerate Hao placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the place. This scene is similar to the Jade Lake banquet in the early years of Dragon Han. he said indifferently. But back then, it was the magnates who suppressed the chaos of the creators and began to divide the benefits and wealth. The Jade Lake banquet was just a gathering of the postnatal beings and demigods. To the magnates back then, it was insignificant and wasn't taken to heart. Qin Mu continued. And now the banquet on the Jade Lake is the one that decides the fate of the world. As for the heavenly court, it has already become an empty shell. Heavenly Venerate Vast smile. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Have you ever thought that I was the one who caused all of this? How many enemies have I defeated in my life? The powerful ones like Xia Wuqi, Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Cloud, Heavenly Venerate Moon, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and Supreme Emperor were all defeated by me. Even someone as powerful as Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Qin could only hide here and there. The 4 emperors of Ancient God only dared to hide in a corner. When I wanted them to die, they wouldn't be able to live for another 2 hours. And now, the heroic emotion surged in his chest. I've started to execute Heavenly Duke, get rid of Earth Count, and wipe out the Creator, achieving true unity. In history, which emperor could achieve such a feat? Could he have a great achievement that was on par with me? He didn't wait for Qin Mu's reply. Supreme Emperor couldn't do it. Supreme Emperor was cruel, and there were 3 kings dividing the territory, so he couldn't achieve true unification. My father, Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, couldn't do it either. He was too soft-hearted, so he divided the power and handed it over to Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, Earth Mother, and the other gods. If Heavenly Venerate Yun couldn't do it, he couldn't even unify the origin world. Red Emperor, Bright Emperor, the previous High Emperors, and even Founding Emperor, their achievements were all useless. They weren't even fit to carry my shoes. The only one who can do all of this is me. Celestial Master Mu. Only I can subdue ambitious people like you and become the true ruler of the world, the wise ruler. He was full of pride. I know that there are many competitors among the 10 celestial masters. They came from an ancient era and each of them has their own thoughts and ulterior motives. However, they have too many thoughts and ulterior motives, and they have lost the spirit of an overlord. This is where they are inferior to me. Even if you are as cunning as you are, aren't you still obediently arranged by me? Qin Mu revealed a smile and asked, what if Heavenly Venerate Imperial is still alive? Will he do better than you? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head and his expression turned cold. There are no ifs, he said coldly. There are no ifs. He's too sharp and doesn't know how to hide. If I were Father Emperor, I would also kill him. Heavenly Venerate Mu, what makes you more brilliant than Heavenly Venerate Imperial is that you know how to take things step by step, scheming step by step, infiltrating the center of power of the Heavenly Court step by step. But as long as you come in, you can only be with us and become us. Qin Mu fell silent. After a long while he asked, what if I don't become you? Then you will have nothing. Heavenly Emperor Hao said coldly, you will die, your eternal peace will be destroyed, and everything you have will cease to exist. After you die, you will still have to bear the blame. Every time the people of the future mention your name, they will curse you. He revealed a hint of a smile. You aren't my opponent, he said leisurely. My opponent was only Heavenly Emperor back then. It's a pity that he was defeated from the start and died. You will see me getting rid of strong enemies. You will see me ruling the world. You will see the scene of 10,000 worlds submitting and kowtowing to me. He walked down the stone steps of Heavenly Venerate Hall. Fire Su Lang, Ancestor Gong Chang Shao Hong, Yan Shi, they are all not my opponents. In the future you will see them either submit or die. If you don't submit, you will be the same. How? Qin Mu called out to him. Heavenly Venerate Hao stopped, and Qin Mu stood on the stage with a smile. I rebelled against you not for ambition, but for the human race and for ideals. As invincible as you are, wouldn't you be lonely if you didn't have an opponent? Heavenly Venerate Hao turned around, and his gaze landed on his face. Qin Mu revealed a radiant smile. I'll be your opponent. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was stunned, and he laughed loudly before turning around to leave. There's no need. If you dare to rebel against me, I'll kill you. Heavenly Venerate Hao's confidence is getting stronger and stronger. The smile on Qin Mu's face didn't fade. Looks like Taisu had a great influence on him, reigniting his confidence. He had Taisu's help, so he was confident that he could defeat others and obtain the final victory. Qinmu didn't understand how Taisu had helped him, but from what Taisu had done, Heavenly Venerate How should have paid a huge price. Supreme Beginning, you are also an ancient god, and Taisu is also an ancient god. Look at Taisu's actions and then look at yours. Qinmu woke up the egg of Supreme Beginning in his divine treasure and said bitterly, you only know how to refine that broken stone every day. When will you be able to help me like how Taisu helped Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven? Why don't you look at Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven first and then look at you? One sentence from Taishu almost suffocated Qinmu to death. Taisu came into the world ahead of time, he said in a muffled voice. Her ability ends here while I'm still growing. In the future, I'll definitely be much more powerful than her. Furthermore, Taisu helped Heavenly Venerate in order to control him. Look at how confident Heavenly Venerate is now, but in reality, he has already gradually fallen into Taisu's control. In the future, he will probably regret it too much. Qinmu's heart moved slightly and he asked, how does Taisu control Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven? Taisu responds to every request. She can rebuild Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's heavenly palace and help Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven become the first person to cultivate it. She can even give him the treasure he wants. I've talked to Taisu about their powers before, and I know that she has a supreme treasure with great power. This treasure can transform into any other treasure, and it has many changes, Taishu said. However, all of this came at a price. Not only that, by borrowing the power of Taisu, you will slowly become addicted and be controlled by Taisu. Qinmu's hair stood on end. Back then, he had also obtained the supreme treasure of Taisu and felt the invasion of his Tao heart. The reason why the Azure Heaven Glazed building could become the #1 supreme treasure was because of the supreme treasure of Taisu. The supreme treasure of Taisu can be transformed into any treasure, and there are so many changes. Qinmu suddenly remembered the primordial chaos qi he had seen when he had used his divine consciousness to invade the egg of Taisu. There were all kinds of strange phenomena of the supreme treasures. Back then he had seen the bell that had imprinted all forms of heaven and earth, the huge cauldron that was carried by the earth qi. The wall of the cauldron had imprinted gods and living beings, and there was also a bright mirror that shone on the greater world. Can this supreme treasure turn into a divine weapon of creation? Qinmu suddenly asked. Taishu was slightly stunned. Of course it can. The corners of Qinmu's eyes twitched, and he finally knew where the confidence of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, came from. It was the supreme treasure of Goddess Taisu that could turn into a divine weapon of creation, and create a divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal. Not only could he create a divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, he could even create the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Duke, and Earth Count. This was the source of Heavenly Venerate Vast's confidence. The person who had the most divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, was probably not Shi Qilua, but him. If I had such a divine weapon. Qinmu was extremely envious, and he suddenly came to a realization. He probed. Does Heavenly Emperor's Absolute Beginning have an accompanying divine weapon? Heavenly Emperor's Absolute Beginning also has its accompanying supreme treasure, but when he was still the adopted son of Supreme Emperor in the past, Supreme Emperor took that treasure away. I wonder if he took it back later. Qinmu blinked his eyes and asked carelessly, then does Taoist Brother Tai also have such a treasure? Logically speaking, he should have. When Taishu said this, he suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly changed his words. Taoist Brother Tai has long transcended, so whether he has a supreme treasure isn't something I can know. In any case, I don't. Then Taoist Brother Taishu, what's your supreme treasure? Qinmu cut him off and asked. Taishu immediately smiled. I really don't have it. Stop spouting nonsense. If I had such a treasure, would I still be trapped in this eggshell? I would have long been free and unfettered. The reason why you didn't open the eggshell is because you still want to stay in the egg and wait for me to find more divine stones to digest vital fluid for you. Qinmu said seriously. What's Taoist Brother's supreme treasure? Why don't you take it out and let me open my eyes? No. Taisher said angrily. I haven't been born yet. Even if I had it, I wouldn't be able to take it out for you to see. Don't try to scheme against me. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. He smiled and said, as expected, it's hidden in an egg? The path of Taisher had a form but no substance. To you, the eggshell also had a form but no substance. Most of your treasures also had a form but no substance. Since that's the case, why don't you give it to me to broaden my horizons? Primordial Beginning said angrily. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. If you take it out, can you return it to me? I'm not a 3-year-old child. Qin Mu laughed loudly and thought to himself, there really is. I wonder what form this stingy ancient god's supreme treasure is in. He became more and more curious, but it was a pity that Primordial Beginning knew him very well, and had made up his mind not to let him see his supreme treasure. Qin Mu could only give up. On the second day, the meeting of Heaven Alliance finally officially began. All the saints of the myriad worlds gathered together, and divine light shot up into the sky. All kinds of treasures appeared, and everyone's primordial spirits rose into the sky. Heavenly palaces hung high in the sky, and their primordial spirits stood on them. The cultivation of all the gods of different sizes had their own strengths and weaknesses. Their primordial spirits were either standing in front of soaring heaven's hall, or in Jade Capital City, and their primordial spirits were also strange, corresponding to the spirit bodies of all races. Different from Eternal Peace's 4 spirit bodies, their spirit bodies had all kinds of forms. Some were in the form of ancient gods, while others were in the form of devil gods. The gods of all heavens flew up and sat down in the air. Countless heavenly palaces connected together like the most spectacular heavenly court. Even the real heavenly court seemed tiny at this moment. Even the grand occasion of heavenly court in the era of Long Han couldn't compare to the grand scene today. Back then, the leader of the Dragon Han heavenly court was an ancient god, and there were less than 300 ancient gods of various sizes, less than 400 of them. Moreover, the strength of the ancient gods back then was less than that of the current rulers of the heavens. Even the weakest rulers of the heavens were much stronger than the low-level ancient gods back then. However, on this vast and boundless heavenly palace, 4 emperors and 4 heavenly masters flew over and sat down. A heavenly palace appeared behind their heads, and more or less there were 3 to 5 heavenly palaces. There were also 5 emperor seats, 5 emperor seats, left and right junior ministers, left and right junior ministers, left and right senior ministers, left and right junior ministers, left and right senior 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 ministers, left senior ministers, right senior ministers, left senior ministers, left senior ministers, right senior ministers, left senior ministers, right senior ministers. Take your seats. For a time the temple of the people and linked into a piece into the second heaven. Another Tao ancestor and Brahma flew over, and took their seats in the second heavenly court. As soon as the Tao ancestor and Buddha took their seats, their respective heavenly palaces bloomed. Each of them had more than 10 heavenly palaces and their expressions were solemn. They were the most ancient members of the Heaven Alliance. Suddenly, all the saints said in unison, "Please welcome the Celestial Master of the Heaven Alliance, the Supreme Tao Awareness and the Demon Grand Sage, Celestial Master Hong." Celestial Master Hong had white hair, white eyebrows and white beard. He stood on the head of the green bird. The green bird flapped its wings and flew over. Celestial Master Hong landed on the second heavenly court. The Tao ancestor and Great Brahma stood up and greeted him hurriedly. Celestial Master Hong nodded slightly and sat down. All the saints chanted loudly, "Celestial Master Hong, we welcome you. Celestial Master of the Mother Palace." The heavenly venerate of the palace walked over, and entered the second heavenly court. The Tao ancestor and the Brahma heavenly venerate greeted each other. The heavenly venerate of the palace nodded and sat down. "Please welcome the heavenly venerate of the Heaven Alliance, the divine son of the heavenly duke, the ancestor of the celestial race, the great sage ancestor, the godly king. Please welcome the heavenly venerate of the Heaven Alliance, the heavenly venerate of the dragon and fire, the heavenly venerate of the celestial race." Please welcome the Heavenly Venerate of the Heaven Alliance, the Goddess of Earth Count, the ancestor of the demon race, the Heavenly Venerate of Void. Please welcome the Heavenly Venerate of the Heaven Alliance, the adoptive mother of the heavens, and the mother of the world, Concubine Yin Tian. Please welcome the Heavenly Venerate of the Heaven Alliance, the Heavenly Tao Mother of the Heavens, Concubine Qing Tian. Please welcome the Heavenly Venerate of the Heaven Alliance, the Holy Emperor of the Divine Saints, and the Origin Extreme Ancestor, Divine Emperor Lang Xian. The Ancestor God King Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Void, Concubine Yin Tian, Concubine Qing Tian, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian all sat down. Suddenly, the Eastern Divine Light filled the sky and covered the heaven court like clouds. The heavenly saints, the four monarchs, the four heavenly masters, and the other important ministers of the heaven court stood up and said in unison, I respectfully invite the Heavenly Alliance Holy Man, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Man, the Heavenly Golden Palace Holy Man, the Supreme Holy King, the Heavenly Holy Man. The Heavenly Holy Man walked over with a myriad of strange phenomena. The Tao ancestors, Buddha, and the other heavenly venerates stood up and greeted him. The Heavenly Holy Man walked towards the boundless divine light and nodded slightly. Tao ancestor, Buddha, and the other heavenly venerables waited for him to sit down before taking their seats. They heard the saints of the heavens speak in unison, and they said loudly, We respectfully invite the chief of the Heavenly Alliance, Sacred King Mu. Qin Mu walked over, and the other heavenly venerables and Tao ancestors also stood up to greet him. Qin Mu nodded lightly and gestured for everyone to take their seats. Everyone waited for him to take his seat before taking their seats. Another golden-armored god rushed over and opened the golden board with a whoosh. He said loudly, His Majesty has heard about the meeting of the Heavenly Alliance, and all the heavenly saints and heavenly venerates have come to thank the heavenly venerates for their great contributions, so he has issued an edict to praise them. All the heavenly venerates looked at Qin Mu, who was sitting on the leader's seat. He raised his hand and said, Read. The golden-armored god hurriedly touched the ground with one knee and half knelt as he read the Heavenly Emperor's decree loudly. When he finished reading the Heavenly Emperor's imperial decree, the golden-armored god stood up with trepidation. He held the imperial decree with both hands and waited for Qin Mu to speak. Your Majesty's kind intentions are appreciated by our Heavenly Alliance. Qin Mu nodded lightly and gestured for his servants. Put it away. A servant came forward and put away the Heavenly Emperor's imperial decree. Qin Mu looked around. I'm from Eternal Peace, he said in a clear voice. My name rose from the Dragon's Han and wasted 1,000,000 years before I entered the Heavenly Alliance to participate in the grand meeting. Thank you all for waiting. In the past 1,000,000 years there have been countless big and small matters. Back then, the 5 Alliance Masters were the only ones left, and he couldn't help feeling rueful in his heart. Today's grand meeting as the Alliance Master, I will definitely decide the matters of the world. The first thing is, who said that you are the only one of the 5 Alliance Masters? Suddenly a clear voice sounded. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Do you still remember Heavenly Venerate Qin who traveled with you? The moment these words were said, there was an uproar. Some of the heavenly saints' expressions changed drastically, and some of them were filled with killing intent as they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw founding Emperor Qin Yi walking into the Jade Lake with the sword at his waist. He stepped onto the second heavenly court and walked over with a smile on his face. Celestial Master Mu, you are in charge of the Heavenly Alliance and have caused chaos in the world. Have you asked me? Have you asked the carefree sword in my hand? On the second heavenly court, Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma Heavenly King and Buddha stood up respectively, but Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Empress Chang Heaven, and the rest were still sitting there without moving. Only Heavenly Venerate Hong frowned slightly, and took a glance at Founding Emperor before looking at Qin Mu. On the main seat, Qin Mu sat steadily. He sneered. Qin Yi, back then you changed your name to Qin Kai and swam with me in the Dragon Han. We received the favor of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, and were conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate. Together with the 7th Heavenly Venerate who had created the 7 realms of divine treasures, we were called the 9th Heavenly Venerate of the Dragon Han. During the Jade Lake banquet, I waited for Heavenly Venerate Royal to teach me the divine art. I beat Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Hao, established the Heaven Alliance, and set the plan for the postnatal beings and demigods to defeat the ancient innate gods. He stood up and flicked his sleeves. The sound of his sleeves hitting the air was like a tsunami. He said coldly, "I am honored to be the Alliance Master of the Heaven Alliance. What right do you have to be on the same level as me? Where is your Tao path? Where is your virtue? If you don't have any morals, how can you have the face to be on par with me and be called Heavenly Venerate? You are a mediocre Heavenly Venerate, but because you were on par with me in a battle, you were given the title of Heavenly Venerate Qin by chance." The moment he said that, the few Heavenly Venerates present couldn't sit still. Qin Mu was cursing founding Emperor Qin Yi, but in truth he was cursing them. Qin Mu had passed it down as a divine art, allowing ordinary people to live forever and have the same lifespan as the ancient gods. In the era when the path of divine arts was still newly created, he had established the path of divine arts. With the knowledge of 1,000,000 years in advance, he had let the world see the power and colorful changes of divine arts. Allowing people to see that the weak could grasp divine arts, he had defeated existences that were high and mighty. He had also established the Heaven Alliance and established the structure of the world for the next 1,000,000 years. He was known as Heavenly Venerate Mu and deserved his name. However, compared to him, the current 10 Heavenly Venerates paled in comparison, especially Heavenly Venerate Su, Ancestral God King Lang Xian Gong Chong Hong, and Yen. These 7 Heavenly Venerates, none of them had any achievements that they could bring out. In terms of contribution, only Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven could be on the same level as Qin Mu. However, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven wasn't the one who had founded Heavenly Alliance. He had also relied on Qin Mu's absence to steal the power of Heavenly Alliance to become its leader. However, even Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Fire looked quite embarrassed at this moment. They had indeed been beaten up by Qin Mu before, especially Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, who had been lying on his sickbed for 1,000 years. As for founding Emperor Qin Yi, he was also embarrassed by what he had said. In the early years of Dragon Han, he and Qin Mu had been conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate, and it was indeed a huge misunderstanding. Only when the Heavenly Emperor saw Qin Mu's face did he suspect that he had been conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate Qin. He could be said to have blended into the ranks of 9 Heavenly Venerates of Dragon Han. Heavenly Venerate Mu. I'm also one of the 5 founding elders of Heaven Alliance. Founding Emperor stopped his footsteps. He sneered and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Just the 5 founding elders alone are enough for me to become a celestial master. However, I am more than that. I have created the Tao realm to make up for the lack of the Heaven Palace realm. I have created the acquired Tao. The Tao realm that I have created can be combined with the Heaven Palace realm. The 36th heaven of the Great Tao can be branded into the ultimate void. If the universe is not destroyed, I will not be destroyed." He pressed his palm on the hilt of his sword and pulled it out brazenly. Sword light filled the sky. Swoosh! The light of the carefree sword filled the heaven court. The 35th heaven appeared in front of the southern heaven gate of the heaven court. From the Emperor Tai's Ping Tian sword, the Taiming Qi Tian sword, to the sword domain of the Supreme Pure Realm, to the sword domain of the Jade Pure Realm, all the saints present could be seen at a glance. The 35th heaven sword domain, the Pure Sword Tao, actually displayed a power that was not inferior to the 35th heaven palace. The aura of the sword Tao grew stronger and stronger from the bottom to the top. In the Jade Pure Realm sword domain, the sword Tao had almost materialized. It made all those who practice sword arts and sword Tao feel as if they were prostrating themselves before a lofty mountain. Once the 35th heaven Tao realm appeared, the divine weapons of everyone present could not stop ringing and emitting waves of divine might. It was as if these divine weapons were trembling for the peak of the sword Tao, and were prostrating themselves before the sword domain. This was a phenomenon that not even the 10th Heavenly Venerate had. Behind founding Emperor, the 35th Heavenly Tao realm became brighter and brighter, becoming more and more shocking. His words were like swords, and his sword pointed at Tao hearts. He was referring to the sacred Tao hearts of every single one of them. Even the Heavenly Venerates could feel a sharp sword pointing at the weakness in their Tao hearts. Founding Emperor said indifferently, "The Tao realm I created is different from the so-called 10 Heavenly Venerates. My Tao realm isn't just creating a cultivation method to make up for the deficiency in the cultivation system of Heavenly Palace. It's also a path where the acquired is better than the innate. Shameless boasting. The 9 heavenly venerates frowned, and before they could speak, Qin Mu had already patted the armrest of the throne. He shouted sternly, "Heavenly venerate Qin, you're too shameless. You actually dare to say that you've made up for the deficiency of the cultivation system in Heavenly Palace. It's just that you're boasting and putting gold on your face. As for the postnatal realm surpassing the innate realm, you're boasting to an endless extent, making people despise you." Founding Emperor laughed loudly and pointed his sword at Qin Mu. His words shook the hearts of the people. "Heavenly venerate Mu. The people of the world cultivate only innate techniques and not postnatal divine arts. They just don't see the logic of postnatal victory over innate state. The moment my sword path is formed, I can brand my sword path into great overarching heaven, the ultimate void. If the universe isn't destroyed, I won't be destroyed. With just this path, can I become a heavenly venerate?" Just as Qin Mu was about to speak, Founding Emperor cut him off. He continued, "I created a technique of Tao Realm and imparted the cultivation techniques of Tao Realm to the people of the world. Can I become a heavenly venerate? The great Tao of innate is limited in number, and is controlled by the ancient gods. The great Tao of acquired heaven is endless. I imparted the technique of acquired victory to the people of the world. Can I become a heavenly venerate? Heavenly venerate Mu, you yellow-mouthed child. You said that I'm not worthy of becoming a heavenly venerate. My achievements, Tao, and virtue, would I be able to become a heavenly venerate? Would I be able to become one of the 5 founding elders of the Heaven Alliance?" Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He hurriedly got up and gave up his seat, his expression filled with fear and trepidation. "I actually didn't know that Heavenly Venerate Qin had such achievements, Tao, virtue, and virtue. I thought you were fishing for fame, so I underestimated you," he praised. "Even though my merits and morals are great, I'm still inferior to you. You are one of the 5 elders of Heavenly Alliance and one of the Alliance Masters. I'm completely convinced by you. Please take a seat, and I'll sit below you." Everyone present had yet to turn around, and their expressions were sluggish. Just now, the 2 of them were still shouting at Heavenly Venerate Qin furiously. It was as if Qin Mu had torn him apart with one hand and sent him to the land of eternal damnation, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely convinced and prostrated themselves on the ground. This change in attitude was truly dazzling. Founding Emperor walked over with his sword in hand. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu has a broad mind. He established the path with his divine arts and created the Heaven Alliance. He has the whole world in his heart, and is also a sacred king who imparts knowledge to others. He's an honest gentleman and his achievements aren't inferior to mine. Even though I have merits and virtues, the Heaven Alliance was founded by you after all. Since you have become the chief of the Alliance, I'm completely convinced and can only be ranked second." Qin Mu immediately greeted him politely and invited him to the chief's seat. Founding Emperor declined repeatedly, and the 2 of them politely gave way at the top, causing all the heavenly saints, emperors, and heavenly teachers in the 2nd and 1st heavenly courts to be dumbstruck. The 9 heavenly venerates also frowned and looked at each other. The coordination between the 2 of them was simply flawless, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. Founding Emperor Qin Yi came over with an imposing manner, as if he wanted to cause a ruckus at the meeting of Heaven Alliance until one of them died. Qin Mu's words were fierce, as if he wanted to personally kill Founding Emperor, punish the wicked, and destroy both the fish and the net. However, as he spoke, it turned into mutual flattery. Founding Emperor, this traitor, had also become a great saint who had contributed to the lives of the world and the nations of the heavens. Furthermore, Founding Emperor had instantly changed from a traitor to the 5 elders of the Heaven Alliance. The title of Heavenly Venerate was well deserved, and in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the throne of power of the Heaven Alliance. This was simply too bizarre and inconceivable. Qin Mu couldn't decline, so he could only sit on the head seat with a face full of glory. I had no choice but to sit on the head seat with a thick face.
I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
Ha 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 ha. When Founding Emperor sat down, the 9 heavenly venerates looked at him with cold expressions. Qin Mu's face was radiant, and he was pleased with himself. He smiled at Founding Emperor and said, I had many misunderstandings about Tao brother previously, but now that I've cleared them, I suddenly feel that Heavenly Venerate Qin is a decent person. To sit with you, I have the honor of 3 lifetimes. Just as Founding Emperor was about to speak, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven looked at Heavenly Venerate Fire with an expressionless face. Heavenly Venerate Fire understood and got up. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Isn't that inappropriate? Qin Mu gave an ow and leaned forward. His right elbow pressed down on his right knee as he leaned to the side and asked curiously, Heavenly Venerate Fire, is there anything inappropriate? Heavenly Venerate Fire said coldly, Founding Emperor Qin Yi might have the name of Heavenly Venerate Qin, but he walked a path that defied the heavens. He established Founding Emperor Heavenly Court, colluded with Heavenly Dukes, and plotted to overthrow it. He plotted to become the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Where did he place His Majesty? Where do they place the demigods? Where do they place the Heavenly Venerates sitting here? He took a step forward. Founding Emperor wants to restore the era ruled by ancient gods, he said coldly. He wants Heavenly Duke and Earth Count to become the ruler of all the races. Heavenly Duke, a ruthless person who allowed Earth Mother to wreak havoc and massacred the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of Heavenly Court. There are more than 1,000,000 dukes in each path. Heavenly Duke is devoid of conscience and his crimes cannot be pardoned. Founding Emperor should be executed for associating with him. Qin Mu revealed a smile. Heavenly Venerate Fire's words were precisely the content of the warrant for Heavenly Duke's denunciation. If Heavenly Venerate Fire said it, he wouldn't have to bear the name of Heavenly Duke execution. Heavenly Venerate Fire also knew that it was inappropriate, but Founding Emperor had come to seize power, and seize the hearts of others. He couldn't allow him not to pour dirty water on Founding Emperor. If he didn't, then Founding Emperor would steal the power of Heavenly Venerate, steal the hearts of others, steal the general trend, and blend into the Heaven Alliance. This would cause many changes in the future. 10th Heavenly Venerate definitely couldn't allow this to happen. Heavenly Venerate Hong stood up, and his voice was as loud as a bell. Heavenly Duke deserves death for his crimes. Founding Emperor disregarded the righteousness of the world and deserves death for his crimes. Furthermore, Founding Emperor has isolated Great Void and colluded with the prehistoric Creator. How cruel is the Creator? Founding Emperor's crimes are too great to be washed clean. Qin Mu was moved. He stood up and said sternly, Qin Yi, you actually committed such a heinous crime. I had thought highly of you in vain, but you have let me down, let the people of the world down. I am ashamed to be on the same level as you. However, come to think of it, your merits, achievements, Tao and virtue are all great. Your merits and faults are offset. As long as you lower your head and admit your mistakes, it is not unforgivable to have nothing to do with the Heavenly Duke. His voice and expression were stern. However, as he spoke, his face was full of smiles. He said to the 9 Heavenly Venerates, Why don't we let this fellow Qin Yi toast to everyone and apologize? Everyone, let's laugh. Ha 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 ha. The Ancestor God King suddenly stood up and threw his head back to laugh loudly. He said sternly, Heavenly Venerate Mu, Earth Mother Yuan Jun didn't kill your people, so you can be a good old man and do it conveniently. Your skin doesn't itch and your flesh doesn't hurt. But this old man's skin itches and my flesh hurts. Earth Mother killed the elites under my command. Earth Mother is the indulgence of the Heavenly Duke, and Heavenly Venerate Qin is the lackey of the Heavenly Duke. If you can tolerate him, I can't tolerate him. Qin Mu rubbed his hands repeatedly. He stomped his feet and asked, What should we do? What should we do? Today is the meeting of the Heaven Alliance, and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has already decreed that we should be harmonious and beautiful. How did it turn out like this? I'm still young and can't handle this matter. If another highly respected chief of the Heaven Alliance descends to help me solve this problem, that would be great. There's no need to worry about Heavenly Venerate Mu. Suddenly, a clear and refreshing female voice sounded out. The founding 5 elders of Heaven Alliance, Heavenly Venerate Moon of 9, Heavenly Venerate Long Han, have come to help Heavenly Venerate Mu solve his problems. Qin Mu was overjoyed and was so excited that he choked on his tears. In his hazy tears, he saw a woman walking over and stepping on the 2nd Heavenly Court. When she walked, the sound of a zither sounded out. The sound of the zither was strange and actually fused with the great Tao of everyone in the Heavenly Palace. When the zither sounded out, their paths, skills, and divine arts also burst forth with all kinds of Tao sounds and Tao rhythms. Qin Mu hurriedly said, "Heavenly venerate you, fellow Taoist you, quickly come up and help me solve my current problem. Ancestral God King, Heavenly venerate Hong, and Heavenly venerate Fire are going to fight with Heavenly venerate Qin." Heavenly venerate you smiled. "I'm also one of the 5 founding elders who founded the Heaven Alliance. I'm also one of the chief of the Heaven Alliance and have also founded 7 Stars Realm. However, I haven't appeared for a long time, so there are probably some people in the Heaven Alliance who don't recognize me. Heavenly venerate Mu holds the main seat, so I only dare to be like Heavenly venerate Qin and be ranked second." Qin Mu hurriedly invited her to take a seat. He choked on his sobs. "I heard that Tao brother was injured by a treacherous person and hid from the world. I've been looking for you and never saw you, but now Tao brother has finally appeared? Tao brother, have your injuries healed? Who has the heart to heal Tao brother?" Heavenly venerate you looked at him with a smile and said in a low voice, "It's too much, keep it." Qin Mu's heart trembled and he immediately restrained himself. Heavenly venerate you sat down and looked around, taking in the expressions of all the heavenly venerates. He said in a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, the Heaven Alliance was founded by the 3 of us, Heavenly venerate Yun, and Heavenly venerate Ling. You can oppose Heavenly venerate Qin, but do you still want to oppose me? You can rebel against me, but do you still want to rebel against Heavenly venerate Yun and Heavenly venerate Ling? Then who among us, the 5 founding elders, wouldn't rebel?"
Divine Emperor Lang Xuan sneered.
"Heavenly venerate you, we won't rebel against Heavenly venerate Mu. You teamed up with Heavenly venerate Ling to kill Earth Mother Primordial Lord. Earth Mother was highly respected, but she was killed by you guys. Heavenly venerate Mu was innocent and had never done such evil deeds. Why can't we go against you?" Qin Mu reminded him out of kindness. "Divine Emperor Langxian, we were still talking about Earth Mother acting atrociously and massacring millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the Heaven Court." The Ancestor God King was about to cry. Everyone said that Earth Mother Primordial Lord was extremely evil, and was an accomplice of Heavenly Duke just like Heavenly venerate Qin. Why did the Divine Emperor speak for this villain instead? Could it be that you are an accomplice of Heavenly Duke? I don't believe you are such a person. You. Divine Emperor Langxian was tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. If he forcefully blamed Heavenly venerate you for killing Earth Mother Primordial Lord, Founding Emperor would be exonerated and become an innocent person. If he didn't blame Heavenly venerate you, then there would be too few stains on Heavenly venerate you's body, making it impossible for them to find any evidence. Qin Mu would then smoothly place Heavenly venerate you into the Heaven Alliance. Heavenly venerate you splitting their interests was a small matter, but the key was splitting the hearts of the people. Qin Mu and Founding Emperor were good at bewitching the hearts of the people. Their words just now had already left them with a headache. If they allowed Founding Emperor and Heavenly venerate you to infiltrate the leadership of the Heaven Alliance, it wouldn't be long before there would be many worlds in the myriad worlds that didn't belong to 10 heavenly venerates but to them. He looked down and saw the heavenly saints of the second and first heavenly courts whispering to each other. They were discussing animatedly, and the arrival of the 3 elders of the Heavenly Alliance had shaken the hearts of the people of the Heavenly Alliance. Among the 5 founding elders of the Heavenly Alliance, there were now 3 of them, and Qin Mu could easily control them. After all, his cultivation wasn't high and his abilities were still weak, so his influence couldn't be compared to theirs. However, Heavenly venerate Qin controlled Carefree Village, which was a huge influence. Furthermore, he was in an alliance with the prehistoric creators and had connections with the Heavenly Duke and Earth Count. If he could obtain the support of some influences in the 10,000 worlds, with the support of many heavenly venerate level existences, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the 10 heavenly venerates. Qin Mu had a difficult expression and hesitated for a moment before saying with a sigh, "Furthermore, Divine Emperor Langxian doesn't know that I've already killed Earth Mother Primordial Lord, a person who has committed the most heinous crimes." When he said that, there was an uproar, and all the rulers of the 10,000 worlds discussed among themselves. Qin Mu said loudly, "That's right, Earth Mother Primordial Lord didn't die at the hands of Heavenly Venerate Moon or Heavenly Venerate Ling, but by my hands. If Heavenly Venerate Moon or Heavenly Venerate Ling killed Earth Mother, How could Earth Mother go to Xiandu to rebel? I was feeling grateful that the soldiers of the heavenly court of Xiandu had died at the hands of Earth Mother, and was indignant about their lives. So I disregarded life and death and took the initiative to challenge Earth Mother Primordial Lord. Tears seemed to flash in his eyes as he became impassioned. He said loudly, "The corpses of millions of soldiers of the heavenly court aren't even cold yet. We can't let them die in vain. Blood debt must be tasted with blood. Ancestral God King can't avenge them and the heavenly court can't avenge them. But I, Qin Mu, the chief of the Heavenly Alliance, am willing to bear the name of killing Earth Mother Primordial Lord. I killed Earth Mother Primordial Lord on the back of the ancestral court. Celestial Master Gong can testify, and even Heaven Consort Gao can testify. Divine Emperor Lang Xian, you can also testify for me," he said angrily. "The blood of the soldiers of my heaven court cannot be shed in vain. Divine Emperor Lang Xian, if you want to investigate the crime of Celestial Master, you killing Earth Mother Primordial Lord, you don't need to look for her. Just come find me and I, Qin Mu, will bear all the blame." Divine Emperor Lang Xian's face flushed red and he was tongue-tied. He couldn't speak for a long time. Heavenly Venerate Gong coughed and said indifferently, "Heavenly Venerate Mu's words are true. I can testify." Concubine Liao Tian hesitated for a moment and smiled. "I can testify as well. Divine Emperor, we were all at the back of the ancestral court at that time and witnessed the case of Heavenly Venerate Mu killing Earth Mother." Divine Emperor Lang Xian was completely speechless. He silently retreated to his original spot and sat down. Even if Earth Mother had nothing to do with Celestial Emperor Ling, the people didn't have much to live on during the era of High Emperors. The High Emperors of the North and South fought each other, and countless people died and were injured. The High Emperors of the South and the High Emperors of the North all have great desires for power. They intend to overturn the heavens and rebel, and their crimes are punishable by death. Qin Mu suddenly said, "I heard the first High Emperor of the South was Celestial Emperor Shao. Celestial Emperor Fire, why don't you ask Celestial Emperor Shao if the Heaven Court of the High Emperor of the South is rebelling against the Heaven Court?" "You!" Heavenly Venerate Fire suddenly looked at him, and the flames in his eyes shone brightly. His eyes revealed a fierce light and surging killing intent. "Enough!" Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven raised his hand, and instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's gazes couldn't help focusing on him. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was expressionless as he sat there. "Enough," he said indifferently. "Enough. If it's just the power of words, even if we argue for 3 days and 3 nights, 3 years and 5 years, we might still continue to argue, and there will never be a result. This world doesn't rely on words but strength." He slowly stood up and said indifferently, "The history book is written by the winner. No matter who is right or wrong after 1,000 years, it will be hard for them to escape the writing of the history officer. I, 10 Heavenly Venerates, control the power of the world, the divine weapons of the Heavenly Court, and the strongest martial force." His gaze was filled with killing intent as he slowly moved his gaze to sweep across the faces of Qin Mu, Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Moon and the rest. "The army controlled by my 10 Heavenly Venerates is more than 1,000,000? His gaze moved to Tao Ancestor, Great Brahma, 2nd Lieutenant, Shangfu, Xiaofu, 7th Elder, 3 Masters, 4 Emperors, and 4 Heavenly Venerates, then to the rulers of the 10,000 worlds. "The world controlled by my 10 Heavenly Venerates, the people controlled, and the wealth controlled are immeasurable. My 10 Heavenly Venerates control everything in this universe. The stars in the heavens will be extinguished wherever our armies point, and our armies will throw whips to cut off the flow of the heavenly river. The strong men under our command can carry the origin world. The Celestial Emperor can retreat wherever our fingers point to. The Heavenly Duke can bequeath his head, and the Earth Count can hide his head and tail. And the combat strength of the 10th Heavenly Venerate is enough to destroy everything." Haotian Venerate clenched his fists respectfully. His voice was like a yellow bell. It was shocking. "With our power, strength, armies, and divine artifacts, why would we care about a mere reputation? The history books are written according to our will. I will tell them the truth." His gaze suddenly landed on Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Moon. He said coldly, "The two of you want to take away the power that belongs to my 10th Heavenly Venerate. You want to have the same status as us. You want to gain the support of all the worlds in the universe. You want to gain the hearts of all the people in the world. Don't use your words. Don't risk your lives. His words were domineering and made people's blood boil. At the same time, his words also made the rulers of all the heavens and 10,000 worlds alert. In this world there were times when logic was useless. What was truly useful was power and martial force. Even though rulers like them were the rulers of all the worlds if they followed logic and followed justice. Then what they would lose would be their lives. It was said that sacrificing one's life for righteousness was easy to say, but when the time came there weren't many people who could do it. Well said. Qin Mu clapped his hands and was so excited that his face turned red. He couldn't stop praising Heavenly Venerate, Heavenly Venerate. Well said. Heavenly Venerate's words made me want to take off my clothes and risk my life bare-chested. Well said. My mouth is stupid so I don't know how to praise you. Heavenly Venerate's face turned green, and his gaze landed on Qin Mu. He said coldly, "If you don't know how to speak then shut up." Qin Mu immediately shut his mouth and after a moment, he couldn't help praising. Well said. Veins popped out on Heavenly Venerate Vast's forehead, and they throbbed all of a sudden. Qin Mu immediately shut his mouth. The veins on Heavenly Venerate Vast's forehead vanished, and he gave a snort before sitting down slowly. Today is the grand meeting of Heaven Alliance, so all unrelated people should be cleared out. Founding Emperor laughed loudly, and Carefree sword came out of its sheath with a clang. It pointed at Heavenly Venerate Vast. He smiled and said, "Since logic is useless, I can only see the truth in my hands. Heavenly Master Hao, I submit to Heavenly Master Royal. I submit to him for opening up the path of cultivation and becoming a divine art. I submit to him for having the bearing to become a heavenly emperor, but I don't submit to you. You are just an empty title. You killed Heavenly Master Royal, stole his divine art, and stole his reputation and honor. Your crime is punishable by death." Heavenly Venerate Vast raised his eyebrows. The founding emperor's sword qi filled the sky, and his sword Dao was ready to be unleashed. His battle intent was overwhelming. "Come. I will sacrifice your life to my sword Dao. You are not worthy." Heavenly Venerate Vast said indifferently, "Everyone, I'll leave this to you." Founding Emperor laughed loudly, and his sword Dao suddenly erupted. The Carefree sword hummed, and all the divine weapons in the heavenly court trembled. Countless divine weapons lost control and floated in the air. The sword was a gentleman, the king of all weapons. The founding emperor's sword was the sword of an emperor. The sword of an emperor used the divine city as its edge, the divine mountains as its edge, and the heavens as its spine. It used all living beings as its strength, the world as its battlefield, and the hearts of people as its sword virtue. The sword wielder was a peerless great emperor. When he drew his sword, one could see the mountains and rivers in his sword Dao, the sun, the moon, and the stars. One could see how bold he was. There was a gully in his chest. The gully was in the path of the sword. There was heaven and earth in his chest. Heaven and earth were in the path of the sword. In his chest there were all the lives in the world. All the lives in the world were in the path of the sword. The first move of the founding emperor's sword was Emperor Tai's Ping Tian's sword. He thrust his sword into Emperor Tai's heaven. This was his first move into the path of the sword. With this sword alone, his boldness and spirit were unmatched. The village chief was known as the god of sword. His first move in the path of the sword was sword treading the mountains and rivers. Sword treading mountains and rivers, could the gods defeat it? However, mountains and rivers could not form Supreme Emperor Heaven. In terms of magnanimity, the village chief was far inferior to the founding emperor. Therefore, when the village chief saw the founding emperor's sword, he respected the gods and called it an unsurpassable peak of sword Dao. Heavenly Venerate Haotian sat still, and allowed the founding emperor's sword to come straight at him. Just as he was about to be destroyed by the founding emperor's Ping Tian sword, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of the founding emperor's Ping Tian sword. The flame wheel behind the fire, Heavenly Venerate's head spun crazily. He raised his hand and an incomparably vigorous fire elemental Great Dao burst forth to clash head-on with the founding emperor's sword. In history, the fire Heavenly Venerate has always been the first to charge forward to wipe out the uprising of the human race. The founding emperor sneered, and the supreme emperor's Ping Tian sword directly transformed into the Jade Clear Realm Sword domain. His battle prowess was directly raised to the limit, and the 35th level Heavenly Tao realm burst forth. The fire Heavenly Venerate roared angrily, and heavenly palaces leaped out behind him. Then the southern heaven Vermilion Bird's Tao Fire ancestral land appeared, and he said sternly, "I will kill this thief for the world." This Tao Fire ancestral land was the birthplace of the Vermilion Bird of the South Emperor, also known as the Forbidden Region of the South Pole. Qin Mu had been there before, and there were 9 layers of heavenly Tao Fire there. It was extremely hot, and Tao Fire could melt anything. When it reached the 8th layer of heaven, even Heavenly Venerate Yu's lantern couldn't endure it and would be ignited by the Tao Fire. The Tao Fire in the Forbidden Region of the South Pole was extremely powerful, and could even distort space, melting the void and shortening the distance between them. The first layer of Pathfire could already turn the South Pole heaven into a ring that was close at hand. The second layer of Pathfire could distort the heavens and the stars in the South Pole, and turn it into the second ring. The third layer distorted the origin world and the myriad worlds of the heavens, turning them into the third ring. Following closely behind were Xuandu, Yudu, Sinkhole, Heavenly Court, and the other 3 poles. Qin Mu didn't see the strange phenomenon of the 9th layer of Pathfire, because Heavenly Venerate Fire had already absorbed a lot of the power of the ancestral land of Pathfire. However, when he thought about the 9th layer of Tao Fire, he should be able to see the ancestral land. It would turn into the 9th circle. Only in this way could the creator of the immemorial era cross the vast starry sky and quickly come to the South Pole heaven to worship the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird. Only in this way could the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird become the ancient god Great Emperor born from the worship, and protect the creator of the ancestral land. The power of the Tao Fire ancestral land was extremely powerful. Because the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird was born from the worship, it couldn't fully unleash its power, which was why it was defeated by Heavenly Venerate Fire. The Fire Heavenly Venerate absorbed the power of the Tao Fire ancestral land as well as the power of the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird itself, converting them into his own cultivation and mana to comprehend the great Tao of the Tao Fire ancestral land. Now, his cultivation was so rich that he had already reached the peak of the 10 Heavenly Venerates. If the Supreme Emperor did not appear and the Absolute Beginning did not appear, no one would be able to surpass him in terms of mana. He did not have the restrictions of the great Tao of the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird. He could cultivate other absolute arts and learn by analogy to improve his cultivation and attainments in the Tao Fire. And now, his attainments in the Tao Fire had reached a height that no one could reach. When the Fire Heavenly Venerates Tao Fire ancestral land was revealed, the 35th Heavenly Sword Tao of the Founding Emperor, the Clear Jade Realm Sword domain, was like a ring of sword light hanging outside the 9 layers of Tao Fire, trying to break through the layers of Tao Fire. At his level of cultivation, the enemy's divine abilities could not enter his body at all. If he wanted to get close, he needed to break through the 9 layers of Tao Fire. And the 9-layered Tao flames were getting more and more violent. It was equivalent to passing through the 9-layered Tao domains. When Divine Emperor Langxian, Ancestor God King, and the others saw Fire Heavenly Venerate attack, the Tao flames spread out in distorted space. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fire Heavenly Venerate has obtained too many benefits from getting rid of South Emperor. The Tao Fire ancestral land in the South Pole Forbidden Zone contains extremely strong and fierce power. It has allowed Fire Heavenly Venerate's cultivation and dermic powers to reach an unparalleled level. This time, the Fire Heavenly Venerate's cultivation base formed the Tao Fire ancestral land. It was as if 9 layers of domains were stacked together. The power was extremely strong, and it could transform anything. Even the great Heavenly Tao seemed to be able to burn and melt. Originally, the Fire Heavenly Venerate was considered a lower-tier existence among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. He was able to remain as a 10th Heavenly Venerate for 1,000,000 years, giving people the feeling that he had relied on Heavenly Venerate Hao's guidance. But now, even Heavenly Venerate Hao did not dare to say that he could surpass him in terms of dermic powers. If I kill Old Father and inherit the power of his mystic capital and transform it into a 49-layered Heavenly Tao domain. The Ancestor God King's heart was burning. The Heavenly Duke was in existence stronger than the Southern Emperor. The sacred being born from the Heavenly Tao, If he killed the Heavenly Duke and refined the Heavenly Duke's power as well as the Heavenly Tao sacred land and mystic capital, how much would his strength increase? At that time, not to mention the fire Heavenly Venerate, even Heavenly Venerate How would only be able to carry my shoes. My grand wish can be realized in my hands. He smiled. Beside him, Heavenly Venerate Hong noticed the smile on his face and smiled. His eyes flashed with an unknown light. There are too many restrictions on the Heavenly Duke. I can jump out of the restrictions and be free. I can also inherit the Heavenly Duke's power. From now on, the Heavenly Duke's power is only a part of my power. There are thousands of great Taoists in the world, and I can also achieve the Tao. The corners of the eyes of the Heavenly Venerate How and the Heavenly Venerate Su twitched slightly. They had seen the Heavenly Venerate Hua make a move. It was the battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Heavenly Venerate How in the Great Void. At that time, the Heavenly Venerate Hua and the Heavenly Venerate Su rushed over to help, but they were both heavily injured. They had no choice but to return to the Great Void to recuperate. At that time, the Heavenly Venerate Fire's strength was not as strong as it was now. The Heavenly Venerate Fire hit his strength well. Heavenly Venerate Hao's left eye raised slightly. He revealed a smile. However, the stronger he is, the more the other Heavenly Venerates do not dare to oppose me. My position will be more stable. As for the founding emperor, he bragged about the 35th level of the Tao realm. It sounds very powerful, but it is only so. However, the corners of concubine Gao Tian's eyes twitched, and her expression was solemn. Others might not know the power of the 35th level Tao realm, but she knew very well that founding emperor's current strength could already brand his sword Tao in the 35th void. His clear jade realm sword domain seemed to burst out from the carefree sword, but it was actually attacking from the 35th void. Heavenly Venerate Fire seemed to have distorted founding emperor's carefree sword, but in reality, it had not damaged founding emperor's sword Tao in the slightest. This was because Fire Heavenly Venerate's cultivation in the Tao realm was far inferior to founding emperor's. His Tao fire seemed to be burning the void, but it had yet to touch the 35th void. Before I received the worship of the archaic creator, I was far from Qin Ye's current level.
Qitian consort frowned.
He is indeed the number one person in the Tao realm. Fire Heavenly Venerate and founding emperor were old rivals, and they were very familiar with each other's divine abilities. They used all their strength in this attack without holding anything back. The two of them knew each other's shrewdness, and it was useless to test each other. If they tried to test each other, the opponent would seize the opportunity and directly destroy them with a crushing attack. The battle between Heavenly Venerates would either last for a long time or end in a short period of time. Whether it was Fire Heavenly Venerate's Tao fire or founding Emperor Qin Ye's sword, both of them resolved the opponent's attack Tao in the shortest amount of time. When the Jade Clarity Realm Sword domain collided with the 9-layered Tao Fire Ancestral Land, the power of the 35-layered Heavenly Sword domain was actually so astonishing. The Jade Clarity Realm Sword domain instantly pierced through the first layer of Tao Fire, the second layer of Tao Fire, and the third layer of Tao Fire. In the next moment it entered the 9th layer of Tao Fire. That was the power that came from the 35th void. The Jade Clarity Realm Sword domain attacked from the 35th void. When it reached the 9th layer of Tao Fire, the power of the Jade Clarity Realm Sword domain only then collided with the 9th layer of Tao Fire. On the Jade Lake, the 4 emperors, the 4 heavenly masters, and the other monarch-level existences who formed the second heavenly court immediately felt the pressure from the 2 great heavenly venerates coming down from above. The pressure caused the heavenly court formed by their heavenly palaces to sink slightly. Immediately after, this pressure was transmitted to the first heavenly court. This heavenly court was the heavenly palace that had 13,000 rulers from all over the universe. The overlords of the various worlds instantly felt the pressure crushing down on them. Their bodies trembled as they activated their cultivation techniques and divine abilities to resist the pressure. Based on their individual cultivation bases and strength, their abilities were far inferior to that of a celestial master. However, with their combined strength, not to mention the 2 celestial masters being unable to crush them, even if all the celestial masters attacked together, they could still withstand this pressure. The great Tao that the founding emperor had comprehended step by step collided with the great Tao that the fire celestial master had obtained by refining and seizing. The fire celestial master's expression changed drastically. The Jade Clarity Realm sword domain had already arrived in front of him. He clasped his hands together and the wheel of flames revolved. Another 9-layer Dao fire burst forth. At this moment, the Jade Clarity Realm sword domain expanded and completely enveloped him. The Fire Celestial Master looked around and saw that he had arrived at the 35th layer of void. This world was as pure as jade, and the Dao of the sword continued to flow. Not good. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately pushed his cultivation method and divine abilities to the limit as he left. Countless sword glows attacked, and along with the powerful might of the 35th void, the Dao realm's suppression of his own power reached its limit, causing the surrounding Dao flames to begin to disintegrate. In an instant, the heavenly venerate of fire's body was riddled with thousands of holes, and the Dao flames within his body surged out from the wounds. In the fire heavenly venerate's sight, he fell into the 35th void, but in the eyes of others, he was still in the Jade Lake, standing on the second heavenly court. The founding emperor held his sword and broke through his 9-layer Dao fire ancestral land, and the sword light swirled and pierced through his body. The carefree sword was extremely fast, and the sword light caused hundreds of wounds on his body. This is the power of the 35th heaven of the Dao realm. Killing intent surged in concubine Changtian's eyes. Back then, the Supreme Emperor's limit was to brand the 35th void with his divine sense. However, he relied on his powerful divine sense and his comprehension of the Dao realm. The Supreme Emperor was not as thorough as Founding Emperor. If I let him enter the 36th heaven, my divine sense of the great overarching heaven will not be able to compare to him. Concubine Changtian's killing intent could no longer be controlled. I cannot let Qin Yi live. Otherwise, when he reaches the 36th heaven, he will destroy my divine sense of the great overarching heaven and destroy my Dao fruit. Heavenly palaces leaped out from behind the fire heavenly venerate's head and transformed into the great heavenly court. He finally stopped hiding and revealed all of his heavenly palaces in one go, as well as all of his great heavenly court techniques. He had 33 heavenly palaces, which increased his cultivation base once again. In terms of mana, his current mana had already surpassed Heavenly Venerate Hao's. Heavenly Venerate Hao raised his eyebrows. Your cultivation isn't slow either. I thought you had hidden a part or two of your strength, but I didn't expect you to hide so much. What are you trying to do by hiding so much of your strength? Although Heavenly Venerate Hua was strong, he was still not in his eyes. Heavenly Venerate Hua's strength was still far from his peak. When the other Heavenly Venerates saw Heavenly Venerate Hua's heavenly palace, they all raised their eyebrows and smiled. The Fire Heavenly Venerate's cultivation base had greatly increased, and he was able to withstand the 35th Heavenly Sword Domain head-on. However, the Jade Clarity Realm Sword Domain of the Founding Emperor was all-conquering, and new sword wounds continued to appear on his body. Even his great heavenly court was flattened by the sword lights that came out of nowhere. He walked in the 35th void at an extremely fast speed. He was as fast as lightning and could cover tens of thousands of miles in an instant. However, no matter where he went, he was unable to walk out of this sword domain. It was already difficult for people to understand that he had reached the 35th level of the Dao realm. Even a celestial venerable like him was unable to comprehend the profoundness of it. In just a short moment he had covered tens of millions of miles. However, the Dao of the sword seemed to be omnipresent, causing him to constantly receive blows and injuries. However, in the eyes of the others, Heavenly Venerate Fire was constantly flying on the spot and unleashing all sorts of divine abilities. However, he was unable to withstand the carefree sword of the Founding Emperor, and the wounds on his body continued to increase. I can't keep him anymore. Consort Changtian finally could not hold it in any longer. She stood up and pounced on the Founding Emperor. The moment she moved, the Ancestor God King, Divine Emperor Langxian, and Void Heavenly Venerate moved almost at the same time and attacked the Founding Emperor Qin Yi together. The Founding Emperor laughed out loud and suddenly shook his aura. With a swoosh, the 35 heavens spread out. In the sky above the second heaven of the Jade Lake, the Supreme Emperor Heaven Sword Domain, and the Supreme Bright Heaven Sword Domain spread out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the Sword Domain of the Supreme Pure Realm was spread out, the Jade Clarity Realm Sword Domain. The first heaven of Sword Dao. The founding emperor was high above the 35th heaven. He only had one heaven palace, the Sword Heaven Palace. However, one heaven palace had 35th heaven of the Tao realm. It displayed a cultivation system that was completely different from the heaven palace and heaven court system. The 35th heaven was like 35 heaven palaces. However, the arrangement was completely different. People could not help but marvel at his talent and learning. The four great heavenly venerates invaded the 35 heavens at the same time. Bang! 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 They broke through the first layer of the sword domain and broke through the first layer of the sword domain. From the bottom to the top, they charged all the way to the 35th heaven. The four great heavenly venerates broke through the sword domain and descended upon the Jade Clarity Realm sword domain. The four great heavenly venerates' heavenly palaces erupted, pressing down on the 35 layers of the sword domain. The first layer of the sword domain was pressing down on the first layer of the heaven. Their cultivation and strength were too strong. Even though Founding Emperor had some achievements, it was still difficult for him to withstand the suppression of the four heavenly venerates. Supreme Emperor. Qin Mu stood up excitedly and clenched his fists nervously. He watched this scene with unblinking eyes. The vertical eye in the heart of his brows opened and he muttered, "Another Supreme Emperor." The hearts of the other heavenly venerates trembled when they heard that. Heavenly Venerate Yu chuckled lightly and suddenly stood up. She floated toward Founding Emperor Qin Yi. Heavenly Venerate Qin, I was already crippled when you were born. You and I have yet to join hands. Today you are fighting against the five great heavenly venerates. Why don't you and I, the two alliance masters of the Heaven Alliance, join hands and fight? Let's see how the so-called 10 heavenly venerates, the juniors, compare to the abilities of our two alliance masters. She cut into Jade Clear Realm sword domain and zither music sounded out. In an instant the five heavenly venerates, Huachang, Zhu Lang and Su, felt the world spin and the space they were in became abnormal. They were far and near from Founding Emperor. Different time and space. Heavenly Venerate Yu waved her long sleeves, and the space around them changed unpredictably. Concubine Qing Tian was the first to arrive in front of the Founding Emperor. The Founding Emperor moved his carefree sword, and Concubine Qing Tian felt her scalp go numb. She only had 30 heavenly palaces, not as many as Heavenly Venerate Hua. Without the body of an emperor, it would be very difficult for her to suppress the Founding Emperor. Hihi. In an instant blood splattered all over Concubine Qing Tian's body, and her body was riddled with holes. On the other side, the other four heavenly venerates flew over and tore through layers of space. They approached very quickly, and Heavenly Venerate Moon found it difficult to completely control the four heavenly venerates. He hurriedly activated the zither, and the sound of the zither rang out. After sending the other three heavenly venerates away, only the Ancestor God King was left. The Ancestor God King combined his 49 heavenly Tao treasures and refined a single true treasure. The true treasure was ever-changing as it charged at the Founding Emperor. His heavenly Tao treasure had already been shattered in the battle with Monarch Tai. However, he had used the divine ore in the ancestral court to forge another heavenly Tao treasure. Its power was even stronger than before. In the next moment, the supreme treasure in the sword light was broken apart by the sword light and it was split into 49. The Ancestor God King left with his injuries. Divine Essence Finger. Godly Emperor Lang Xian arrived and his divine sense combined with the innate One Qi to form a divine essence finger. It clashed with the Founding Emperor's carefree sword and two terrifying powers burst out. The light was extremely dazzling and it lit up the entire heaven court. Founding Emperor staggered back, and carefree sword was also filled with cracks. He couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. So powerful! Among the 10 heavenly venerables, Lang Xian, your abilities are the strongest. His sword moves changed, and he executed Qin Mu's calamity-raising sword. In terms of sword path, he was the number one person, so there was no doubt about it. However, in terms of sword skills, Qin Mu's sword skills were the number one person. He couldn't help executing Qin Mu's sword skills to fight against Divine Emperor Lang Xian, the number one person of the 10 heavenly venerables. It was also a show of respect for Lang Xian. God Emperor Lang Xian saw the marvel of this sword and couldn't help becoming flustered. He pointed at him again and shouted sternly, "Divine Vitality Finger! You only know this move?" Founding Emperor was suspicious and avoided the finger. With hundreds of wounds on his body, God Emperor Langxian retreated in blood. Divine Vitality Finger. As he retreated, a finger flew out. Founding Emperor hurriedly dodged it, but he realized that it was Langxian's feint and didn't really execute Divine Vitality Finger. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Su had already charged over from the other side. Founding Emperor snorted. Langxian, even a Grand Heavenly Venerate knows how to lie. Heavenly Venerate Su arrived in front of Founding Emperor and knew that things were not looking good. He immediately waved his long whip and tried to send Founding Emperor into Hades. However, when the long whip struck Founding Emperor's body, the long whip broke inch by inch. It was difficult for him to get close. If I don't get rid of Heavenly Venerate you, it will be difficult to get rid of Founding Emperor, she thought to herself. Just as she thought of this, Heavenly Venerate Gong suddenly stood up and walked towards Heavenly Venerate you. His incomparably powerful divine consciousness burst forth, and all sorts of illusions surged over, enveloping Heavenly Venerate you. Qin Mu frowned and sighed. After all, the path was different. His divine consciousness burst forth, and it rushed towards Heavenly Venerate Gong. 4,500 words large chapter. Happy birthday to Otaku Pig. Today is the 30th day of the Lunar New Year. At 8:30 p.m., Otaku Pig will go to the book group to wish you all a happy new year. Otaku Pig will give out red packets in each group to celebrate the new year. If you all want to join the group, you can see it on the page of the Book of the God of Hurting. Celestial Master Gong had attacked Celestial Master Yu in the same way that Celestial Emperor Langxian, Ancestral God King, Celestial Master Fire, Celestial Master Hao, Celestial Master Shao, and the others had ambushed Celestial Master Yu and Celestial Master Ling. They had used their divine senses to interfere with Celestial Master Yu. Celestial Master Yu's Tao of Space was not unassailable. Her divine senses were the best way to interfere with her divine powers. Heavenly Venerate Yu's divine consciousness was in disorder, so her control over her divine arts wasn't that precise. In fact, she couldn't even unleash the power of the path of space, which would give others a chance to take advantage of her. This was the reason why Qin Mu had to stop Heavenly Venerate Gong. Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness was powerful, and the instant it collided with Qin Mu's, his divine consciousness instantly fell into the illusion. Heavenly Venerate Gong had unparalleled attainments in the illusion of divine consciousness. When Qin Mu had first met her in the ancestral court, he had fallen into her illusion of divine consciousness. Even when he had executed Primordial Stone, he hadn't been able to escape from it. Divine consciousness path goes first. Qin Mu's body still stood on the spot, and his divine consciousness burst forth to transform into a divine consciousness divine art. Divine consciousness path went first, entering the 16th heaven of divine art. His divine consciousness tore through the air and escaped from Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness illusion. Heavenly Venerate Gong let out a soft exclamation, and the instant their divine consciousness collided, they instantly communicated with each other. They both knew each other's intentions. Heavenly Venerate Gong, are you really going to make a move? Heavenly Venerate Mu, you might have a preconceived idea and think that I'm your ally. After all, I saved you before. However, you forgot one thing. I saved you because you saved me before. I'm just repaying your kindness. After repaying your kindness, you and I would have nothing more to do with each other. Between you and me, there's only a deal left. Celestial Master Gong's divine consciousness rushed towards Celestial Master Yu once again. Qin Mu circulated his divine consciousness and tried his best to block it. Celestial Master Mu, have you really not thought about it? The divine consciousness of the two of them collided once again. You should think about it, Celestial Master Gong said. Why can I stand among the 10 Celestial Masters and not fall? It's precisely because my interests are the same as the 10 Heavenly Venerates, which is why I joined them. And the reason why they can accept me is because I agree with most of what they have done. Qin Mu's body trembled slightly. Heavenly Venerate Gong immediately sensed the flaw in his divine consciousness and suppressed it. I've also participated in most of the things they have done, including the things you don't want to see. For example, the Battle of Heaven Han's Heavenly Court, the Battle of Crimson Light Divine Empire, the Battle of High Emperor's Heavenly Court, and the Battle of Founding Emperor's Heavenly Court. I've participated in all of them. Qin Mu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up and rushed straight for Heavenly Venerate You, his divine treasure territory bursting forth. All the paths, skills, and divine arts in the world, with Heavenly Venerate You's Tao of Space as their support, can be said to be matchless supporting paths. They can greatly increase a person's cultivation, allowing Founding Emperor to have the upper hand in a 1 versus 5 battle. Qin Mu's divine consciousness fluctuated and collided with Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness once more. However, Heavenly Venerate You's divine arts, paths, and skills are already outdated, he said coldly. In today's world, in terms of support, no one can beat my divine treasure territory. When my divine treasure is spread out, it's enough for them to stand in an undefeatable position and fight against 10 Heavenly Venerates. However, your cultivation is too weak. Heavenly Venerate Gong's body moved and blocked his path. Heavenly Venerate Mu, stop. You are still one of us, and you will benefit endlessly. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast. Qin Mu's god step pilfered the heavens, and when his speed reached its peak, he could almost ignore space. However, Heavenly Venerate Gong was powerful, so no matter how fast he was, it was difficult for him to reach Heavenly Venerate You's side before her. When the two of them saw that their bodies were about to collide, Heavenly Venerate You suddenly executed a divine art and moved away from Emperor. At the next moment, Founding Emperor appeared in front of the two of them, and Carefree Sword attacked them at the same time. He laughed loudly and said, "The 7 great Heavenly Venerates have attacked us together, and even the Great Alliance Master, Heavenly Venerate Mu, has also attacked us. They have really given us face." Heavenly Venerate Gong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly blocked Founding Emperor's sword. On the other side, Qin Mu pulled out his sword, and the broken sword met with Carefree Sword. Ding! The two of them had a showdown in their sword skills. Qin Mu had broken Founding Emperor's sword skills, but it was difficult for him to fight against Founding Emperor's sword path. The broken sword in his hand instantly shattered into pieces. Good sword skill. What I learned from you still can't compare to you after all. Founding Emperor forced the two of them back and stabbed Heavenly Venerate You with his sword. Heavenly Venerate You's body floated up and landed on the tip of Carefree Sword with the zither in his arms. Heavenly Venerate Mu, Chief of Heaven Alliance, you have already betrayed Heaven Alliance. Founding Emperor brandished his sword, and sword light flashed. Sword path was imprinted on the 35th void. Fire Hong Su Lang Ancestor Gong Chong Yen and the other 8 Heavenly Venerates rushed over, but they missed. The Founding Emperor and Celestial Master Yu, who were standing on the sword, had already invaded the 35th void, avoiding their attacks. Celestial Master Hong's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his large hand slapped toward the 35th void. The back of his hand was like the back of a turtle, and his flesh and blood bulged out. The flesh and blood on the back of his hand actually turned into all kinds of mysterious and extraordinary patterns, piercing through layers and layers of void. It went straight for the Founding Emperor and Celestial Master Yu, who were in the 35th void. The power of this strike was so powerful and terrifying that it did not diminish even after shattering layers of void. The other Heavenly Venerate's eyes twitched at the sight of it. Gong Chong Yen Hua and the other Heavenly Venerates also attacked at the same time. They went straight into the depths of the void through the tunnel that Heavenly Venerate Hong had created and blasted toward the two people in the 35th void. How terrifying was the attack power of the 8 Heavenly Venerates! How overbearing! If their attack was to be carried out, it was likely that both Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate You would definitely die. However, when Founding Emperor used his sword Tao to reach the 35th void, Heavenly Venerate You's divine ability exploded. He plucked the zither strings, and a door immediately appeared in the 35th void. Heavenly Venerate You opened the door and left. Founding Emperor also entered the door and looked at the divine ability of the Heavenly Venerate that was surging through the 35th void. He laughed and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, League Master Mu, I caused a ruckus at your grand meeting today. I cut off your face with my sword, but you could do nothing about it. You 10 Heavenly Venerates and the League Master of the Heaven Alliance can't do anything to us, right?" He turned around and walked into the door. He laughed and said, "Your Heaven Alliance, I can come and go as I want. You have 10 Heavenly Venerates under you, but they are useless. I am ashamed of you. Goodbye." Boom. Intense divine arts shockwaves came from the depths of the void. The divine arts of the 8 heavenly venerates exploded there, but they hit nothing, causing the 35th void to tremble continuously. Qin Mu's face turned green as he took a few quick steps forward. His sleeves trembled back and he raised his head to look at the void. Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Moon had already disappeared without a trace. Su Hong, Hua Yan, and the rest of the Heavenly Venerates were about to chase after them when Heavenly Venerate Vast gave a cold snort and raised his palm. "There's no need to chase. Don't chase after the enemy," Qin Mu said loudly. "Heavenly Venerates, today is a big day for the Heavenly Alliance. There's no need to haggle with Qin and I and you and I. The meeting is more important." The few Heavenly Venerates also knew that Heavenly Venerate Yu's divine arts were vast. As long as they jumped out of their encirclement, they would have no chance of catching up to her. Furthermore, there was Founding Emperor Qin Yi and Heavenly Venerate Qin, so even if they caught up, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them without forming an encirclement. The few Heavenly Venerates returned with uncertain expressions. Qin Mu raised his hand and invited everyone to take their seats. "Qin and I and you and I are indeed extraordinary divine arts. This time we treated them with courtesy, yet they caused a ruckus in Heavenly Alliance. They truly have wild ambitions. Heavenly Venerate Fire, are your injuries serious?" Heavenly Venerate Fire had hundreds of sword wounds on his body, and when he heard that, he snorted coldly.
Qin Mu sighed.
"I'm also injured. Everyone, it's because I, the Alliance Master, am incompetent that I can't protect everyone, causing Heavenly Venerate Fire to be injured as well." He raised his right hand, and when the broken sword was shattered by Founding Emperor, his palm was also shaken until it was dripping with blood. It was a very miserable sight. Qin Mu's right hand trembled, his voice was hoarse as he said, "Even though I'm the founder of the Heavenly Alliance, my abilities are weak, so I'm afraid it's difficult for me to take the position of Alliance Master. Today, Qin and I and you and I have attacked, so I can't protect the Heavenly Alliance and am willing to resign from the position of Alliance Master." 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks as he sobbed softly. However, his voice was too low, so it was difficult for others to hear what he was saying. However, it was clear that he was reluctant to give up the Heaven Alliance that he had founded. Yet for the future of Heaven Alliance, he had no choice but to give up the position of Alliance Master. After a moment, Qin Mu roused his spirit once more. "I will protect Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and take over the position of Alliance Master." Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky was highly respected, and was also the founder of 5 Elements Divine Treasure. As the Alliance Master of Heavenly Alliance, he would eradicate the Heavenly Duke in the future, and take revenge for Heavenly Venerate Royal. Realizing the ambitions of Heavenly Alliance was just around the corner. His gaze was earnest as it landed on Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky. The corners of Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky's eyes twitched as he said solemnly, "The position of Alliance Master doesn't rely on martial strength, but on talent, merit, and reputation. I'm inferior to Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky in all 3 aspects. Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky, you don't have to blame yourself and reject me." Qin Mu had a difficult expression. He looked at Heavenly Venerate Fire. Heavenly Venerate Vast is a man of integrity. Heavenly Venerate Fire was the founder of Celestial Being Realm. He had 5 pairs of celestial beings and great merit and wisdom. He had guided the human race in the darkness time and time again, exterminating Heavenly Venerate Cloud, Bright Emperor, High Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Moon, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and the rest of the rebels. Even though Heavenly Venerate Fire was a human, he didn't side with the human race. His noble character was admirable. The position of the Chief of the Heavenly Alliance. Heavenly Venerate Fire's eyes were tightly shut as he suppressed his anger. The flame wheel behind his head twisted as he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm inferior to Heavenly Venerate Mu." Qin Mu looked at Heavenly Venerate Hong with eagerness again.
Heavenly Veneraton smiled.
"Heavenly Venerate Mu, there's no need to decline. I'm a great saint of the demon race. Without merit, it's hard for me to take the position of chief." Qin Mu looked at Imperial Consort Yan, who shook her head and said softly, "As the Imperial Consort of His Majesty, it's not appropriate for me to show my face in public. Heavenly Venerate Mu is highly respected and the position of chief is well deserved. There's no need to decline. Qin Mu's gaze swept across the faces of the other heavenly venerates. Ancestral God King, Divine Emperor Lang Xian, and Consort Qing Tian shook their heads and rejected each other. Everyone loves me. Qin Mu sighed in disappointment and shed tears again. I can only force myself to do so and temporarily take the position of Alliance Master. If there's a day when everyone feels that their reputation is better than mine, there's no need to kill me. Just say the word and I'll abdicate and give up my position. He looked around, his face grave, deep voice way. Just now Fire Heavenly Venerate said the Heavenly Duke's great evil. Want to crusade the Heavenly Duke. The Heavenly Duke and Qin and I related. Then today's first major event is to set down a crusade against the heavens. Ancestor God King, you draw up the denouncement of God. Calendar several days of God's sin. When the Ancestor God King heard this, he couldn't help being stunned. He had clearly already handed over the warrant to Qin Mu, so why did he have to hand it over again? After scheming against Fire Heavenly Venerate, this fellow still wants to scheme against me. The Ancestor God King was furious, but his expression didn't change. He raised his brush to write a book on the spot and quickly wrote the demand letter to hand over to Qin Mu. Qin Mu took a look and praised. His literary talent is outstanding. What made all the heavenly venerates let out a sigh of relief was that Qin Mu didn't make any more trouble. Instead, he read out the decree of conquering Heavenly Duke prepared by the Ancestor God King. Qin Mu was also afraid that if he made another scene of Heavenly Venerate Qin and Heavenly Venerate Yu causing a ruckus in Heavenly Alliance, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest wouldn't be able to hold back the fury in their hearts and kill him on the spot. The 10 Heavenly Venerates were all smart people, and could see that founding Emperor Qin Yi and Heavenly Venerate Yu had come at the behest of Qin Mu. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly Alliance assembly alarmed all the worlds, it wouldn't have spread to Carefree Village in the other side of the void and alarmed founding Emperor Qin Yi. Furthermore, founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yu had come at the perfect time and cooperated closely with Qin Mu's words to undermine the prestige of the 10 Heavenly Venerates and win over the hearts of the people of Heavenly Alliance. Every move of the sword had a point. Clearly, only the Mole of Heaven Alliance could have such a clear grasp of the internal situation of the 10 Heavenly Venerates of Heaven Alliance and the direction of the hearts of the people of Heaven Alliance. And this Mole of Heaven Alliance could naturally only be the Alliance Master of Heaven Alliance. It was fine if Qin Mu took it as he saw fit, but if he didn't take it, then the 10 Heavenly Venerates could only take it for him. Of course, what they took was his life. The crusade against the Heavenly Duke was naturally a huge matter, and it caused an uproar. However, this matter had already been decided by 10 Heavenly Venerates. Even if there were any objections, the other members of Heaven Alliance, including Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma, didn't have any right to speak. They could only listen. With 10 Heavenly Venerates giving the order, they could only do it. If they had second thoughts, the consequences could be imagined. Qin Mu then announced the second thing, which was the addition of a new Heavenly Venerate. Creator Heavenly Palace Shirchilua was a person of great virtue and prestige. His Tao was profound and unfathomable, and his virtue was perfect. He had entered the Heavenly Alliance and become the 11th Heavenly Venerate. When he said this, there was another uproar. When Shirchilua's 5 big and 3 sturdy men came up to the stage to meet Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Vast, and the other seniors in the Second Heavenly Court, they attracted even more criticism. Many people in the Heavenly Court knew the name of Palace Master Shirchilu. He was a bandit who liked to flatter people and criticize them harshly. His cultivation was unknown, but he kowtowed like garlic to the people above him. He was stern to the people below, but he also liked to be greedy and ask for bribes. His reputation was disreputable and vile. If it wasn't for his abilities, no one else would have been able to study the divine weapon of creation thoroughly, but he could control it. No one would have a good look at him. The 10th Heavenly Venerate had always been the 10th Heavenly Venerate. There had never been a new Heavenly Venerate. Even if there had been, in everyone's eyes, it should have been the Tao Ancestor and the Great Brahma. Shirchilua, this uncouth man, would never have been given the chance. However, Shirchilua had received the approval of the 10th Heavenly Venerate and became the 11th Heavenly Venerate. One couldn't help but sigh. The path of flattery. Shirchilua has already cultivated the great Heavenly Court. The decree of the Heavenly Emperor was also sent to the Heavenly Alliance Assembly at the right time, and Shi Qilua was given the title of the 11th Heavenly Venerate. Everyone was happy. Qin Mu invited Shi Qilua to take a seat and announced the opening of the Ancestral Court and the back of the Ancestral Court, causing a commotion in all the worlds. This matter concerned the interests of the rulers of all the worlds, and the benefits of the Ancestral Court and the back of the Ancestral Court were extremely great. They had always been controlled by the 10th Heavenly Venerate in Qin Mu, so no one else could get a share. Now that Qin Mu had announced the opening of the back of the Ancestral Court and the back of the Ancestral Court, the hearts of the people naturally gathered together, and everyone was happy. Opening up the back of the Ancestral Court and the back of the Ancestral Court are one and the same thing as establishing the Beast World, but Heavenly Venerate Mu has split them into two things to buy the hearts of the people. This brat is no longer someone that can be easily controlled. All the Heavenly Venerates looked at each other. They thought to themselves. When Qin Mu announced this matter, the hearts of the people would naturally go to Qin Mu. This was the privilege of the Alliance Master. However, even though Qin Mu could win the hearts of some people, his power and position were built on his abilities and influence. Without them, everything would be empty talk. The rulers of the heavens weren't fools, so they wouldn't join Qin Mu just because of this. The hearts of the people weren't worth much. Qin Mu announced the establishment of the Beast World, and invited Long Xiao to explain the operation of the Beast World, and the relationship between the summoners and the primordial behemoths. This was naturally a huge event that caused a stir, and made the rulers of the various heavens feel excited. Summoning the primordial behemoth to battle would definitely raise the abilities of divine arts practitioners and gods. After these two major events were announced, the impact brought by the crusade against the Heavenly Duke was finally dispelled. Following that, Qin Mu announced publicly that Crown Prince Ming Ye had joined Xiaowuqi and betrayed the Heavenly Court. There was no Crown Prince in the Heavenly Court today, so the Heavenly Emperor had conferred Heavenly Venerate Haotian as the Crown Prince. This matter made everyone look at each other in dismay. The Crown Prince naturally couldn't compare to Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate was a noble person who controlled the power of the Heaven Court and divided the world. The heavens were loyal to him, and there were countless gods under him. On the other hand, the Crown Prince was famous but had no power. His status was inferior to Heavenly Venerate, so he had to bow to Heavenly Venerate as if he was meeting the Heavenly Emperor. The fact that Heavenly Venerate Haotian was the son of the Heavenly Emperor wasn't a secret in all the worlds. However, since Heavenly Venerate Haotian was willing to be the Crown Prince, it made people think about the reason behind it. After getting rid of the Heavenly Duke, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the 10th Heavenly Venerate attacks the Heavenly Emperor. Someone saw through the situation. He thought to himself, the 10th Heavenly Venerate wants to get rid of all the ancient gods once and for all and seize power. However, what was puzzling was that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor couldn't see it. Why did he still make Heavenly Venerate Haotian the Crown Prince? Could it be that Heavenly Venerate Qin's words were true? Back when Founding Emperor had cleaved apart the Heavenly Court with his sword, he had once challenged the Heavenly Emperor and mocked him for being a puppet. The real Heavenly Emperor had long been killed by the 10th Heavenly Venerate. The information revealed in this made people's hair stand on end. However, the power of the 10th Heavenly Venerate towered into the sky, and it was quickly suppressed. Now, from Crown Prince Mingye's defection to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven becoming Crown Prince Vast Heaven, it was likely that there was a reason for this. Qin Mu's announcement of these four important matters was very particular about the sequence. The crusade against Heavenly Duke was placed first, causing shock and showing that Heavenly Venerate execution had nothing to do with him. Opening the Ancestral Court and establishing the Beast World were placed in the middle to buy the hearts of the people. As for the Crown Prince, he was placed last, causing the rulers of all the worlds to ponder. After the meeting of the Heaven Alliance ended, the fourth matter would cause the rulers of all worlds to discuss it for a long time. It would cause Heavenly Venerate Vast Being's position in everyone's hearts to decline by a lot, and it would also cause the reputation of 10 Heavenly Venerates to fall. Furthermore, once the news of the Heavenly Emperor's death spread, all sorts of rumors would spread at an extremely fast speed, and the image of the 10 Heavenly Venerates would be greatly reduced. This was a battle to attack the heart. If the order of the announcement of the four important matters was slightly changed, It wouldn't have such an effect. Qin Mu had gone through the baptism of 9 prison platforms, so his Tao heart was pure and his wisdom was enlightened. That was why he could turn the tides unintentionally, and turn the great situation of the 10 heavenly venerates into a disadvantage with just a few words. Tao heart and Tao realm were not valued by divine arts practitioners and gods since ancient times. However, in the future more and more people would value Tao heart and Tao realm. There were also people who could see further. Since the Heavenly Emperor is a puppet and not the real Heavenly Emperor, with 10 Heavenly Venerates victory in hand, who will be the Heavenly Emperor when the overall situation is set in the future? After all, there are 11 Heavenly Venerates in the future. Not only do we need to stand between the Heavenly Emperor and the 10 Heavenly Venerates, we also need to stand between the 10 Heavenly Venerates. If we stand on the wrong side, we will never be able to recover. In the future, even if the 10 heavenly venerables flatten the ancient gods, the world will not be at peace. On the contrary, the battle will be even more intense and fierce. We have to make preparations as soon as possible. At the grand meeting of the heavenly court, the 10 heavenly venerables' expressions were as warm as spring wind, but their hearts were not calm. Unknowingly, Qin Mu had already become a difficult opponent, and this opponent had even infiltrated into their midst to call them brothers and split their benefits. But back then, Heavenly Venerate Yun, who was even harder to deal with than him, also died in our hands. The current Heavenly Venerate Mu isn't even comparable to Heavenly Venerate Yun, so it would be wishful thinking if he wanted to overturn the sky with a single hand. The 10 Heavenly Venerates had their own plans in their hearts, calculating the gains and losses. After this grand meeting, all the worlds in the heavens and 10,000 worlds would see the potential of eternal peace reform and founding emperors reform. There would probably be even more people who yearned for eternal peace reform and founding emperors reform, trying to absorb the results of the reform. The situation was gradually getting out of control. They had to strictly forbid the other heavens from following eternal peace and founding emperors reform. At the same time, they had to quickly sneak into eternal peace, so that their clones could absorb more of the results of the reform to prepare for the future and seize the upper hand. In the future, even if the great momentum of the reform was overwhelming and unstoppable, they would still be at the peak of the world and the pinnacle of power because they seized the upper hand. Eternal peace, a small place, had already become a place that would affect their future. But no matter how things change in the future, it won't affect our status. We will still be the top predators of this world. After the grand meeting of Heaven Alliance came to an end, undercurrents surged. Establishing the beast world was a big matter, and it was difficult to do so easily. The beast world needed to unify the back of the various worlds and move the giant beasts on the back of the ancestral court to the beast world. In addition to the need for the 10 venerables and Long Shao to open the seal on the back of the ancestral court, they also needed to open the back of the sealed worlds. For the current heavenly court, it was not difficult to do these things. The back of the ancestral court and the various worlds were sealed by the ancient gods of the primordial era, when the heavenly emperor first joined forces with them. The strength of the heavenly court had already far surpassed that of the past. However, to reach this step and unify the back of each world into a beast realm, only the primordial beasts could live there. They couldn't allow other races to enter, and they still needed to develop new sealing divine arts. This wasn't difficult for 10th Heavenly Venerate and the Sacred Ones in Heavenly Court. 10th Heavenly Venerate handed this matter over to Tao Ancestor and Heavenly Court's Tao sect. Qin Mu then had some free time to sit in Heavenly Venerate Mu's manor and cultivate, comprehending more uses of the realm of 9 hell stage. From time to time, the rulers of the heavens would come to visit, but they would all be blocked by Qin Mu's orders. He looked like he was cultivating without any competition. When the 10th Heavenly Venerate established the beast world, he was excluded, but Qin Mu didn't take it to heart. As long as he grasped the summoning divine art, it wasn't a big deal even if he didn't participate in the construction of the beast world. Half a year later, the 10th Heavenly Venerate established the beast world. Long Shao led the primordial beasts into the beast world, and the first god successfully summoned the first primordial beast. When the primordial beast returned to the beast world, it caused a commotion in all the worlds in the heavens. Only then did Qin Mu walk out of Heavenly Venerate Mu's manor. He looked around and saw some gods in the heavenly court summoning the primordial behemoths. They were riding on the behemoths happily. The discussions on the streets were all about summoning the primordial behemoths and the wealth of the ancestral court. There were already quite a number of people moving to the ancestral court, preparing to settle there and exploit the wealth of the ancestral court. There were even rumors that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor had summoned 10 heavenly venerables to discuss and prepare to move the heavenly court to the ancestral court. Qin Mu walked toward God Emperor Langxian's Langxian Divine Palace, and another huge beast descended from the sky. A young god was overjoyed and cheered endlessly. He should be the one summoning the primordial huge beast. Long Xiao, don't disappoint me, or else when you meet my brother in the future, it will really be your death date. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and he came to Langxian Divine Palace. God Emperor Langxian came out to welcome him, and the two of them took their seats in Ling Xiao Hall. Qin Mu stated his purpose for coming and said, I want to borrow God Emperor's ancestral court's Jade Lake Jade platform. God Emperor Langxian's gaze flickered, and he held his teacup. He glanced at the expression on Qin Mu's face and didn't let go of any changes in his expression as he sipped his tea. He smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are a person who will stick your needle in every chink. Even the slightest bit of fishy smell will make you rush over. There must be a reason why you want to borrow my Jade Lake. What benefits do I have?
Qin Mu smiled.
My Great Black Mountain will also let you comprehend for a few days. How about this benefit? Divine Emperor Langxian laughed loudly and put down the teacup. He said leisurely, Your poor mountains and rivers are filled with unruly people, so why would I go to your place? Heavenly Venerate Mu, I won't bully you. I'm learning the reform in your eternal peace, so there are many difficult problems in paths, skills and divine arts that I can't solve. It's a pity that I can't find Zhang Baigui or Emperor Yanfeng to help me solve them. You are Heavenly Venerate Mu, the last of the 3 heroes of eternal peace reform, so you can explain it to me personally. Qin Mu had a difficult expression. Even though I'm one of the 3 heroes of eternal peace, I've already been out of date for many years. If you want to learn the best, I'll recommend a teacher to you. His name is Su Shanghua and he will teach you. Su Shanghua is at the Great Black Tree of the Ancestral Court.
Divine Emperor Langxuan sneered.
Don't try to fool me with people who are indecent. Teach him yourself, or else don't even think about stepping into my Jade Lake. Su Shanghua isn't 3 or 4? Qin Mu was stunned and only recovered after a moment. He smiled and said, Even though Su Shanghua's cultivation and abilities are inferior to mine, he is the one who has the best understanding of eternal peace reform. Even I am slightly inferior to him. I guarantee he will teach you, and he will definitely let you understand everything in a short period of time. What he is best at is being inclusive and expanding. Divine Emperor Langxian shook his head. If his cultivation is inferior to yours, that means he hasn't understood eternal peace reform. Heavenly Venerate Mu, I know you have always been sinister and cunning, so there's no need for you and I to have these little plans. Qin Mu was helpless and could only say, If you don't mind my rudeness, I can teach you.
Divine Emperor Langxuan's gaze flickered.
You also know that Heavenly Venerate's horizons are extraordinary. If you dare to misinterpret it, the deal between us will be written off. My divine vitality is invincible with a single finger. I only need to leave a divine art in Ancestral Court's Jade Lake, and if you dare to barge in, I'll kill you.
Qin Mu smiled.
Don't worry. Even though I'm often misunderstood by others, I'm still a good person in my bones. Langxian laughed and raised his teacup. Qin Mu also raised his teacup, and the two of them finished it in one gulp. Qin Mu stood up and said, Then let's set off for Ancestral Court now. God Emperor will slowly communicate on the way.
Celestial Emperor Langxuan smiled.
I have a batch of ships going to the Ancestral Court, so we'll be traveling together on the way. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly. 10th Heavenly Venerate has already started to transport gods and devils to the Ancestral Court? Now, the situation of the Ancestral Court is great. There are no more evil void beasts, and there's no Supreme Emperor who can control the Void Mother Beast. There are also no primordial behemoths on the back of the Ancestral Court, so everything is peaceful. It's the time to migrate people to the Ancestral Court. Divine Emperor Langxian didn't hide it from him. Now, other than Heavenly Venerate Zhao's power that hasn't made a move, the other Heavenly Venerates have already migrated people to the Ancestral Court. Furthermore, the heavenly court will migrate there sooner or later. Does heavenly Venerate Mu not have any thoughts? Qin Mu was indeed tempted. The ancestral court was filled with treasures and divine mountains. It was a place that had to be fought for in order to fight for the world. By controlling ancestral court, he could control the world. Even though Eternal Peace's current strength was weak, it would definitely become stronger in the future. If he didn't enter ancestral court, he would be cutting off his own future. However, there was also a great danger hidden in ancestral court. It was even more dangerous than 10 heavenly venerates. The living beings that died there, no matter what race or cultivation level, would become the sacrifices of the old monsters of the previous era and speed up the process of their invasion. From the current situation, the peace of the ancestral court can't be maintained for long. His gaze flickered. The temporary peace can be maintained, but in the future, when 10 heavenly venerates get rid of Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, and the other ancient gods, they will definitely make a move on each other and fight for the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. At that time, I'm afraid that the ancestral court will also have to kill until rivers of blood flow. It was inevitable for the forces of 10 heavenly venerates to enter the ancestral court, and it was also inevitable for the heavenly court to enter the ancestral court. Since that's the case, Eternal Peace must also enter the ancestral court. If we lose a chance, we might lose everything. Eternal Peace cannot miss any chance. He pondered for a moment. Now that 10 heavenly venerables were moving to the ancestral court, the strength of the ancestral court must be in a state of chaos. Each of them would snatch the treasure land and the place where they could rest and develop. If Eternal Peace wanted to go, they had to go early. He pondered for a moment and wrote a letter in his hand, ordering someone to send it to Eternal Peace and pass it to Ling Yuxiu. After more than a month, Emperor Lang Xian prepared a ship. It was a fleet of several hundred ships, and each ship was like floating land. There were even buildings on the ship that could support hundreds of thousands of people. Furthermore, there was a complete ecosystem on the ship that could be cultivated. There were even gods that created the sun and the moon. The sun would rise and the moon would set, revolving around the ship. Such a ship could support hundreds of thousands of people floating in the universe for thousands of years, and it could even maintain the balance of the ecosystem. Such a fleet could hold 150 million people, and it was enough to support the migration of all the people in the heavens. Qin Mu couldn't help praising Heavenly Venerate's wealth. The amount of divine gold and divine materials used to build such a fleet was countless, and even the ordinary heavens couldn't support such a fleet. Divine Emperor Lang Xian saw his expression and smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you're still young and have a chance, so there's no need to envy us. Right, how many people does Eternal Peace plan to send to the ancestral court? Qin Mu pondered it for a moment and said, I've ordered people to inform Emperor Yanxiu to prepare the population. The more the better. I wonder how many people she has prepared.
Divine Emperor Lang Xuan smilet.
Even though Eternal Peace is rich and has sufficient financial resources, the skills to build such a turreted ship are still insufficient. In the world today, the best ships aside from Carefree Village's Trader's Nirvana Ark are the huge ships of the Heavenly Court. There are only 2 Nirvana Arks. With founding emperor's financial resources, the 2 Nirvana Arks have completely exhausted the foundation of the Heavenly Court. However, there are countless turreted ships like the Heavenly Court. Qin Mu knew that he was showing off, but he couldn't refute him. After all, Eternal Peace couldn't even build such a huge ship. At that moment, the guests from Eternal Peace rushed over to seek an audience with Qin Mu. Divine Priest came to report with a strange expression. The newcomer is a black-faced man with many faces and hands. God Emperor Lang Xian took a glance at Qin Mu and smiled. Invite Eternal Peace emissary over. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and he instantly knew who the person was. After a moment, Dutian Devil King with 4 faces and 8 arms held a small jade bottle in one hand and hurried over. His other arms greeted Qin Mu and God Emperor Lang Xian respectively. One of his faces said, Eternal Peace Commoner Dutian greets God Emperor Lang Xian. His other face then said to Qin Mu, Dutian pays his respects to Cult Master. Cult Master, the Emperor asked me to bring the people of Eternal Peace to follow Cult Master to the ancestral court. He had a total of 4 faces, and when he looked in all directions, he could speak to different people at the same time without any disorder.
Qin Mu smiled.
His Majesty is indeed smart to actually send you here. Divine Emperor, my people are already here, so we can set off now. Divine Emperor Lang Xian sized up Dutian Devil King and smiled. Eternal Peace wants to migrate a person? And it's even a devil god. Qin Mu took the jade bottle from Dutian's hand and smiled. Eternal Peace doesn't have such a big ship, so we can only put the people who want to migrate in this bottle. It's not as rich as Divine Emperor. Divine Emperor Lang Xian laughed loudly and boarded the ship with him. Dutian Devil King stood behind Qin Mu and looked around. After a moment, he couldn't help saying, Heavenly Venerate, even though the huge ship of the Heaven Court is huge, it's probably inconvenient to move, right? Such a huge ship can't enter Spirit Energy Mutual Migration Bridge. Divine Emperor Lang Xian glanced at him. You do have some knowledge. But you have underestimated the wealth of the Heaven Court. This time, the Heavenly Court intends to migrate to the Ancestral Court as a whole. If the Heavenly Court were to fly to the Ancestral Court by itself, God knows how many gods and demons would die of exhaustion along the way. Therefore, the Heavenly Court's Gate of Tao has been to the Ancestral Court for the past few days to design and build a brand new psionic relocation bridge in the Ancestral Court. This is a big bridge. He could not help but feel a little proud. This bridge requires 11 psionic relocation bridges, he said leisurely. The 11 celestial venerables of mine will each contribute money to build one. My bridge is about to be completed on the Heavenly River, outside the Southern Heavenly Gate. The ship slowly set sail and headed out of South Heaven Gate. Not long after the fleet sailed, they saw countless heavenly craftsmen and gods bustling about. Shi Chilua, who created Father Heavenly Palace, was personally overseeing the operation. Above the Heavenly River, an incomparably huge sacrificial altar stood tall. The base of this golden-shaped sacrificial altar actually occupied the entire Heavenly River. The narrowest part of the Heavenly River was in Eternal Peace. It was called Surging River, but it was also 800 miles wide. When it reached the Heavenly River in front of the Heavenly Court, the width of the Heavenly River was even more astonishing. It was 10,000 miles wide, and the green waves were like the sea. This altar was the base of Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. It was so huge that it could be said to be majestic and majestic. Qin Mu was also terrified when he saw it. 8 months had passed since the Heavenly Court had decided to open the Ancestral Court, and Heavenly Palace, the creator of the Heavenly Court, had actually built such a magnificent building in such a short time. Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge had been designed by Qin Mu and the Black Tiger God, so he knew all the data of the bridge very well. The slightest change in the data would affect the whole body. Changing a single data would require changing all the data and recalculating them. The Creator Heavenly Palace had enlarged Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge by 1,000 times. Just changing the data was an incomparably huge project, and they could actually calculate it in such a short period of time and even create it. The foundation of Heavenly Court. It was truly unfathomable. The fleet of Divine Emperor Lang Xian sailed to the Great Psionic Bridge just as the 11th Heavenly Venerate, Shi Kilatong Bridge, was about to arrive. Countless runes lit up on the altar, and the entire golden altar seemed to come to life. Layer after layer of buildings began to rotate in different directions. The countless runes on the surface of the altar and inside the altar were activated. It was truly amazing. Around the altar, there were also gods and demons who were activating their divine abilities and Tao arts to draw the water from the Heavenly River to cool down this enormous building. The altar created by the Heavenly Palace of the Creator was too large. When the runes were in operation, the heat would be difficult to dissipate. Thus, the Heavenly River had to be used to cool down so as not to burn down this altar that had been painstakingly built. Finally, with a loud rumble, an incomparably bright pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the golden altar. The pillar of light was incomparably thick, piercing through the void, piercing through the starry sky, and disappearing without a trace. Boom! Another violent tremor came from the other side of the space, and another pillar of light shone from the other side. 2 huge funnel-shaped pillars of light formed in the sky above the Heavenly River. The 2 pillars of light interlocked and connected, and an incomparably terrifying tremor came from them. Around the altar, the cheers of countless heavenly craftsmen shook the sky as they shouted, "The bridge is clear! The bridge is clear!" On the ship, Dutian Devil King was flabbergasted. He couldn't help praising the majestic power of the heavenly court and muttering, "The heavenly court is really King rich." Qin Mu and Divine Emperor Langxian greeted Shi Qilua from afar. The fleet then started to sail into Great Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. When the fleet sailed out of Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, Qin Mu realized that the other sacrificial altar was built in the ancestral court and wasn't far from the ancient Jade Lake. The ship slowed down and sailed towards the Jade Lake. On the way, a ship slowly descended and sank into the center of more than 10 divine mountains. The turreted ship sat in the middle of the divine mountains, and it was as if a magnificent divine city had appeared in the middle of them. Hundreds of thousands of people walked out and sized up their new residence. Not long after, another turreted ship landed beside a huge river. On the way, the turreted ships continued to descend. This kind of migration was truly an eye-opener. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and he took out Heavenly Venerate Yu's lantern and gave it to Dutian Devil King. He then took out the jade bottle and gave it to him. With a move of his divine consciousness, he told him the geography of the 100,000 black mountains of Great Black Wood. Go to the Great Black Wood and let the people of eternal peace come out to exercise. Dutian Devil King acknowledged and brought the jade bottle with him while carrying the lantern and flying into the distance.
Divine Emperor Langsuan smilet.
Just a small bottle, how many people can it hold? Qin Mu smiled but didn't answer. 2 days later, Dutian Devil King came to the 100,000 black mountains covered in dust. He saw Yenner and said, "Cult Master ordered me to bring Pot Heaven Bottle to migrate the population of eternal peace." Yenner jumped in shock and cried out, "You brought a great heavens to migrate eternal peace's population? You brought in billions of people from eternal peace." Dutian Devil King shook his head in panic. "How is that possible? Cult Master only gave us a month, and the Emperor only had time to bring in 300 million people. He only took in the population of a few hundred divine cities." Yenner was speechless and said, "Release the people and don't release them all at once. Even though our 100,000 sacred mountain isn't small, we can't take in so many people all at once." Dutian smiled and said, "The others can temporarily live in Hutian Bottle. In this bottle, living 10 billion people is not a problem." Dutian Devil King used his magic power to move the divine arts practitioners and gods that were resting in Hutian Bottle out first. The divine arts practitioners and gods of eternal peace brought many seeds of spirit herbs and grain and immediately flew back and forth among the black mountains. They sowed the seeds. The divine arts practitioners used their divine arts of creation to let the seeds grow quickly. Even if the 100,000 black mountains were full of crops, they would not be able to support hundreds of millions of people. It was already the limit for this piece of big blackwood to support tens of millions of people. Moreover, in addition to food, there was also the need to raise livestock. The ancestral court could tame ancient behemoths, and it could also hunt powerful behemoths. However, this also required powerful divine arts practitioners and gods to explore the wilderness. In the front of the ancestral court, there were also ancient behemoths summoned by Earth Mother Primordial Lord that were thriving and growing stronger day by day. On the back of the ancestral court, Long Xiao had also left behind many behemoths and didn't migrate to the beast world with them. The ancient behemoths were extremely dangerous and terrifying, let alone humans who were born weak. Even gods and devils who faced the ancient behemoths would appear extremely insignificant in terms of strength and physique. We still need to expand our territory and build a bigger divine city. Dutian Devil King mobilized the divine arts practitioners and gods of eternal peace to move more people out of the Pot Heaven Bottle. "The territory cannot accommodate so many people at the moment," he said to Yin. "Furthermore, the hundreds of divine cities in eternal peace are all too small. It's still fine if we face one behemoth, but 2 to 3 behemoths can destroy the city." Yenner was building a bird nest and smiled when she heard that. "There are many disciples of the giant beasts under Lan Yuntian, so we can ask them for help." Disciples of the giant beasts? Dutian Devil King was stunned. It was hard for him to imagine the situation of the giant beasts listening to Lan Yuntian's lecture. Even the giant beasts can understand St. Blue's lecture? Yenner moved a few dragon sparrow eggs over and placed them in the bird nest. These dragon sparrow eggs had a strange appearance, and the markings on the eggshell weren't entirely dragon sparrow markings, but Qilin markings. The eggshell's surface was rough, and from the outside it looked like a qilin egg. The qilin egg was rough, but the dragon sparrow egg's patterns were extremely delicate. Yennefer wove a wreath on top of it and drew a few smiling faces. She said, "Young master said that although the giant beast's head is big, it is not smart. However, if it can cultivate with Lan Yuqian and gain wisdom, it might be able to establish a giant beast civilization in the future. Some behemoths have already learned how to use divine abilities." His wife had followed Long Xiao, the leader of the beast world, to the beast world to prepare for the behemoth civilization. The cult master said that Long Xiao was a man without foresight and was unable to establish a behemoth civilization, so he asked my wife to prepare for it. Dutian Demon King sized up the dragon sparrow eggs, only to see Yennefer bring a gigantic void beast egg and place it in the center, turning it into a giant dragon sparrow that sat on it. Fatty Dragon actually got married before the cult master. Dutian thought to himself, when did this fellow get married? He didn't inform his old friend. That's right, they were pregnant before marriage, and they did the good deed before getting married. What kind of thing would the son of the dragon sparrow and dragon qilin hatch? Furthermore, why is there such a huge meat egg here? The egg of a void beast was a meat egg, and its shell was a layer of flesh. It was different from the eggs of ordinary birds, so he had never seen it before, so he naturally didn't know. In Lang Xian's fleet, there were fewer and fewer ships. Each ship landed on the ground, and the places they chose to land were all places of wealth. On the main ship, God Emperor Lang Xian humbly asked Qin Mu for advice and told him about the problems his reincarnation had encountered while studying in eternal peace. Qin Mu answered everything he knew, but he also encountered many things that he didn't understand. Every time at this moment, Lang Xian would suspect that Qin Mu was intentionally hiding something. He had wronged Qin Mu. Even though Qin Mu often returned to eternal peace to learn the results of the reform, eternal peace was changing rapidly today. All kinds of divine arts, paths, and skills were being developed, and many new paths, skills, and divine arts were being developed in different directions. It could be said that the 100 schools of thought were in full bloom. After Qin Mu returned to eternal peace, the time he could learn was too short. He would often choose the results that were beneficial to him to learn. As for the other results, no matter how good they were, he had to give them up. The most cutting-edge results of the reform in eternal peace were concentrated in Academic Palace Academy, while the most cutting-edge ones were concentrated in Daowen Academy. Just learning the results of these few places alone would take a long time. What's more, new results were being produced all the time. Emperor Yanxiu has gathered all the gods in the world who are proficient in the path of primordial spirit and creation to study the technique of Heavenly Palace's creation. He intends to let the Heavenly Palace recover quickly after it is destroyed. Emperor Yanxiu and the Eternal Peace Gods created the 12 volumes of 3 skills, which were called Heavenly Palace Creation Chapter. I'm a little puzzled about Heavenly Gate Creation Chapter. Qin Mu had never heard of Heavenly Palace Creation Writings before, so he said, "Show me Heavenly Palace Creation Writings." Emperor Lang Xian hesitated for a moment, and the 2 horns on his forehead turned slightly red. He took out Heavenly Palace Creation Writings. There were a total of 3 techniques and 12 volumes, and they were astonishingly thick. 10 heavenly venerates had suppressed Eternal Peace's reform and name, but they had long sneaked into Eternal Peace to secretly learn the results of the reform. They had even copied the secret techniques that Eternal Peace had just created. Even though Lang Xian's skin was thick, he still felt a little guilty for taking out Eternal Peace's technique in front of Qin Mu, one of the 3 heroes of reform. After all, he was also one of the heavenly venerables who had suppressed the reform. During Eternal Peace calamity, his power had invaded Eternal Peace, causing huge casualties. Qin Mu flipped through Heaven Gate Creation Chapter in detail and pondered over it. Lang Xian couldn't help being suspicious, and the guilt in his heart was completely thrown away. The horn on his forehead also returned to its normal color. Does this fellow really not know or not know? His appearance doesn't look like I'm asking him for advice. Instead, it looks like he stole Eternal Peace reform from me. When he was ashamed, his face didn't turn red, but his horns did. Qin Mu tried to answer, and God Emperor Lang Xian quickly found a few flaws. The 2 of them stared at each other, and Qin Mu was slightly embarrassed. After a moment, God Emperor Lang Xian sighed. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you and I should talk about our own comprehensions and communicate with each other." Qin Mu immediately nodded, and his face turned slightly red. He explained, "My techniques and divine arts can also make the heavenly palace recover quickly after it's destroyed, but my techniques are different from the heavenly palace creation chapter. However, we can still communicate through analogy." Divine Emperor Lang Xian said expressionlessly, That's right. Heavenly Venerate Mu, who established the path of divine arts, is naturally extremely powerful." The two of them talked about their own comprehensions and interacted with each other. Qin Mu was quick-witted. Lang Xian was a heavenly venerate after all, and he was also one of the few intelligent people in the world. To be able to become 10 heavenly venerates, he had experienced the tempering and elimination of time. Wisdom was naturally no trifling matter. They cooperated and quickly solved the problems in Heavenly Palace Creation chapter. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They actually discovered the inadequacies in Heavenly Palace Creation chapter, and the discussion became even more intense. The main ship had already arrived at Jade Lake and landed. The divine general guarding the ship immediately came to report. When he saw Emperor Lang Xian and Qin Mu discussing Tao, the two celestial venerables were both in high spirits. They spoke one after another, and they even started to evolve all kinds of runes. It was very intense. The divine general didn't dare to disturb them and immediately retreated. He was bewildered in his heart. Master always called Celestial Emperor Mu Qin Hua. He said more than once that this fellow had come to the celestial heavens and destroyed his divine palace, killing countless disciples. He even forced his most valued disciple, eldest senior brother Chang Shi-ting, to escape from the celestial heavens. Why is Master so tacit with him now? Divine Emperor Lang Xian and Qin Mu discussed for 2 to 3 days before they finally understood the contents of Heavenly Palace Creation chapter. On top of that, they had also developed hundreds of different divine arts on the basis of Heavenly Palace Creation chapter. The power of each divine art was extremely extraordinary. Not only that, the two of them had also sorted out 5 different creation techniques. Even though the foundations of these techniques were inferior to Emperor's Throne techniques, if they continued to study them in depth to raise their foundations, they might even be able to produce 5 Emperor's Throne techniques in the future. The two of them still couldn't stop themselves from sitting and discussing the Tao. Lang Xian simply threw out all his doubts and discussed them with Qin Mu. It had been a long time since he had been so excited. He had a feeling that his potential had been triggered, as if he had returned to his youthful days in the early years of Dragon Han. There were all sorts of unknowns that he needed to explore and develop himself. They discussed it more and more deeply, and even after dozens of days, they were still in a heated discussion. Even though they were mentally exhausted, they were still excited. The content of their discussion was no longer limited to the content of eternal peace reform. They had already discussed the path of divine consciousness and innately one qi. Qin Mu's research on divine consciousness and innately one qi was extremely profound, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian was the son of absolute beginning in Gong Fu. He had an extremely deep comprehension of these two great Taoists, and after comprehending them for more than 1,000,000 years, his realm was naturally profound as well. The discussion this time was even longer, and they had developed all sorts of theories, divine arts, and usage of divine consciousness and innately one qi. After an unknown amount of time, when the two of them were talking about being in high spirits, each of them had their own comprehension. A kind of wondrous Tao rhythm spread out from their bodies, which was a sign that they were about to comprehend Tao. Suddenly, the two of them quieted down and looked at each other warily, forcefully suppressing the trend of entering Tao. It was only at this moment that they suddenly remembered that they were not fellow Taoists but enemies. Outside, the divine general quietly walked in again, intending to see if the two of them were still discussing the Tao. However, he saw the two of them standing there, staring at each other's every move. The Tao charm on each other's bodies grew stronger and stronger. Each of their bodies was wrapped with the innate one qi. Their divine senses were bursting out, and they were on the verge of stepping into the Tao. However, their accumulation was not enough to support this step into Tao. If they could join each other's comprehension, they could enter the state of stepping into Tao. However, the strange thing was that even though they could enter the state of stepping into Tao at the same time with just a slight touch of their Tao charm, they stopped. Hanfeng, how long have Celestial Master Mu and I been here? Lang Xian suddenly asked. The Divine General immediately said, It's been 3 months since Master and Heavenly Venerate Mu discussed Tao here. 3 months. The corners of Divine Emperor Lang Xian's eyes twitched. It's actually been so long? It was rare for me to discuss Tao with others for so long, and this was the first time. Heavenly Venerate Mu. You are indeed worthy of being a Heavenly Venerate. I've never discussed Tao with other Heavenly Venerates so deeply. You are very amazing.
Qin Mu nodded.
You too. But we aren't friends, much less fellow Taoists, Divine Emperor Lang Xian said.
Qin Mu nodded.
The Tao is different, but we don't conspire together.
Divine Emperor Lang Xuan nodded.
If I don't conspire with you, you don't have to conspire with me either. The Tao rhyme in their bodies slowly dissipated, and it became weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared completely. They walked out at the same time, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian said, Since we've already reached Jade Lake, I'll keep my promise. I'll allow you to comprehend this Jade Lake. Many thanks, Qin Mu said stiffly as he walked down the ship. God Emperor Lang Xian stood on the ship and looked at his back. He was filled with emotions when he suddenly said, Heavenly Venerate Mu. Qin Mu turned back to look at him and asked with a smile, God Emperor, what's the matter? God Emperor Lang Xian paused for a moment and shook his head. Nothing. It's just that I suddenly had an illusion that I could have a friend, but when I suddenly thought of reality, the illusion was extinguished. You can go and comprehend it. Qin Mu nodded. I also had that moment of illusion before. If you and I could comprehend it wholeheartedly, what height could we deduce the paths, skills, and divine arts to? Could we deduce the true path of absolute beginning? And how many types of absolute beginning divine arts we could deduce? But when I thought about it carefully, I still felt that it was impossible. Divine Emperor Lang Xian squeezed out a fake smile. It's indeed impossible. Let's face reality. It's indeed impossible. Qin Mu turned around and walked into the Jade Lake. God Emperor Lang Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at his back. He smiled faintly. I don't need fellow Taoist. He paused for a moment as if he had deepened his belief. That's right. There's no one in this world that I can trust, so I don't need fellow Taoist. Happy birthday to Fallen Moon Knight Wu Hen, Zhang Mao, and the 2 Alliance Masters. Lang Xian's talent is extremely high and not inferior to mine. It's a pity that he's not my Tao friend. Sooner or later, the 2 of us will meet. Qin Mu stood on the Jade platform and looked at the Jade Sea. He thought to himself, the aptitude of 10th Heavenly Venerate isn't bad, and their current realm isn't a fluke. If only the intelligence of these people could be used on the righteous path, that would be great. In his heart, regardless of whether it was Lang Xian or Heavenly Venerate Hao, they had both contributed in the past. The revolution of the Dragon and Han dynasty had been led by them, and they were the ones who had ended the rule of the ancient gods. However, after they overthrew the ancient gods, they chose to become them. They stood high above and did their best to maintain their rule. All hope of change was wiped out by them. For the sake of their ruling position, they could do anything, even if it was their children killing their parents, their compatriots killing each other, or even doing all kinds of evil things. The reason why they didn't destroy eternal peace wasn't because of their pity, but because of their ruling position. This was an irreconcilable conflict between them and eternal peace. This kind of conflict would definitely erupt in the future. Qin Mu cast away the distracting thoughts in his heart, and sized up the Jade platform and the Jade Lake. The layout of the ancient Jade Lake and the Jade Lake of the Heavenly Court was basically the same, but there were still differences in the details. Because the Jade Lake of the Heavenly Court was where Empress Dowager lived, the layout of the Jade Lake had been slightly changed. Even though the ancient Jade Lake still maintained its original layout, there was no primordial chaos primordial liquid in the Jade Lake, and primordial chaos primordial liquid was the greatest treasure of the ancient Jade Lake. Now Divine Emperor Lang Xian had set up various arrays in the primordial Jade Pool to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was using this precious land to refine the primordial chaos primordial liquid. There was already quite a lot of primordial chaos primordial liquid in the Jade Pool. It occupied a small pond with a circumference of more than 100 feet. This was quite a lot, but compared to the Jade Pool of the primordial era, this little primordial chaos primordial liquid was only a drop of water in the sea. The Jade Lake of ancient times covered an extremely vast area. and there were exposed seabed everywhere. The seabed had already dried up, and in some places mountain ridges could be seen.
Qin Mu frowned.
The spirit-gathering formations laid down by Divine Emperor Lang Xian were everywhere, so it was already difficult to see the original landscape. The Jade Lake can be used as a realm, so there must be something special about it. It's similar to the 4 Great Heaven Gates and 9 Prison Stage. So where exactly is this place? He rose into the air from the jade platform and flew over the dry seabed to inspect his surroundings. After a long while, Qin Mu returned and flew toward the jade platform with a doubtful expression. He didn't discover the wonders of the Jade Lake. However, the Jade Lake realm in the Heavenly Palace system existed, which meant that the Jade Lake definitely contained a wondrous great Tao of heaven and earth. Earth Mother Primordial Lord had become the spirit root of heaven and earth because of the use of the Jade Lake. It was probably not just because of the primordial chaos primordial liquid. Suddenly, Qin Mu was slightly stunned and stopped in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His gaze landed on the jade platform. The form of the ancient jade platform was almost exactly the same as the jade platform of the Heaven Court. It was clear that the jade platform of the Heaven Court was also built according to the specifications of the ancient jade platform. However, the ancient jade platform was formed naturally. This jade platform was made entirely of beautiful jade, and the beautiful jade was called jade. This natural jade platform actually had steps, railings, and a vast platform that allowed one to look at the Jade Lake and descend to the Jade Sea. Qin Mu counted and found that there were 800 steps of the jade steps on the jade platform. Every 100 steps there would be a platform. If he walked up the steps, he would be able to reach these jade platforms. What was strange was that the side of these jade platforms facing the sea was extremely steep. It was a jade wall, and there were strange markings under it that were connected to the mountains on the seabed. These mountains were actually jade mountains as well. The mountains went straight to the center of the seabed, and the 8 mountain ranges connected to the 8 layers of jade platforms. The 8 jade mountain ranges were connected as one at the bottom of the sea. The jade platforms faced the sea, and each layer was huge. Even the top layer was hundreds of miles long. This should be the place where the creator of the ancient times used to sacrifice the sea. The creator of the ancient times had a huge body, so this place could accommodate hundreds of thousands of creators of a tribe. Qin Mu looked at the 8 jade mountains in the center of the Jade Sea, and then looked at the Jade Stage, revealing a puzzled expression. The Jade Stage and the Jade Sea should be one. In the ancient times there must have been a natural great Tao that appeared here, making this place a natural sacred ground. That's why the Creator offered sacrifices to this place. What kind of change could cause the great Tao of the Jade Lake and the Jade Sea to dissipate? He examined it carefully and was suddenly slightly stunned. He saw 8 jade mountain ranges that were actually broken. Qin Mu flew forward and saw that the places where the 8 mountain ranges were broken were all in the same place. The 8 mountain ranges were like dragons. Their tails were in the middle of the Jade Sea, and their heads were under the jade platform. Their branches were like 4 limbs, and each leg had 5 dragon claws. The place where they were broken was at the waist of the dragon's vein. It had been cut in half by someone, and the broken parts were even. Other than the broken part, there were also the gods under God Emperor Lang Xian mining Jade Mountain to collect beautiful jade. Qin Mu's eyes widened, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The gods under God Emperor Lang Xian didn't think about how to repair Jade Mountain, but actually wanted to take advantage of the broken mountain to mine jade ore. He rushed over and saw the broken surface of Jade Mountain was flat. However, the strange thing was that the power that had cut off Jade Mountain didn't come from the outside world but from underground. It was as if some kind of power had erupted from Jade Mountain and shattered him. When the gods that were mining the jade ore saw him, they immediately stopped and looked at him. These gods were dressed in ragged clothes and had shackles on their legs. They should be prisoners who had been demoted to mine slaves because they had committed a huge crime. It's Heavenly Venerate Mu. A supervisor recognized Qin Mu and couldn't help turning pale. He cried out bitterly in his heart. This is bad, why is this devil here? The last time he came to Lang Xian Divine Palace, he had taken out a primordial wood and smashed the Divine Palace into flat ground, tearing it apart completely. He had almost killed all the disciples of the Divine Emperor in the palace and even scared away Changshi Ting, an existence on the Emperor's throne realm. Could he be here to tear down the Jade Lake of the ancestral court? How could the Jade Lake withstand his torment? Speaking of which, why didn't the supreme treasure of the Divine Emperor kill this fellow? They trembled with fear, and their faces were ashen. They didn't dare to make a move on Qinmu, and someone wanted to inform him. However, Qinmu's gaze suddenly swept over, and that person instantly collapsed to the ground, not daring to move. Qinmu waved his hand, and the supervisors looked as if they had lost their parents, but they didn't dare to go forward. Qinmu's expression sank, and he waved his hand again. The supervisors moved their feet with great difficulty as if they had gone up to kill their heads. They walked toward him. Qinmu's expression was gentle as he tried his best to put on a friendly expression. He said with a smile, "How many jade mines have you guys mined? Take them out." Plop plop. Suddenly, the group of supervisors knelt on the ground. One of them shouted, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, we aren't afraid of death. However, we have elders and children, please spare our lives. Quick, quick. Bring out all the jade mines for Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate, you should hurry up and leave after taking the divine mines. We will also wrap up Tenderloin and run for our lives." Qinmu was astonished and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You guys pave out these jade mines and connect these mountain ranges." The group of supervisors didn't seem to hear him clearly. The supervisor from before even shouted, "We will never reveal that Heavenly Venerate Mu was the one who robbed us. If we lose the divine mines, the Divine Emperor will also execute us, so we have to run for our lives." Qinmu could only repeat it once more before they heard it clearly. The supervisor said in delight, "Heavenly Venerate isn't here to rob us? Heaven has eyes, and Heavenly Venerate has changed his character, so he won't rob us." Qinmu's expression sank and he shouted, "I was invited by your family's Divine Emperor Langxian, so stop nagging and quickly do it." The supervisors rushed over in a hurry and ordered the mine slaves to take action together. They spread the divine jade that they had mined between the 8 mine veins, and Qinmu said in a deep voice, "Don't be idle, quickly go and help." Those supervisors smiled apologetically. Heavenly Venerate might not know this, but these mine slaves are very crafty. They have to be whipped before they can work. If no one whips them, they will be lazy and slippery. Qinmu snatched the whip and whipped several supervisors. When the other mine slaves saw this, they cheered. All the supervisors were whipped until they were dripping with blood, and they hurried to work. Qinmu waited quietly as the Jade Mountain ranges gradually closed up. After a long time, the last mountain range was finally connected. Wang! As the last piece of jade fell, the great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly rumbled. The multicolored light in the sky descended with a wang sound like the aurora of the polar region, swimming along the mountain range like a dragon. Not only that, the multicolored light of Great Tao also surged out from the bottom of the 8 mountain ranges and connected with the multicolored light of Great Tao in the sky. The Tao sound reverberated like a bell, a zither, a flute, and a drum. The Great Tao mingled with the sound. When the supervisors and many mine slaves saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. One of the supervisors muttered, "The sun has risen from the west. Celestial Master Mu is not here to tear down the Jade Lake, but to rebuild it. Is the sky really changing?" Divine Emperor Langxian and the gods on the main ship were also alarmed. They flew up from the ship and looked from afar. Suddenly, an even more shocking scene happened. The dragon head of the 8 mountain ranges near the jade platform actually spewed out streams of purple gas. And the purple gas surged toward the jade platform. The entire jade platform was suffused with an inexplicable aura of Great Tao. All kinds of natural runes on the jade platform lit up, filling the entire jade platform with a strange Tao rhythm. The Tao rhythm was long and melodious, and it rang out from the jade platform. What was even stranger was that primordial chaos primordial liquid was actually dripping down from the jade platform. Drop by drop, it fell into the Jade Sea. Divine Emperor Langxian looked at this scene in astonishment. He was the landowner of this place, yet he didn't know that the Jade Lake had such a change. Qinmu had only just arrived, but he had already created such a shocking scene. "Jade Lake, this is the real Jade Lake, my Jade Lake." He muttered to himself and couldn't help walking toward the jade platform. "This is primordial chaos primordial liquid, which is faster than the primordial liquid produced by the formation I laid down. This place will be the treasure ground for me to cultivate to supreme." His gaze suddenly landed on Qin Mu, and killing intent couldn't help flashing across his eyes. He had killing intent toward Qin Mu. He had occupied this place for so long, and had never discovered the secrets of the Jade Lake. Yet the moment Qin Mu came here, he had made the ancient Jade Lake return to its former glory. He couldn't help being tempted by killing intent. Heavenly Venerate Mu is a great threat. He couldn't help coming to Qin Mu's side, but he saw that he didn't go to the Jade platform to collect primordial chaos, primordial liquid, or comprehend the great Tao. Instead, he was looking underground with interest. God Emperor Lang Xian stood beside him and looked down. What is Heavenly Venerate Mu looking at? The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows had already opened. He looked underground and smiled. I'm looking at what exactly destroyed these 8 mountain ranges and severed the life force of Jade Lake. Divine Emperor Lang Xian couldn't help asking, then did you see it? I saw it.
Qin Mu nodded.